Chapter 1. Prince Charming Next Door 1. To me, the perfect love is having you with me for the rest of my life. Yi Fian, Prince Charming Next Door. When I finally met Gu Yusheng after 2 years of waiting, I was going to ask him why he stood me up that day. He gave me a look, and before I could even say anything, he turned to someone else besides him and asked politely, "Who is she?" These 3 simple words almost caused tears to well in my eyes. So, it turned out that the person I had been waiting for could not remember me at all. When Qin Zhi'ai penned this in her diary, she did not expect that she and Gu Yusheng would ever cross paths again. No one would have expected her to be living in his house in another 2 years. On the 5th day of her stay at Gu Yusheng's house, Qin Zhi'ai finally met him. It was a late night, and while she was sound asleep, she vaguely felt someone lie down beside her. An involuntary shudder went through her and woke her from her sleep immediately. A man was sleeping beside her. The lights in the room were dimmed. Qin Zhi'ai could hardly distinguish his features, but she recognized the man as Gu Yusheng. They hadn't seen each other for 2 years. The impromptu meeting caused Qin Zhi'ai to be nervous, not knowing what to do. She tried to calm herself down before she asked, composed, "When did you come back?" Gu Yusheng did not reply her nor look at her. He swiftly took off his clothes, rolling over and pressing her beneath him. His body warmth was intimidating to her. Qin Zhi'ai had imagined them meeting each other once again, but never would she have thought that it would be in such a situation. Instinctively, she resisted, trying to break away from him. Heh, Gu Yusheng chuckled like he had just heard a funny joke. He suppressed her again without any effort. Holding her chin and forcing her to raise her face, he whispered the most contemptuous remarks in her ears. "Don't pretend anymore. You moved into my house, complaining several times to my grandpa about me leaving you alone here. Didn't you do all this so I would sleep with you?" His mockery stunned her into silence. Without realizing what he was doing, he had pulled the quilt off of her, torn her nightgown harshly, and touched her bare skin without any gentleness. The next morning, when Qin Zhi'ai woke up, there was no one around, and Gu Yusheng was nowhere to be seen. If it weren't for the soreness of her body and the torn nightgown that was scattered on the floor, she would have thought that everything that happened last night was just a nightmare. She got up, entered the bathroom, and washed herself. She headed downstairs for breakfast after she had changed into a set of clean clothes. As she passed through the walkway, she looked down over the railings to the living room as usual. Gu Yusheng was standing right in front of the glass window, answering the phone with his back to her. She subconsciously stopped walking as memories of the night before flashed through her mind. While she was still in a daze, the phone call ended. The housekeeper, standing right beside him, said politely, "Mr. Gu, the car is ready." As he briefly acknowledged the housekeeper, Qin Zhi'ai came out of her thoughts and watched him as he took his jacket from the housekeeper. He walked over to the door and put on his shoes. Just before he headed out, he seemed to have recalled something. He stopped again. Without looking at the housekeeper, he said evenly, without any emotion, "Get a box of contraceptive pills later. Give them to her after she wakes up." Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Prince Charming Next Door 2. His words were like an ice-cold bucket of water that splashed mercilessly onto Qin Zhi'ai. Her body shuddered and her mind went blank. She thought that their last meeting 2 years ago, when he had asked someone else who she was, had already been bad enough. Little did she know that when they met again 2 years later, it would be even worse. Qin Zhi'ai stood behind the railing on the 2nd floor. Her eyes were fixed on Gu Yusheng's leaving figure, yet she hadn't managed to catch how he had exited the room at all. Her chest grew tight, her heart heavy. Every time it throbbed, the pain she experienced left her rooted to the spot. When Qin Zhi'ai recovered, she could only hear the faint noise of Gu Yusheng's car starting up outside. She was afraid that the housekeeper would suddenly return to the house and see the awkward situation that she was in, so she hastily turned back to the bedroom and closed the door. It was then that she realized that tears had already blurred her vision. Qin Zhi'ai waited until she had calmed down and the mist in her eyes had cleared up before she headed downstairs, pretending that she had just woken up. "Miss, you're awake." The housekeeper saw her and paused his work immediately. The housekeeper should have been addressing her as "Madam," but Gu Yusheng had forbidden him from doing so. The only choice left was for him to call her Mississippi. Qin Zhi'ai wasn't bothered. She kept a serene expression on her face, responding with a hum of acknowledgement and walking towards the dining hall. The housekeeper usually returned to his own work during Qin Zhi'ai's meal times, leaving her with her food in peace. Today, however, The housekeeper stayed after he had served her dishes and stood still by the table. Qin Zhi'ai pretended not to notice any difference from usual. With great composure, she started eating her breakfast. As she finished the porridge in her bowl, the housekeeper standing nearby grew nervous and looked hesitant, as if he had something to say to Qin Zhi'ai. His lips moved several times, but he didn't manage to make even the slightest sound. It wasn't until Qin Zhi'ai put down her chopsticks that the housekeeper finally spoke up. "Miss, do we have contraceptive pills at home?" Qin Zhi'ai didn't wait for the housekeeper to finish his sentence before interrupting him. She had known what the housekeeper was going to say, yet there are some things that would strip her of her dignity if they came from the housekeeper's mouth. Even though deep down she was perfectly aware that the housekeeper knew how much Gu Yusheng resented her, she was still reluctant to let others embarrass her in person. Qin Zhi'ai looked at the housekeeper and quietly added, "If we do, please help me find them." The housekeeper was visibly stunned upon hearing her words, but he kept silent and did what Qin Zhi'ai ordered him to do. Qin Zhi'ai calmly swallowed the pill. She took a tissue to dab her mouth dry and stood up gracefully to exit the dining hall. Before she could reach the door, the housekeeper suddenly spoke again. "Miss." Qin Zhi'ai stopped and turned around. "Miss, Mr. Gu said that old Master Gu will be going to Hainan tonight." The housekeeper hesitated for a few seconds before he continued. "Mr. Gu also said that now that the person who supports you has left, he wants you not to bother him anymore." She thought that by taking the initiative to ask for the pills, she would have kept at least some of her own dignity. She hadn't expected that he had given the housekeeper other instructions. Qin Zhi'ai's fingertips trembled slightly, but she looked as composed as ever, as if the housekeeper's words were meant for somebody else, and lightly asked, "Anything else?" Chapter 3. Prince Charming Next Door 3. The housekeeper answered, "No." Qin Zhi'ai didn't utter a word, leaving quietly. It was 1 a.m. It seemed like Gu Yusheng, again, wouldn't be coming back that night. Ever since he had commanded the housekeeper to watch her while she swallowed the contraceptive pills, it had been a month since he had gone back to the house. When he was leaving, he left a message with the housekeeper ordering Qin Zhi'ai not to bother him with anything else. Following what he said, she didn't look for him at all. As a result, they didn't meet or contact each other in that month. Qin Zhi'ai stared at the European-style grandfather clock not far away from her, watching as the hour hand struck 1. She spaced out for quite some time before she gradually shifted her gaze back to the television screen. The television was showing a movie that starred one of her favorite celebrities, but she was too moody to continue watching it. She decided to turn it off and go upstairs. Perhaps it was because she thought of Yusheng while she had been gazing at the clock just now, but Qin Zhi'ai couldn't fall asleep immediately, even when she was in bed. She closed her eyes while her thoughts went wild. When she managed to fall asleep after a long time, the phone on the bedside table rang. The phone displayed the landline number of the Gu mansion. She picked up the phone and answered it. It was Nanny Zhang, who had served the Gu family for more than 20 years. "Young mistress, I am sorry to call you at this time. Old Master Gu phoned earlier on and said that he will be taking the morning flight back to Beijing. He wants young master and you to be home for dinner." Nanny Zhang only obeyed instructions from old Master Gu. She was probably the only one in the Gu family who dared to go against Yusheng's orders not to address her as young mistress. "And for young master, please convey this message to him. But he asked me not to bother him with anything." The words were at the tip of her tongue, as she wanted Nanny Zhang to make the call instead. However, she recalled the warning that Gu Yusheng gave her on the day she moved in. He said that his grandpa was his only remaining family in the world. If she hadn't used despicable methods to persuade his grandpa, he wouldn't have had to be with her under his grandpa's orders. He also wouldn't have bothered to look at her, let alone stay under the same roof. He added on that he wouldn't forgive her if his grandpa found out about their sour relationship and worried. If she asked Nanny Zhang to call Gu Yusheng instead, it would be evident that they were on bad terms, since they were living together. Moreover, Nanny Zhang had served old Master Gu for so many years. Qin Zhi'ai struggled for a moment before she decided to swallow what she initially wanted to say. She changed her mind and said, "Nanny Zhang, I'll tell Yusheng." After she hung up the phone, Qin Zhi'ai sat up on her bed. She looked for his number on her cell phone, hesitating for quite some time before she dialed. As she heard the dial tone from the phone, Qin Zhi'ai was so nervous that she couldn't breathe. 1, 2, 3. At the 4th ring, the line was cut on the other side without any hesitation. Gu Yusheng had rejected her call. She pursed her lips and didn't attempt to make another call. Instead, she composed herself and sent him a text message. On her phone, the message didn't appear to have sent, so she gave him a call again. However, it wasn't the sound of the dialing tone this time. The line was busy. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Prince Charming Next Door 4. More than 10 minutes had passed, but the message had still not been delivered. So Qin Zhi'ai gave Gu Yusheng another call, yet the line remained busy. Qin Zhi'ai had a vague idea of what was going on. She switched to the house telephone on the table and dialed for Gu Yusheng. The call went through immediately. It was just as she had guessed. Her mobile phone number had been blocked ever since he hung up on her first phone call. Qin Zhi'ai's eyes dimmed slightly. She prepared to hang up and asked the housekeeper to contact Gu Yusheng during the day, but the call was suddenly answered. Gu Yusheng seemed to guess that it was her calling, as his voice sounded extremely annoyed. "What's your problem? Didn't I tell you to stop bothering me about anything?" Grandpa called. Qin Zhi'ai immediately brought up the purpose of the phone call in fear that he might hang up the next second. Grandpa said that he arrived in Beijing early this morning and asked us to meet him for dinner there in the evening. Gu Yusheng remained silent on the other end of the line. Qin Zhi'ai waited for a while, but seeing that Gu Yusheng had still not uttered a word, she continued, "Should I still wait for you at the same spot as last time?" The time she was talking about was the day she had moved into his house. Grandpa had asked him to take her home for dinner that night. He hadn't wanted to pick her up in his car and had made her go by herself. She was told to meet him in a small alley next to the area where Grandpa lived before they went in together. "He'll probably be unwilling to pick me up again this time around," she thought. Qin Zhi'ai suppressed her disappointment and tried hard to make her tone even and indifferent. She asked, "What time should I be wait for you tomorrow?" Gu Yusheng still didn't say anything. "How about in the afternoon?" Qin Zhi'ai just managed to say a few words before she was suddenly cut off by Gu Yusheng's cold voice. "You use Grandpa as an excuse all the time. Don't you realize how disgusting that is?" Qin Zhi'ai tightened her grip on the phone's handset. She felt as if she had been grabbed by the neck and the phrase "at 6 o'clock" was stuck in her throat. It was just unbearable. The scary silence lingered on both ends of the phone. After just 2 seconds, Gu Yusheng hung up. Qin Zhi'ai continued to clutch the handset. Her stiffened body relaxed gradually after a long while. She slowly put the handset back down, laid down on the bed, covered herself with the blanket, and closed her eyes. She looked like she had drifted off peacefully, but the corners of her eyes sparkled with the beginnings of tears, and her hand, which was clutching onto the blanket, trembled terribly. Qin Zhi'ai hadn't managed to make an agreement with Gu Yusheng about the time to go to the Gu mansion during the phone call earlier that morning, and since Gu Yusheng had ended the call on such a humiliating note, Qin Zhi'ai knew better than to call him again. Though Qin Zhi'ai didn't know what time Gu Yusheng would go to the Gu mansion, she knew that he would leave work at 5:30. So, minutes before the clock hit 5:30 in the afternoon, Qin Zhi'ai arrived at the small alley near the entrance of the Gu mansion. It wasn't until 6:30 that a shrill honk sounded on the streets nearby. Qin Zhi'ai turned her head to see Gu Yusheng's car parked by the roadside with its emergency flashers blinking in the distance. Qin Zhi'ai walked up to the car, and it was then that she realized that the driver for the day was Gu Yusheng himself, instead of his chauffeur. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Prince Charming Next Door 5. Gu Yusheng was holding a cigarette between his lips, one hand supporting himself against the car window, and the other hand on the steering wheel. Coupled with his white shirt, he looked laid back in his car. Qin Zhi'ai raised her arm and gently knocked on the car window twice to signal him that she was there. When he heard the knocks, he lifted his eyelids slightly and briefly glanced through the window at her before looking back to the road in front of him. He slowly blew a beautiful smoke ring, and as the smoke lingered around him, she could see clearly that his jaw was slightly clenched, subtly, showing displeasure on his extremely suave face. He pulled a long face as soon as she showed up. Standing beside his car, Qin Zhi'ai was embarrassed for a few seconds before she opened the car door and lowered herself into it. Before she could get herself stable, Gu Yusheng stepped on the accelerator and the car jerked forward. She couldn't help but fall back into the car seat forcefully. She quickly held onto the handle and finally buckled her seat belt when she was steady. As she put on her seat belt, she could see his side profile inadvertently from the corner of her eye. He made an even more distressed face as he compared the time to before she had entered the car. Qin Zhi'ai sat there like a block of ice, her lips frozen. She was still wondering if she should greet him, but this thought had soon vanished. Gu Yusheng was annoyed by Qin Zhi'ai, to the extent that he wished he would never see her again for the rest of his life. What's more, he wouldn't initiate a conversation with her. While Gu Yusheng was driving, he puffed on his cigarettes nonstop. Other than the occasional sound of the lighter, there was no other sound in the car. The silence continued all the way until they reached the Gu mansion's courtyard. Gu Yusheng stubbed out his cigarette as he switched off his car's engine. Without looking at Qin Zhi'ai, he quietly took the lead and stepped out of his car. He waited for Qin Zhi'ai patiently by the vehicle as she got out before they walked towards the mansion together. As he approached the mansion, Gu Yusheng reached out and held her hand out of the blue. As his actions came without warning, Qin Zhi'ai instinctively stiffened up and tried to withdraw her hand. Gu Yusheng seemed to have predicted her evasion, as he held her hand even tighter and harder while pressing the doorbell with his other hand. Unable to shake off his grasp, Qin Zhi'ai quietly raised her eyes, looking at the man who was pressing the doorbell. His palm was warm, but his face was stone cold. There was a slight tinge of annoyance emanating from his eyes, too. Qin Zhi'ai hesitated for a moment. Before she could decipher the meaning of his expression, the door opened. Nanny Zhang opened the door and was delighted to see Gu Yusheng and Qin Zhi'ai. She welcomed both of them warmly into the house and brought the couple 2 pairs of house slippers before she ran upstairs, calling out to old Master Gu. Master, young master and young mistress have arrived. Gu Yusheng and Qin Zhi'ai had just entered the living room after putting on their slippers when old Master Gu walked down the stairs. All of a sudden, Gu Yusheng leaned over to her, lowered his head, and moved his lips. In others' eyes, Gu Yusheng seemed to be intimately whispering a secret to her, but only Qin Zhi'ai knew that he had said nothing at all. However, he was so close to her that she could feel the heat of the warm breaths on her neck. Her heart was throbbing, and she was panicking, not sure of what to do. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Prince Charming Next Door, 6. What are you looking at? Gu Yusheng suddenly squeezed Qin Zhi'ai's palm, hard. She snapped out of her trance and turned to gaze at Gu Yusheng. At that moment, the man looked like a changed person. His cold and stony face had melted into a gentle expression, and the disgust and resentment in his eyes had disappeared completely. Instead, calmness and gentleness took their place. With an elegant and clear voice, he said, "Greet Grandpa." Upon hearing the word Grandpa, Qin Zhi'ai instantly understood the situation. Gu Yusheng was acting like 2 different people because he was putting on an act. The one who always looked disgusted when he held her hand was his real self, while the one just then was simply a disguise to deceive his grandpa. And I was silly enough to panic at his sudden closeness just moments ago. Qin Zhi'ai desperately repressed her self-mockery, forced a graceful smile towards old Master Gu, who had walked over to her while she was lost in her thoughts, and greeted him. "Good evening, Grandpa." Old Master Gu had already observed Gu Yusheng and Qin Zhi'ai's interactions ever since they had entered the room, and he beamed at seeing them so close. He called for the 2 to sit and Nanny Zhang to serve tea. Just minutes after Gu Yusheng and Qin Zhi'ai had been at the Gu mansion, Nanny Zhang ran over to report that dinner was ready. After the meal, the couple chatted with old Master Gu for a while before leaving the mansion. The gentleness on Gu Yusheng's face when he bade old Master Gu farewell disappeared the moment he drove his car out of the Gu mansion. His face hardened, and the chilly aura which he had been restraining was instantly released. With his icy cold expression, Gu Yusheng drove wildly. When the car came close to the alley where Qin Zhi'ai had gotten in earlier, Gu Yusheng suddenly slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched as the car came to a halt. Gu Yusheng didn't even take a single glance at Qin Zhi'ai. He waved at her directly and gestured for her to get lost. The series of moves was too fast for Qin Zhi'ai to comprehend. She didn't respond to his gesture and stared at him with her big dark eyes, puzzled. "Well, you should already know that I was just pretending in front of Grandpa. Did you really think that I'd drive you home?" As he finished his last sentence, Gu Yusheng's tone was filled with ridicule and sarcasm. Qin Zhi'ai then instantly understood that his gesture was meant to get her out of his car. The idea had not yet completely settled in Qin Zhi'ai's mind before Gu Yusheng's chilling and sharp voice rang again. "I'll tell you the truth. Don't even think about it. The thought of you having stayed in that house for so long makes me sick, let alone the thought of sending you back there. Feel sick." So he found the house disgusting simply because I was staying there. Qin Zhi'ai's eyelashes trembled, and her hand subconsciously tightened its grasp on her bag. She didn't dare move for fear that her tears would cascade down if she moved even an inch. so she could only reach out for the car door handle in a daze with the hand near the window side, yet she couldn't find the door handle. Seeing that Qin Zhi'ai hesitated to get out of the car, Gu Yusheng's patience was immediately exhausted. He didn't even bother to talk to her, instead, getting out of the car, going over to the passenger seat, opening the door, hauling Qin Zhi'ai out, throwing her to the side of the pavement, and then slamming the door shut. He strode back to his seat, and without even a bit of hesitation, he stepped on the accelerator, driving away without looking back even once. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Prince Charming Next Door, 7. The force was so overpowering that Qin Zhi'ai was thrown back a few steps before she slammed against a billboard. The board was made of extremely durable, solid metal, and she could feel the sharp pain in her back when she slammed into it. She almost cried out. Qin Zhi'ai closed her eyes and drew a few cold breaths. She leaned against the billboard with her stiff body for quite some time before the pain finally eased. She straightened her body slowly and walked to the roadside. Gu Yusheng's car had already left. On the road, there were all sorts of vehicles with flashing red lights, sweeping past her at different speeds. For some reason, flashbacks of the dinner that she had had in Gu Mansion just now came to her all at once. Gu Yusheng had pulled out her chair for her like a well-mannered gentleman, served her favorite dish to her, and even served her favorite soup from the pot. His eyes were so sharp that he could pick out a fish bone from the fish that she almost already had in her mouth. His performance was impeccable. He had successfully established himself as a perfect husband who doted on his wife. He had appeased his grandpa, who wanted both of them to settle down, even if it was just in his dreams. His grandpa had been so happy. Seeing the smiles on old Master Gu, all the people in the mansion were happy for him, too. However, even though Qin Zhi'ai was beaming, looking very blissful and content, nobody could understand her torment throughout the night. She knew he was just acting. But even though she knew about it, she still couldn't control her pounding heart whenever he pretended to be kind to her, because Qin Zhi'ai loved him. And it started a very long time ago. Even though he couldn't remember her 2 years ago when they met, she still loved him. Her heart didn't stop racing, and her face wouldn't cease its blushing, even though she knew all his kindness and mannerisms were just an act. She was so afraid that her attraction to him would become obvious, revealing her real feelings, that she struggled the entire night to remind herself over and over again that it was just an act. Qin Zhi'ai didn't realize how long had she stood by the roadside, staring into space, but when she finally hailed a cab home, it was already near 11 o'clock. The lights in the living room were on. Qin Zhi'ai assumed that the housekeeper was still awake and didn't think about it too much when she dialed the password to unlock the door. Someone from inside who had probably heard the sound of the door came to receive her. Qin Zhi'ai supposed it was the housekeeper, so she didn't look at the source of the noise. While she was putting on her slippers, the person spoke. "Young mistress, welcome back." Qin Zhi'ai froze for a moment, stiffening up a little before she looked at the person. The one who had come over wasn't the housekeeper, but Nanny Zhang. Qin Zhi'ai didn't have the chance to ask why she was there, as Nanny Zhang explained first. "Young mistress, you left your bracelet in the washroom while you were having dinner earlier." As she was speaking, she handed a stunning, exquisite pearl bracelet to Qin Zhi'ai. When Qin Zhi'ai reached out for the bracelet, she suddenly recalled that she had left it while she was washing her hands before the meal. As it was cumbersome, she had taken it off and left it there. Subsequently, Gu Yusheng had called her out for dinner, and she went without remembering to grab it. "It's just a bracelet. I can retrieve it the next time I return to the mansion. It's too late for you to deliver it." Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Prince Charming Next Door, 8. Old Master couldn't sleep tonight and wanted to take a stroll outside, so he decided that he might as well bring you the bracelet. Nanny Zhang followed Qin Zhi'ai into the living room. "Grandpa is here too." Qin Zhi'ai furrowed her brows. Before Nanny Zhang could answer, she saw the housekeeper passing a cup of steaming tea to old Master Gu, who was sitting on the sofa. Qin Zhi'ai hurriedly spoke again. "Grandpa." Old Master Gu's voice was muffled because he was sipping at the tea. He swallowed the tea before saying, "Why are you back so late?" It was then that old Master Gu realized that something seemed off. He frowned and looked out into the courtyard through the window to see that the car, which was supposed to be there, was missing. He continued his questioning. "What about Yusheng? Didn't you come back together?" Old Master Gu became noticeably displeased as he asked this series of questions. "So he's still being his old self, leaving you alone at home and not coming back at all?" "No. Qin Zhi'ai answered him with hesitation. The reason why Gu Yusheng had taken the act in the mansion so seriously that night was to make Grandpa think that they were living together harmoniously. If Grandpa had known that they didn't get along as well as what he had been shown, he would be sure to blame Gu Yusheng, and in the end, it would be her who suffered. What's more, he had been so cruel as to sleep with her and order her to take contraceptive pills the month before, which had already been a great insult to her. How could she dare let Grandpa know the truth between them and bring contempt upon herself? Qin Zhi'ai's brain raced to find an excuse. She put on a relaxed smile and said, "It's just that Yusheng received a call from his office about a problem, and he went back to work on them. Yusheng intended to take me home. It was me who wanted to take a walk, so I told him to let me out at the gate of our house, and I walked back myself." Faced with old Master Gu, who looked deep in thought, Qin didn't seem nervous at all. She opened her mouth to speak again with the utmost calmness, and nobody could see even the slightest sign of deception on her face. "Yusheng always returns home when he's free, Grandpa. You can ask the housekeeper if you don't believe me." As she spoke, Qin Zhi'ai eyed the housekeeper. The steward took her hint and immediately chimed in with, "Yes, old master. Young Master Gu always returns home when he's free." "That's good then." Old Master Gu's expression finally relaxed up upon hearing the housekeeper's words. He stood up and said, "I didn't come to discuss any specific matter. Since it's quite late now, I'll return home." Qin Zhi'ai breathed a sigh of relief, as it seemed that she had gotten away with deceiving old Master Gu. She replied, "Grandpa, I'll walk you to the door." Qin Zhi'ai stood at the door of the house, only returning upstairs after seeing that old Master Gu's car had driven out of the driveway. The housekeeper served Qin Zhi'ai a glass of hot milk before he walked out of the house to lock the gate of the courtyard. He didn't expect to see that old Master Gu's car hadn't yet left and was still outside the courtyard. The housekeeper had not yet recovered from his shock when the car window rolled down and Nanny Zhang whispered to him, "Xiaoyang, old master wants to talk to you." The housekeeper hurried forward and greeted respectfully, "Old master." Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Prince Charming Next Door, 9. "Is it as you said, that young master has been coming back?" Old Master Gu didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. The housekeeper had been prepared to say yes, but old Master Gu spoke again. "Even though you were hired by young master, I can chase you out of this house at any point in time. You better think carefully before you answer my question." The housekeeper became somewhat hesitant and thought for a moment. In the end, he answered, "Yes," but before he could complete the word, old Master Gu turned around and looked into his eyes. The housekeeper felt his voice shaking and lowered his head. After a while, he spoke softly, "Although Mr. Gu doesn't manage to come home every day, occasionally. I guess you want to be fired right away?" Old Master Gu interrupted him abruptly. The housekeeper was so intimidated that he stayed quiet. After some time, he dangled his head and honestly said, "You came home once." Old Master Gu immediately pulled a long face upon hearing this. "It was the first night you went to Hainan." "The first night in Hainan?" "Almost a month earlier." Old Master Gu had a thundery expression. "In other words, young master hasn't been home at all for more than a month." "Yes." The voice of the housekeeper was as soft as if he wasn't speaking. Old Master Gu had fire brewing in his eyes. He couldn't be bothered with the housekeeper standing outside the car window. "Let's find him now," he yelled at Nanny Zhang, who was sitting in the driver's seat. Since seeing old Master Gu once again had stirred up her emotions, Qin Zhi'ai felt extremely worn out. When she returned to her room, she collapsed onto the bed and didn't want to move an inch anymore. She didn't dare fall asleep, as she hadn't taken a bath yet. Unsure of how long she had given her eyes a rest, she felt her tiredness ease up a little. She went to the bathroom to fill up the bathtub with hot water. Just as the water was filled to the brim, Qin Zhi'ai realized she had forgotten about her pajamas, so she went into the room again. The changing room was just opposite the bathroom. Qin Zhi'ai took a set of pajamas without looking and walked out. Just as she was 2 steps away from the bathroom, the door of the bedroom was suddenly kicked open with a loud and deafening thud. Qin Zhi'ai was stunned by the sound of it, and her body shivered in fear. She turned around and saw the man who had left her at the roadside before. Gu Yusheng was standing at the door, glaring at her, his eyes red. He didn't utter a word, but he drew his lips into a line. He did nothing except stare at her. His dominating pitch-black eyes flared up, compelling rage circling around him. Qin Zhi'ai could hardly breathe with such an aura emitting from Gu Yusheng. She stood there with her legs rooted to the ground, only her side profile facing him. The housekeeper, on the ground floor, hadn't slept a wink. Thinking that something might have happened to Qin Zhi'ai, he dashed up as soon as he heard the noise. "Miss?" Gu Yusheng appeared before him as he reached the corner. He halted immediately and asked with extreme caution, "Mr. Gu Yu?" His sentence wasn't finished, but Gu Yusheng, without looking at him, told him off in the most unfriendly tone. "Go back to your room and stay there." Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Prince Charming Next Door, 10. The housekeeper had paused his movements suddenly, like a controlled robot. He could see that at that moment, Gu Yusheng was angrier than ever. He was worried for Qin Zhi'ai, and with all his courage, tried to persuade Gu Yusheng after a long pause on the stairs, "Master." Scram. With just one word, Gu Yusheng sent the housekeeper running down the stairs in fear to escape him. As the housekeeper's door slammed shut, Gu Yusheng, who was standing at the door, suddenly strode straight towards Qin Zhi'ai. His pace was slow, not making any sound as he walked on the thick rug. Gu Yusheng already had an overpowering presence on usual days, yet at that moment, the fear he instilled was enough to make people subconsciously want to escape. Qin Zhi'ai looked on in terror. While she firmly clutched the change of clothes in her arms, she backed away slowly with her shaky legs. Yet how could her speed compare to his? She could only watch him approach her, step by step, and finally stand before her. The proximity made her more frightened than ever. She didn't dare to look at him. She could only hang her head as her eyes drifted wildly. She was much shorter than him. He stared down at her head for a while, and suddenly grabbed her hair without warning. Down his hand went, and Qin Zhi'ai was forced to face Gu Yusheng with the strength he used to pull her hair. The pain came so suddenly that Qin Zhi'ai couldn't manage to hold back and blurted out, "Yusheng." The word was simple, but it made Gu Yusheng lose his cool immediately. His pupils shrank, and the strength on her hair suddenly increased. "What did you call me?" Qin Zhi'ai's face turned pale with pain, and she moved her lips with difficulty. "Master. Master Gu." A sneer crossed Gu Yusheng's face. He didn't continue to fuss over this issue, instead, leaning over to kiss her on the lips. It was not a kiss. To be exact, it was a bite. He ignored her feelings totally. Vengeful, he pried open her tight lips. The strength he used was so great that with just a few movements, blood oozed out of the bites on her tongue that he had given her. The taste of blood quickly spread between them. Qin Zhi'ai writhed in pain, and she tried to hide her tongue from him, but the more she dodged, the more aggressive he became, and the taste of blood grew stronger in the mouths of the two. Qin Zhi'ai started to feel sick. Even though her strength couldn't match Gu Yusheng's, she still struggled desperately. Gu Yusheng simply ignored her struggles. He caught her tongue and bit down fiercely again, until he felt that Qin Zhi'ai's body had stiffened with pain. Only then did he let go of her swollen lips and lean over her to whisper into her ears. The words came out softly and gently, as if he was speaking romantically, but what he said was chilling. "Did you think I was just spouting nonsense when I talked to you? Did I not tell you that you had better not let Grandpa know about what happened between me and you?" He narrowed his eyes. "Or was it that your reluctance to being a wife who returns to an empty home made you so impatient that you couldn't wait to inform Grandpa, so that I would be forced to sleep with you again?" Chapter 11. Chapter 11. I will treat you well, 1. Or did you get too lonely staying here all by yourself, and that's why you couldn't wait to make use of my grandpa, forcing me to sleep with you? The same old trick again. The same old trick? Qin Zhi'ai knitted her eyebrows together out of instinct and tried to defend herself. "I didn't." She started off with 2 words, but she couldn't understand what he had said earlier, so she stopped. She looked at Gu Yusheng cluelessly and hesitantly, not knowing how to further explain herself. However, Gu Yusheng misinterpreted her hesitation as flimsy and weak deception. "You didn't." Gu Yusheng scoffed at her. "Well done. You've even learned to tell a lie without blinking." He grabbed her hair with even more strength. "Fine. Tell me, how did you lose your bracelet in the mansion at such a perfect time? How did Grandpa find out that I haven't been coming home for more than a month if he was here just to return your bracelet?" Qin Zhi'ai finally had a clue about what was going on. Old Master Gu had come to know that Gu Yusheng hadn't been coming home since his Hainan trip, but she was very sure that she did an excellent job concealing the truth from Grandpa, back at the mansion and in the house just now. So how did he manage to find out? Instantly, she pieced everything together. The housekeeper. There were only 2 of them there before. Apart from her, the housekeeper was the only one who knew everything. If she hadn't revealed anything to Grandpa, the only person left was the housekeeper. No wonder his eyes were filled with guilt when he came running up, looking for her. What? You're speechless? Didn't you say you didn't? Gu Yusheng was so angry that he mocked her again. Good. I didn't expect you to be smart enough to leave your bracelet at the mansion, luring Grandpa here just to let him find out that I didn't come back with you at all. Am I right? Qin Zhi'ai moved her lips, but she decided to put up with it and kept her silence. He had probably doubted her in the first place, perceiving her to be the culprit of this entire incident. Therefore, she knew he probably would not believe her, even if she explained that she hadn't left the bracelet back at the mansion on purpose. If he wasn't going to believe her, why bother wasting the effort to explain? Who knows? He might say something more hurtful to mock her. You've done well tonight, really well. Gu Yusheng praised her as though it were from the bottom of his heart. He even released his grip and sarcastically clapped twice. As soon as he finished his third clap, cruelty flashed in his eyes, and the smile on his face utterly vanished. His voice was like the cold wind from the forest. Since you've spent so much effort in getting me home, I will definitely be treating you well tonight. At the same time, he pulled her and threw her onto the bed in the crudest manner. His reaction was so intense that she thought he was going to skin her alive. Qin Zhi'ai was reminded of that late night more than a month ago. Even though she loved him, it didn't give him the right to treat her in such a way. She tried to resist as much as she could. However, the more she struggled, the harsher he became. The bedsheet was crumpled and messy within a short while. One of the pillows was on the bed, while the other one fell onto the floor. She was naturally weaker than him in strength, and soon, she was no match for him at all. He tightly squeezed her underneath him until she could barely move. She felt like she was a slice of meat on the chopping board, ready to be cut into pieces. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. I will treat you well, too. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Just like the last time, Gu Yusheng looked to her like a ferocious beast. His skin was burning hot, yet when he touched Qin Zhi'ai, her heart chilled as if she was soaked in ice water. She actually really wanted to escape, but pinned down with his great strength, she had nowhere to escape to. Every move of his was rough, butchering her body like a sharp knife and causing great pain. Afraid that her pleas for mercy would carelessly slip out of her mouth, Qin Zhi'ai gritted her teeth and tolerated the long torture. Every cell of hers was screaming in suffocating pain, and every second seemed like an eternity. Qin Zhi'ai didn't want herself to cry out loud in the case that she couldn't take it anymore, so she began forcing herself to count silently. It was effective at the start, but the pain was so strong that her train of thought kept being broken. The 59 that she had counted suddenly went back to 57. Qin Zhi'ai didn't know how many times she had counted the same number before Gu Yusheng finally spared her. When it all ended, Gu Yusheng got up from the bed, wrapped himself in the sheets from the bed, and walked into the bathroom. Qin Zhi'ai, who was left behind, looked half paralyzed. She laid on the bed and couldn't even find the strength to breathe. When Qin Zhi'ai had almost fallen asleep like that, the bathroom door was suddenly pushed open. Gu Yusheng, who had finished his bath, walked out in fresh and smart clothes. He tied the buttons on his sleeves as he walked, looking elegant and dignified. He only took a slight glance at Qin Zhi'ai when he passed by the bed. While she was struggling, Qin Zhi'ai's perspiration had ruined her makeup, making her original appearance almost impossible to recognize. Her hair stuck to her face in a wet mess, and her exposed skin was covered with both heavy and light traces of the violence, even some hints of blue-green from his forcefulness. Taking little notice of the sorry state that she was in, without any change on his calm face, Gu Yusheng strode towards the door. However, he suddenly turned back after taking just 2 steps and returned to the bedside. He reached out, grabbed her chin, made her face him, then whispered into her ear. Gu Yusheng's eyes were piercing like the keenest razors, and his fierce breath blew onto Qin Zhi'ai's face. His voice sounded tranquil, but the lines he spoke were such explicit threats. If you enjoyed the hospitality that I just provided you with, you can go complain to Grandpa again. I'll take your challenge anytime. However, Liang Duku, don't say I didn't warn you. Next time, it won't just be the same as today. There's a great variety of treatment, so if you're curious, go ahead. After finishing his sentence, Gu Yusheng stormed through the door and left. The noise of Gu Yusheng's car had just disappeared when the door of the bedroom was knocked on, accompanied by the housekeeper's voice. Miss, are you all right? Qin Hao was tired and didn't want to talk, but the housekeeper knocked on the door again. "Miss, can I come in?" Qin Zhi'ai was afraid that the housekeeper would really come in and see her in such a sorry state, so she had no choice but to pluck up her spirits and reply, "I'm fine. I just want to be alone for a while." The doorway was quiet for a long while before the housekeeper spoke up. "I'm sorry, miss. Old Master Gu made me tell him the truth." Chapter 13. Chapter 13. I Will Treat You Well. 3. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Qin Zhi'ai already knew for a fact that the housekeeper had told Grandpa the truth about Gu Yusheng. It wasn't his fault, since Grandpa hadn't bought her fabricated story. If he had bought it, he wouldn't have questioned the housekeeper, so even if the housekeeper had kept the truth from him, Grandpa would still be questioning Gu Yusheng. Whatever it was, the results would always be the same as that night. "It's over. Don't mention this anymore. It's late now, so go rest." "Miss, then, you should also rest soon." The housekeeper paused and said again, "I'm sorry." Qin Zhi'ai kept quiet. The housekeeper outside the door didn't make any further remarks. After a few minutes, Qin Zhi'ai heard his footsteps as he walked away. The entire second floor fell into silence all at once. Qin Zhi'ai was exhausted, yet she couldn't sleep. She sat on the bed while hugging her quilt. She stared blankly for a while before she could get out of bed and head for the bathroom. Every single step she took ripped her body apart. When the bathroom was finally within reach, she was as pale as death. Gu Yusheng had taken a shower before her without using the bathtub. The bathtub was still in the state it was before Gu Yusheng returned. The hot water from the tap was gushing out, and the steam from the hot water had filled the entire bathroom. Qin Zhi'ai turned the tap off and sank into it. As she was soaking herself, the pain and the tiredness was relieved. She stayed in the bathtub until the water gradually cooled down, then she climbed out. Drying herself with a towel, she put on her bathrobe and took a hair dryer to the sink. Through the mirror, Qin Zhi'ai was staring at her clean, delicate face in the reflection. She recalled something that Gu Yusheng had said before he left the room. "However, Liang Duku, don't say I didn't warn you. Next time, it won't just be the same as today. There's a great variety of treatment, so if you're curious, go ahead." For a moment, she was so engrossed in her own thoughts that she forgot to blow dry her hair. She was Qin Zhi'ai, but in everyone else's eyes, she was now the renowned Liang Duku. Liang Duku was a well-known muse who had gained her popularity through a highly rated ancient fantasy drama series. Her fame had risen overnight, and almost everyone in China knew her. Qin Zhi'ai, on the other hand, was a nobody. She had been handpicked by Liang Duku's manager to act as her substitute, because she had a very close resemblance to Liang Duku's overall appearance. In the beginning, she really was just a substitute in her shows. But Liang Duku was out of reach, while Qin Zhi'ai was like an invisible person, not worthy of mentioning. Although she was Liang Duku's primary substitute, neither of them were in close contact. She could count the number of her interactions with Liang Duku on 10 fingers, even after being her substitute for a year and more. Perhaps things had been going too well for Liang Duku, so God decided to give her a test. Just a month ago, her medical report showed that she had a tumor in her chest. It was malignant, but it hadn't spread and could be cured with surgery and chemotherapy. The recovery process was, however, time-consuming. The medical report was, undoubtedly, out of the blue to Liang Duku, who was at the peak of her career. The entertainment business was like a battlefield, ruthless and merciless, as everyone knew. No one could ever predict if Liang Duku could retain her status when she returned to show business after her treatment, which was going to last for a year. After much consideration, Liang Duku decided to use her substitute actress, Qin Zhi'ai. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. I Will Treat You Well. 4. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. The solution hadn't actually been Liang Duku's idea, but Liang Duku's manager's idea. Liang Duku's success had no doubt been backed by her agency, which had spent lots of money to mold her. Now that she had gained such fame, it was time for the company to make a profit off of her. With that said, the agency would never watch her fall ill and do nothing about it. What's more, Liang Duku had just finalized a contract on a TV series that paid 100 million yuan. In actuality, although Qin Zhi'ai did look similar to Liang Duku after removing her makeup, they weren't identical. It was still easy to distinguish between them with careful scrutinization. On screen, they resembled each other so much because of the makeup which could be compared to cosmetic surgery. Qin Zhi'ai and Liang Duku's nose and lips were the parts that resembled each other the most, especially the nose, which was so alike that they could be called exactly the same. Sometimes, when the upper parts of their faces were covered, Qin Zhi'ai herself almost couldn't tell who was who. Qin Zhi'ai and Liang Duku looked least alike when it came to their eyes. Qin Zhi'ai's eyes had a natural beauty and were eyes that everyone liked, whereas Liang Duku, although her eyes were beautiful with makeup as well, had only achieved this through plastic surgery. Thus, her eyes were not as clear and moving as those of Qin Zhi'ai. However, fortunately, the eyes were also the feature that underwent the biggest change after makeup, so no one had found out the truth when Qin Zhi'ai began living under Liang Duku's identity. At the beginning, Liang Duku was in strong opposition when Liang Duku's manager had proposed the plan for Qin Zhi'ai to replace her. Yet later, for unknown reasons, Liang Duku had decided to agree to it, then asked for a private chat with Qin Zhi'ai. No one wanted to be a substitute and live in the shadow of others. Qin Zhi'ai was no exception. The only reason why she agreed to the plan was simple: she needed money. Some people might have found this excuse ridiculous, but lots of people in this world needed money badly, and Qin Zhi'ai was one of them. Otherwise, she wouldn't have passed on the opportunity to go to university and instead taken up the difficult and dangerous job of a stunt woman. Her father had started gambling 2 years earlier and had pawned every worthy thing the family owned. Her father had then died on the gaming table, and before he died, he had also left her family a large amount of debt. She, her mother, and her younger brother didn't have even a day of stability as they were harassed endlessly by debt collectors. As the eldest daughter, she was forced to drop out of school and earn money to pay the debts. Before Liang Duku had asked to chat with Qin Zhi'ai alone, she had investigated her background. The first thing she had said when she came face to face with Qin Zhi'ai was, "I can pay for all the debts your family owes, but I have another requirement on top of my agency's request, and that is for you to get married in my place." The conditions were too tempting for Qin Zhi'ai. After all, she had really had enough of her days hiding from the debt collectors. After Liang Duku had finished speaking, she passed a photo over to Qin Zhi'ai. "The man I'll be marrying is him, Gu Yusheng, the only successor to the Gu enterprise." Gu Yusheng. Gu Yusheng, the man whom she had wanted to spend the rest of her life with the first time she met him. 2 years ago, they had happened to meet, and when she had just been about to ask him why he didn't show up to their date years ago, he looked at her and calmly asked the people around him who she was. The same Gu Yusheng. That Gu Yusheng, whose life she thought that she would never be in again. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. I Will Treat You Well. 5. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. It was heart-wrenching for Qin Zhi'ai, as the only man she loved is marrying another girl. She couldn't deny that the deal was attractive enough, but now it had become even more tempting than before. Liang Duku and Qin Zhi'ai hit it off as soon as they met. On the following day, Qin Zhi'ai went through training, arranged by the management company, to imitate Liang Duku's voice. When everything was in place, Liang Duku secretly flew in to receive treatment for her tumor. As for Qin Zhi'ai, she successfully moved in with Gu Yusheng in the place of the real Liang Duku. With regards to the story of Gu Yusheng and Liang Duku, Qin Zhi'ai didn't know much about it until she moved in. Through her devious questioning, she learned from the housekeeper and the helpers working at the Gu mansion that old Master Gu and Liang Duku's grandpa had been brothers in arms. Back when they were in the military, Liang Duku's grandpa had once saved old Master Gu's life. As such, old Master Gu doted on Liang Duku more dearly than his own grandson, Gu Yusheng. However, like many other couples, it was a single-sided love from Liang Duku. With all the pampering from old Master Gu, Liang Duku went all out to pester Gu Yusheng. Gu Yusheng didn't know what method she had used, but she had made it into his grandpa's good graces, and his grandpa became so fond of her to the extent that he forced marriage on the two, and it had to be done by the end of the year. Qin Zhi'ai supposed it must be difficult for Liang Duku, fulfilling her long-time wish and getting Gu Yusheng to agree to the marriage. That could be why Liang Duku needed a temporary substitute, as she was fearful that her sickness might cost her her marriage. Before Gu Yusheng and Qin Zhi'ai met each other in the house, she foresaw there wouldn't be a chance when she moved in for them to be together again. Despite this, she was somewhat happy when the man she loved didn't love the woman he was married to. Back then, she fantasized about being the Cinderella in a fairy tale, wearing her glass shoes, dancing with her Prince Charming before the clock struck 12. She was dreaming of a whole new romance. Being in love with him for that many years gave her a tinge of hope, even though she knew she had to wake up from it eventually. It wasn't until the night when he forced himself on her without any hesitation and ordered the housekeeper to feed her contraceptive pills on the next day that she realized everything was a nightmare. She figured out that all his heartless actions had been targeted only at the real Liang Duku. After all, it had nothing to do with her, since she was only a paid substitute. There was no reason for her to be upset about it. But Qin Zhi'ai was the one who had been receiving all of his sarcasm, rejection, and detest, especially the insults and humiliations in bed. Those were the hardest to bear and hurt her the most. After all, no one liked to be humiliated, not to mention that he was someone whom she held in high regard. The roaring thunder outside the window brought Qin Zhi'ai back to reality. She had been in her own world for so long that her hair was almost dry. Qin Zhi'ai wrapped up all her emotions and restored to her usual calmness. Picking up the hairdryer, she continued to blow her hair dry and went to bed. Before her bath, the weather was calm and tranquil. Now, it had developed to harsh and stormy weather. She was unable to fall asleep immediately, probably due to Gu Yusheng's return that night. She watched as the downpour of rain gradually subsided into drizzling before she finally drifted off to dreamland. That night, Gu Yusheng had treated her such that she could hardly get out of her bed for the next few days. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. I Will Treat You Well, 6. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Gu Yusheng had been so ruthless that Qin Zhi'ai couldn't get out of bed for a few consecutive days. Fortunately for her, Liang Duku had no upcoming events, so Qin Zhi'ai didn't have to go out. She could stay at home and have a good rest. By the time she had pulled through from that night's horror, a week had passed. And during that week, Gu Yusheng didn't return home at all, just like before. Only Gu Yusheng himself and those from the Gu mansion knew his home phone number. Ever since Qin Zhi'ai had started living in his house, Gu Yusheng treated the house like it had never existed and had never called. Thus, the phone was no different from a decoration, other than when the Gu mansion called. That afternoon, when the phone rang, the housekeeper was in the kitchen preparing fruit tea, whereas Qin Zhi'ai, who had happened to be sitting on the living room sofa watching TV, picked up without looking at the number displayed as she thought it was a call from the Gu mansion. The handset had not yet touched her ear before concise orders could be heard from it. Let her get ready, and I'll come pick her up at 6 o'clock this evening. It was Gu Yusheng's voice. Qin Zhi'ai's hand suddenly froze in action. He probably thought that the housekeeper had picked up the phone, and the she he mentioned referred to her, didn't it? Before Qin Zhi'ai decided on whether to answer herself or to take the handset to the kitchen and let the housekeeper reply, Gu Yusheng on the other end of the line seemed to notice something was wrong, as he suddenly spoke again, his tone obviously much colder. Why are you the one who answered the phone? He didn't give her the opportunity to answer, however. It's Grandpa's orders. Tonight, you are to attend the Beijing Hotel charity party. As he spoke, he deliberately emphasized on the word Grandpa. Although he did nothing more than inform her of the party, Qin Zhi'ai could still understand the meaning of his words. He had thought that she had looked for Grandpa in order to make him take her to the charity party. As if to verify her guess, Gu Yusheng spoke again. Your actions are so timely. I just returned from a business trip when Grandpa's call came. Huh. He gave a short and soft chuckle, but even across the phone, Qin Zhi'ai could still feel his sarcasm. Then he quickly hung up. No wonder it had been so peaceful that week, with no calls from the Gu mansion at all. So Gu Yusheng being on a business trip was the reason. Now, as soon as he came back, Grandpa had grabbed the chance and tried to pull them together. Qin Zhi'ai knew that Grandpa was just being kind, but Grandpa's kindness was precisely the reason why she suffered again and again. That nightmare a week ago was still enough to make her shiver in fear, and if she and Gu Yusheng were really going to meet that night, who knew what he would do to torment her? The first 2 times had been too unexpected, and she couldn't avoid them, but this time was different. If she had known that she would be miserable, she wouldn't offer herself up for that kind of situation. Qin Zhi'ai calmly pondered over the matter. As she stared out of the window into bright afternoon sunlight for a moment, the words, business trip, that Gu Yusheng had just mentioned popped into her mind, and that gave her an idea. She quickly picked up the handset and dialed a number. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. I Will Treat You Well, 7. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Qin Zhi'ai called up the mansion, and it was shortly picked up by Nanny Zhang. Good afternoon. This is the Gu mansion. Qin Zhi'ai greeted Nanny Zhang first before she addressed her agenda. Is Grandpa home? Old master? Yes, he was resting. I'll get him. As soon as Nanny Zhang finished her sentence, Qin Zhi'ai could hear a series of footsteps fading away into the background. The conversation came from afar, and she could vaguely hear Nanny Zhang telling Grandpa, "It's a call from young mistress." After a short while, old Master Gu picked up the phone, Xiaoko. Qin Zhi'ai still could not get used to anyone addressing her as Miss Liang or Xiaoko, even though she had been acting as Liang Duku for more than a month. Her response was always slow by half a beat whenever someone was looking for Liang Duku. It was no exception this time around. Qin Zhi'ai hastily reacted to Grandpa after a short pause. Grandpa, she went straight to the point. Yusheng called me earlier on and said that you wanted us to attend a charity dinner tonight together. After a short halt, she continued, but I'm so sorry, Grandpa. I'm leaving for the States tonight as I will be doing some shootings from tomorrow onwards, so I probably have to miss tonight's dinner. On the other side of the phone, old Master Ku paused for very long before he uttered, Xiaoko, is Yusheng stopping you from coming? No, Grandpa. It was really a coincidence, she tried to say coquettishly. The filming was set in stone for quite some time. If you don't believe me, you can check the news. I couldn't lie to you if there weren't any shootings. Old Master Gu was amused by Qin Zhi'ai and let out a laugh. Of course, work comes first. I'm just worried that you're being bullied by that fellow, Gu Yusheng. In the end, it just means more unhappiness between the two of you. Qin Zhi'ai hung up the phone after their conversation. She went straight to her room upstairs to start packing her luggage. Technically speaking, she hadn't fabricated anything. She really was doing a shoot in the States, but the plane ticket she had booked was actually for a flight tomorrow. She called her manager to request moving her flight forward to today after she was done packing. She then dragged her luggage down the stairs. Before leaving the house, she had the housekeeper give Gu Yusheng a call, notifying him that she wouldn't be unable to attend the dinner, since she had a last-minute shooting to be done. As such, he wouldn't have to fetch her at all. Also, she reminded the housekeeper to tell him that she had already informed Grandpa about it. When the housekeeper called, Gu Yusheng was sitting in his bright and spacious office, reading and approving documents. He didn't even look at his phone screen as he swept the answer button, lifted it to his ear, and answered while he was signing a document. Mr. Gu, Miss wanted me to give you a call. On hearing the word Miss, he frowned and contempt flashed in his eyes. He snorted and was prepared to turn a deaf ear to what the housekeeper was going to say. The housekeeper on the other end was intimidated by his snort and shivered while he talked. Miss said she will be flying off to the States tonight as she had some last-minute work to do. She will not be attending tonight's charity dinner, and you don't have to pick her up. Gu Yusheng suddenly stopped in the middle of flipping his document. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. I will treat you well. 8. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Miss also said that she had already informed old Master Gu. Gu Yusheng seemed to be surprised at hearing this. He first paused in shock, then turned to look at the mobile phone in his hand, as if wondering if he had misheard. He finally spoke again after a while and replied with an emotionless to express his acknowledgement. The housekeeper was already used to such a long pause, as Gu Yusheng had always been a miser with words, so he politely said goodbye and hung up the phone. Gu Yusheng held the phone to his ear for a long while before he finally put it down onto his desk and resumed working as if nothing had happened. 10 days later, Qin Zhi'ai flew back to Beijing from the United States. The plane landed at Beijing International Airport at 10:10 a.m. Beijing time. Someone had disclosed her whereabouts, as the airport was filled with fans of Liang Duku, waiting for her arrival. Although Qin Zhi'ai wore a mask, one female fan recognized her immediately when she walked out of arrivals. The girl screamed excitedly, "Ah, Liang Duku is here," and then the fans, who had been waiting at the airport, gathered around Qin Zhi'ai like a tidal wave. In an instant, Qin Zhi'ai's path was blocked. A group of people crowding together was already conspicuous enough, but with many fans constantly calling out Liang Duku, passers-by also came forward to see what was going on. With the help of her manager, security, and the airport staff, it took a while for Qin Zhi'ai to break free from the crowd and get to the minivan waiting for her. Many fans gathered around the van and banged on the windows repeatedly. The driver, who was afraid that he would accidentally brush against a fan, only dared to inch forward. Only when the airport staff started to scatter the fans from around the van did the driver speed up and quickly drive away. From the airport parking lot, Qin Zhi'ai was perspiring from being surrounded by the crowd at the airport. Though the van had air conditioning switched on, the temperature had yet to go down and it was a bit stuffy, so Qin Zhi'ai rolled down the window for some fresh air. The airport highway was especially crowded, probably due to the number of flights that had landed at that hour. The van stopped constantly and drove for only a few hundred feet. At this point in time, the air in the van had cooled down. Qin Zhi'ai was just about to close the window when she caught a glimpse of a familiar-looking car in the corner of her eye. Qin Zhi'ai's actions suddenly stopped. She stayed fixated for a few seconds, then slowly turned her head to look at the car. The window on her side was not closed, and Gu Yusheng could be seen sitting in the driver's seat with a cigarette in one hand and the other moving the steering wheel. His profile had exceptionally graceful lines, and as the bright sunlight shone through the window onto his skin, it looked flawless and silky. When coupled with the flickering light at his fingertips, the whole picture looked as exquisite as those in the Japanese mangas that Qin Zhi'ai had loved in her youth. Qin Zhi'ai forgot all about closing the window and started staring at Gu Yusheng. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. I Will Treat You Well. 9. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Qin Zhi'ai's minivan and Gu Yusheng's car maintained the same distance, as the road was too congested to move forward. Gu Yusheng seemed to sense Qin Zhi'ai's prolonged stare. He took a glance towards her side of the road as he lit up a cigarette. His eyes didn't reveal too much detail, so she was unsure if he had seen her or was pretending not to have noticed her. To summarize, he merely swept a glance over her, drew the lit cigarette to his lips, lifted his arm, and touched a button on the car door. The car window gradually closed. The privacy protector he had on his car shielded his refined look behind a black-gray screen, shutting down the stare from Qin Zhi'ai. Soon after they passed the airport toll gate, the traffic was clear and unobstructed. Gu Yusheng seemed to be afraid that she would tailgate him, as he picked up his speed, made a few turns, overtaking lanes before he finally merged into the traffic flow and disappeared far ahead. No matter who she was, the girl whom he had forgotten 2 years ago, or the girl who was staying with him under another person's identity 2 years later, nothing was different. Gu Yusheng and Qin Zhi'ai were like two worlds apart. Qin Zhi'ai resumed her staring at the window before she blinked her eyes as if she had never seen Gu Yusheng. She rolled up the car window, resting on the synthetic leather chair with her eyes closed. As the car approached the city, Liang Duku's manager, Zhou Jing, picked up the phone and said, "Yes, okay." She hung up and told the driver, "Head to the Majestic Clubhouse." Qin Zhi'ai opened her eyes, full of questions, and looked up at Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing knew what her question was even before she asked, explaining, "Invitation from Lu Banqing." She paused for a moment. Realizing that Liang Duku wasn't the real Liang Duku, she added on, "One of Liang Duku's affluent friends." Qin Zhi'ai understood that she has been paid to work and therefore, even if it was a function that she was reluctant to attend, she adhered to Zhou Jing's request without any objections. The lunch function at the Majestic Clubhouse was about to begin when Zhou Qing received the call. Thus, the party in the clubroom was in full swing when they got there. In a close to 150 square foot room, the room was so packed with people that there were no spare chairs around the two-yard round tables. The host, Lu Banqing, quickly instructed a waiter to bring along 2 more chairs. Given that a table would be too crowded with another 2 chairs, the waiter placed 1 chair at each table instead. Zhou Jing went for the empty seat closest to her, while Qin Zhi'ai went for the other one. After she sat down, she realized something was amiss. She looked to her right side and realized Gu Yusheng was sitting close to her, holding a cigarette, listening attentively to the person talking beside him. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. I Will Treat You Well. 10. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The private room was so noisy that although Qin Zhi'ai was sitting next to Gu Yusheng, she couldn't clearly hear their conversation. And as for Gu Yusheng, all his attention was on the person he was talking to, so he did not at all notice the extra chair that had appeared beside him. It wasn't until someone recognized Qin Zhi'ai as Liang Duku and ran over to clink glasses with her, shouting out Liang Duku's name, that Gu Yusheng suddenly paused in the act of stubbing out his cigarette in an ashtray. After a few seconds, he slowly turned his head and started looking over Qin Zhi'ai quietly. Aware of Gu Yusheng's eyes on her, Qin Zhi'ai, who had just gotten ready to stand up and clink glasses with others, suddenly became a little stiff. But fortunately, just like when she was leaving the airport, Gu Yusheng's line of sight only stayed on her for a little while. Gu Yusheng didn't strike up any conversation with her, and Qin Zhi'ai, naturally, didn't have the courage to provoke him. He acted as if she didn't exist and continued to chat with the person beside him. Qin Zhi'ai pretended to be calm. She clinked glasses with the person who had come up to her and finished the wine in her glass. As she put down the glass, Qin Zhi'ai stole glances at Gu Yusheng from the corner of her eye. She didn't know if it was just an illusion, but she felt that Gu Yusheng, who had been so relaxed just now, was now acting somewhat cold. The person who was chatting with Gu Yusheng caught her looking, and when Gu Yusheng was getting a new cigarette from his case, he suddenly asked out loud, "Do you know her?" "No." Gu Yusheng's reply was muffled as he was lighting his new cigarette in his mouth. "Well, I thought you knew each other, 'cause she just looked at you." The person added on, probably thinking that Qin Zhi'ai, who was talking to someone else, couldn't hear him. Gu Yusheng smoked on the cigarette, then took it out of his mouth with his fingers. He sneered lightly and with obvious disgust, said, "Can we not talk about things that make people sick?" Qin Zhi'ai had heard everything that the two talked about, and upon hearing Gu Yusheng's last sentence, her fingers trembled for a moment, and wine from her glass splashed onto Gu Yusheng's shirt cuff. "I'm sorry." Qin Zhi'ai hurriedly drew a tissue and reached out to wipe Gu Yusheng's cuff. The tissue was still a great distance away from Gu Yusheng, but like he was faced with a viper, he jerked his hand away, stood up, and kicked his chair away, saying, "Excuse me," to the person beside him and quickly turning to leave the room. Gu Yusheng never came back. Qin Zhi'ai had, of course, seen that Gu Yusheng hadn't come back because she was present. When the dinner was approaching its end, Qin Zhi'ai used her weariness from the long-distance flight as an excuse and left after informing Zhou Jing. Because of what she had drank, Qin Zhi'ai fell asleep in bed immediately after she reached home. When evening came, Qin Zhi'ai was woken up by a phone call from Zhou Jing. "I drank too much. Come and pick me up." Zhou Jing gave her an address in a lisp, then hung up. The address that Zhou Jing had spoken of was a private villa which Qin Zhi'ai had been to once before, so she was familiar with its location and found it with ease. Just as Qin Zhi'ai was getting out of her car, she saw Gu Yusheng through the villa fence. He was leaning on a sycamore tree in the villa courtyard and talking on the phone. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Playing games with me? 1. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Qin Zhi'ai had seen Gu Yusheng unexpectedly 3 times in a row in the span of a single day. The first time, they had been on the road near the airport, and he had wound up his car window as soon as he saw her. The second time, during the lunch function, she had accidentally spilled some wine on his sleeve, and he withdrew from his seat and left the gathering. The first 2 coincidences were sufficient to prove the high level of repugnance he had for her whenever she appeared in front of him. Moreover, he didn't seem to have any patience with her. Thinking of this, Qin Zhi'ai instinctively wanted to crawl back to her car and leave immediately. At this time, Zhou Jing, who had requested the ride, walked out of the villa. She waved her arm frantically as soon as she saw Qin Zhi'ai, who was standing by the car, and yelled boisterously, "Xiaoko, I'm here." Gu Yusheng, who was answering the phone, frowned and tilted his head slightly, casting a glance at the area where Qin Zhi'ai was standing. Even from a far distance, Qin Zhi'ai could still clearly sense him somber as soon as he caught a glimpse of her. Qin Zhi'ai felt her heart sink to the point that she forgot to reply to Zhou Jing. Seeing no acknowledgement from Qin Zhi'ai, Zhou Jing was so impatient that she walked unstably out of the villa. Zhou Jing had had so many drinks that she could hardly stabilize herself. Halfway down the road, she stumbled and fell straight to the ground. Yes, Qin Zhi'ai was afraid of Gu Yusheng, but even so, she didn't hesitate to run to the courtyard where Zhou Jing had fallen. Luckily, Zhou Jing hadn't sustained any serious injuries since she fell onto a grassy patch. Qin Zhi'ai had a hard time making sure Zhou Jing was standing. She didn't dare to look at Gu Yusheng, who was a couple feet away from her. All she could do was to dust the soil off of Zhou Jing, trying to get her to leave the villa. Although Zhou Jing was drunk, she was still quite awake. "Wait, my bag." She pointed at the villa behind her. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhi'ai turned around and walked back to the villa while clutching onto Zhou Jing. The main door was wide open with an extended hall that was decorated like a ballroom. There were all sorts of people inside, and everyone was dancing. Where did you leave your bag? Zhou Jing pointed to the stairs when Qin Zhi'ai asked her. Qin Zhi'ai used all her effort to move Zhou Jing up the stairs. Just when they reached the top of the stairs, Zhou Jing shoved Qin Zhi'ai aside and rushed for the bathroom. Qin Zhi'ai followed quickly behind her. As she caught up with her, Zhou Jing was hugging the toilet seat, puking her guts out. Qin Zhi'ai patted her back to make her feel comfortable. After her stomach had settled, Qin Zhi'ai went back to the hall and got her a bottle of ice-cold mineral water. She went to the washroom, but by then, Zhou Jing wasn't there anymore. Qin Zhi'ai frowned and could only return to the hall again. The hall was crowded, so it took her some time to spot Zhou Jing. Whenever Zhou Jing was drunk, she liked to act crazy. Qin Zhi'ai tried to stop her by pulling her by the arms, but instead, Zhou Jing took her arms and started swaying back and forth. Xiaoko, dance with me, dance with me. Zhou Jing held up her arms and started swaying. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Playing games with me? 2. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Qin Zhi'ai put effort into disengaging her wrist from Zhou Jing's grip, then painfully dragged her out of the dancing crowd. Zhou Jing hadn't had enough fun and refused to leave. However, because she was drunk, she lacked strength and could only stumble behind Qin Zhi'ai. When they were about to step out of the crowd, Zhou Jing was bumped by someone and ran into Qin Zhi'ai's back. Qin Zhi'ai mustered the strength to walk forward, so when Zhou Jing hit her, her whole body accidentally fell forward into a solid embrace. Qin Zhi'ai raised her head subconsciously, and when she had been about to say sorry, Gu Yusheng's cold and handsome face appeared before her eyes. She suddenly choked and couldn't finish her apology. To Qin Zhi'ai, the sight of Gu Yusheng was as harsh as the sword with which he wanted to stab her. Just for a moment, she thought that Gu Yusheng would suddenly cause a scene with her while everyone in the room was present. Qin Zhi'ai was so scared that she suddenly stopped breathing and couldn't move even a bit. Zhou Jing, who was drunk, didn't realize that the atmosphere was stiff at the time. She hiccuped and continued murmuring, "Xiaoko, dance. Dance with me." Qin Zhi'ai regained her consciousness, realizing that her gaze was still on Gu Yusheng's chest, so she took several steps back. As soon as she stepped out of contact with his body, he took a step back like she did. The only difference between them was that she was still standing there, but he had already gone away. After their collision, Qin Zhi'ai became more eager to drag Zhou Jing away. Dragging Zhou Jing, she wasn't able to walk upstairs, so when she happened to pass by Lu Banqing, she let him take care of Zhou Jing for her. She then asked him which room Zhou Jing's handbag was in and quickly ran upstairs. The handbag was located in the room in the farthest west part of the villa on the second floor. The door was half closed. Compared to the bustling downstairs, this place was unusually quiet. Qin Zhi'ai saw through the door gap that no one was there. On the sofa opposite the door were several handbags. She recognized the red Louis Vuitton as Zhou Jing's. After making sure that she had found the right room, she pushed the door open and ran into the room quickly. When she reached the sofa, she realized that someone was sitting on an armchair on the innermost part of the room. It was Gu Yusheng, who she had just bumped into downstairs. It could be called a coincidence if they only met once or twice in one day, but 3 or 4 consecutive encounters made even Qin Zhi'ai feel a sense of fate, not to mention Gu Yusheng. However, she had already come in, so it would be stranger if she turned back. Qin Zhi'ai bit her lip, simply pretending that she hadn't seen him. She rushed to the sofa and grabbed the handbag. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Playing games with me? 3. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Qin Zhi'ai could barely take a step while a call rang out behind her. The phone was picked up swiftly. Qin Zhi'ai couldn't make out who he was talking to or what was the conversation about, but all of a sudden, Gu Yusheng flew into a fiery rage. Without saying anything, he threw the phone he was holding at Qin Zhi'ai. "Liang Duku, what do you really want? When can you stop all of this?" The phone, accompanied by tremendous force, came extremely close to brushing the side of her ear and eventually smashed into the glass cabinet just ahead of her. With a loud smash, the glass shattered into fragments on the floor. The situation that she was worried about had happened. Her legs were like jelly, almost falling down to the ground. She didn't dare turn around except to totter to the door on her shaky legs. Before she could reach the door, her elbow was grasped by Gu Yusheng. With brutal force, she was being pulled abruptly back into the room. Well done. Your skills are getting better, huh? Learn to play games with me, working simultaneously on both sides. Showing yourself in front of me for the whole day wasn't good enough. Now you even. He seemed to be fuming mad, as his chest was heaving up and down, yet his resentment had stopped halfway through. He paused for a few seconds before he grabbed her wrist and dragged her to the washroom. The door was closed and locked behind him. He seemed like he was out of his mind, pouncing on Qin Zhi'ai, ripping her clothes into pieces. Every time they met each other, Gu Yusheng looked pissed, but none of those encounters had been as terrifying as that moment. Gu Yusheng had bloodshot eyes, the veins on his forehead clearly visible. His violent expression looked as though he would skin her alive at any point in time. The pain he gave her was even worse than the previous 2 rounds. Qin Zhi'ai knew he did it on purpose. She tried to use the same method as the previous round, counting, to divert her attention from the pain and humiliation that he was giving her, yet it didn't work this time. There were several times when she almost cried, begging for mercy, but at the very end, she bit her lips and swallowed her cries. Qin Zhi'ai was too stubborn to let them out. Even though the never-ending torture was too hard to bear, she didn't make even the slightest sound. After what felt like a century had passed, Gu Yusheng finally let her go. With a face as white as a sheet, she fled as quickly as possible, squeezing herself in one of the corners in the washroom as though her life had drained away. Unlike the previous times, Gu Yusheng hadn't left the place as soon as he finished his business, nor did he avoid her like he would do when he usually saw her. Her clothes were torn into bits and pieces, whereas the clothes on him were just rumpled and untidy. He leveled his gaze, not looking at any particular thing. He stood not far away from Qin Zhi'ai. Perhaps it was the lighting in the washroom, but his face looked ashen. Time flew past. He looked up and fixed his gaze on Qin Zhi'ai, who had shrunk herself in one corner. With his icy-cold gaze, he spoke unsympathetically, as he always did. If you are not afraid that I will torture you to death treating you the way I did just now, by all means, you can get Grandpa to stay in our house. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Playing games with me? 4. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Gu Yusheng seemed to have nothing else to say, but he suddenly stopped. He was absent-minded for a minute, as if he had fallen into a trance. Then he sneered after coming back to himself. His laugh was very brief, like his previous ones directed at Qin Zhi'ai, but there was something different about it. When he laughed, a hint of desperation and sadness entered his eyes, as if he had no way out of his situation. However, that emotion was overwhelmed by his aloof facial expression. He raised his hand, tidied his clothes up, opened the door, and walked away. As the door closed, Qin Zhi'ai blinked and raised her head, which had been buried between her knees. She was afraid that someone would suddenly enter the bathroom, so she moved her sore body painfully to the door and locked it again. Such a simple action as this had almost exhausted all the strength in her body. She collapsed against the cool door and slowly returned to the ground. Qin Zhi'ai had been sitting there stiffly for a long time when she finally restored a bit of her strength. Her dress was in rags that couldn't cover her entire body. When she had been pulled into the bathroom by Gu Yusheng, Zhou Jing's handbag was left outside, so there was no cell phone around, and she couldn't contact anyone. Unsure if the party downstairs had ended yet, she didn't dare leave, for she was afraid that someone would catch her looking disheveled. Next to the bathtub, there was a small window. Qin Zhi'ai was alone in the bathroom, staring at the sky through the window. She didn't hear any sounds until the night turned into dusk. The servant responsible for cleaning the villa knocked on the door. From what the servant said, Qin Zhi'ai learned that the party had ended and everyone was already gone save for her. Qin Zhi'ai was relieved, then asked the servant to get her a change of clothes. Before leaving, she didn't forget to take the clothes that had been shredded by Gu Yusheng. When she got home, she walked directly upstairs and without having dinner, got in bed after taking a shower. Although she was in bed, she couldn't fall asleep. With her eyes closed, she couldn't help think about what Gu Yusheng had said before leaving. If you are not afraid that I will torture you to death treating you the way I did just now, by all means, you can get Grandpa to stay in our house. Qin Zhi'ai figured out what had happened in mere seconds. When she grabbed Zhou Jing's handbag and was about to walk away, it was Grandpa who had been speaking with Gu Yusheng over the phone. Although she hadn't heard the words directly, she believed Grandpa was telling Gu Yusheng that he was going to live with them in the villa for a period of time. That day, She had splashed wine on his sleeve, bumped into him, and rushed into the room where he stayed alone. He must have thought that she did all these things deliberately. Therefore, Grandpa's phone call undoubtedly made things worse and completely aggravated his temper. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Playing games with me? 5. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The insult from Gu Yusheng was too much for Qin Zhi'ai, and not only was she upset about it, it also meant more trouble for her. Days before, she had fled to the States to avoid him and prevent their situation from worsening. Now, all the coincidences after her return had worked against her, and all her previous efforts were in vain. What if Grandpa really came over to stay for a few days? Qin Zhi'ai couldn't help but massage the center of her forehead. She dared not think any further. No matter what, she would need to think of a way to stay out of this like she had before. Qin Zhi'ai pondered for a moment, removed her quilt, and got out of bed. She hasted to a stack of scripts at her dressing table, carried them over, flipping through and reading every single script on her bed. Qin Zhi'ai studied them for the entire night. Finally, she discovered the perfect script. The team was made up of a top-notch director, scriptwriter, male lead, and investment companies. Most importantly, the film shooting was planned to commence on the day after the next. However, the plan was stalled because the female lead, who was cast in the film, was involved in drug scandal news a few days before. Hence, the shoot might be forced to delay to a later date until a new female lead was found. Might was a possibility, but it was definitely not set in stone, so there was a chance for her. Moreover, the film was getting attention due to the female lead, who was addicted to drugs. If Qin Zhi'ai had proposed to take on the script, Zhou Jing, known for being good with numbers, wouldn't object to it. As long as Qin Zhi'ai could participate in this shooting, the initial date for the film shooting would be able to continue as planned, and she could leave Beijing for a period of time in the name of work. As she thought of it, her eyes were covered in a film of sadness. She had used to dream of getting close to Gu Yusheng when she was in love with him, but she had every chance to be close to him now, and all she could think of were ways to stay away from him. Perhaps they weren't meant for each other, after all. She sank into her thoughts for a moment, before she sent a few messages to Zhou Jing on her phone. Qin Zhi'ai didn't sleep well the whole night. She was awakened by the buzzing sound of her handphone at 7 o'clock. It was a message from Zhou Jing. Just like she thought, Zhou Jing agreed to her proposal. She was always efficient in her work. At 10 o'clock, Zhou Jing signed the contract with the filmmaker. 2 hours later, Qin Zhi'ai went to the Gu mansion, then left for the airport at 2 in the afternoon. After her trip to the States, Qin Zhi'ai stayed in Beijing for a day and a night, and now she was leaving Beijing again to avoid Gu Yusheng. The show Qin Zhi'ai had signed on for took her 2.5 months at the Hungyan World Studio to complete filming. After the crew ended their wrap party, Qin Zhi'ai, Zhou Jing, and the rest of the staff took the afternoon flight back to Beijing at 3. Qin Zhi'ai didn't go home right after she landed. She got dinner outside before asking the driver to send her back to Gu Yusheng's house in the minivan. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Playing games with me? 6. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. When she got home, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. There were no other lights on except the 2 dim lights glowing silently at the yard's gate. Qin Zhi'ai frowned, suddenly realizing that it was Saturday, the housekeeper's day off from work. On normal days, when the housekeeper was in the villa, Qin Zhi'ai was afraid that the housekeeper would suddenly enter the bedroom and find out that she looked different from Liang Duku. Therefore, she always removed her makeup after the housekeeper went to sleep. Today, she was home alone, and she assumed Gu Yusheng wouldn't come back. So Qin Zhi'ai threw her suitcase into the dressing room and went into the bathroom as soon as she made it to the bedroom. She turned on the tap, squeezed some cleansing wash on her hands, and wiped her face. She always wore complex and heavy eye makeup that helped her resemble Liang Duku. She had to wash her face 3 times to completely remove the makeup. Qin Zhi'ai had almost forgotten her own appearance after such a long time disguising herself as Liang Duku. She took out a towel and wiped the water droplets off of her face. Seeing her own face without makeup in the mirror, she was shocked. She was comfortable after a hot bath. In the afternoon, when she had flown back to Beijing from Hangzhou, she had slept on the plane. Therefore, she wasn't sleepy at that moment. She stood at the bedside in the bedroom for a while, then picked up her cell phone and walked towards the balcony. Compared to the cool air indoors, The evening breeze was pleasant and comfortable. Qin Zhi'ai lay on a rattan chair and played with her phone for more than an hour. When she put the phone away and was ready to sleep, a dazzling headlight from the gate of the villa shone on her face. Qin Zhi'ai thought it was a passing automobile, so she didn't pay it any attention and got up from the chair, but she heard the sound of the automobile turning off from downstairs when she had just been about to go into the bedroom. She frowned and turned her head subconsciously, only to see that Gu Yusheng's car was parked in the driveway. Xiao Wang, his driver, was standing beside the back seat and opening the car door. Gu Yusheng, why had he suddenly come back? Staring at the car downstairs, she was stunned. This is the first time that I've seen him come home when I'm awake. Her eyes suddenly opened wide, even if the question was still fresh in her mind. Gu Yusheng, why exactly had he come back? But she had already removed her makeup. What if he saw her later? He would find out her real identity. Despite her pounding heart, she blinked her eyes in panic and rushed back to the bedroom. She first ran to the bathroom, then realized that it was now too late to put on more makeup, so she turned around and rushed towards the door. She had to find a safe place to hide before Gu Yusheng went upstairs. Qin Zhi'ai opened the door to the bedroom, but heard footsteps on the stairs as soon as she entered the hallway. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Playing games with me? 7. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Afraid of being caught by Gu Yusheng, Qin Zhi'ai stopped pacing immediately. Looking right and then left, she decided to hide in the room again. She closed the door, circling the room anxiously, trying to find a place to hide. Mr. Gu, watch your step. The driver, Xiao Wang, could be heard from outside the closed door. No worries, Gu Yusheng calmly said. In contrast to Gu Yusheng's usual quick temper, Qin Zhi'ai, who had always been the composed one, suddenly jumped in fear. She was trying to find a hiding place like an aimless fly. She pulled out a quilt, took a cushion from the sofa, opened the drawer of the dresser. Finally, she realized none of these places would fit her. The footsteps were nearing the door. Oh dear. How? I'm doomed. I'm doomed. Qin Zhi'ai mumbled frantically. The footsteps stopped at the door. The doorknob was turned, and a slight sound could be heard. Lightning seemed to strike through her whole body, all her hair standing on end instantly. She scanned her surroundings once again, and with no other choice, she dove onto the carpet, crawled, and hid under a coffee table. The door was opened and Gu Yusheng, accompanied by Xiao Wang, walked in. Within 10 seconds, Qin Zhi'ai, whose face was sticking close to the floor, saw 4 feet walking towards her. She couldn't even breathe as she stared nervously at the 2 pairs of shoes without blinking. Just as she thought one of them was so close that it would kick her on the forehead, they finally stopped. Qin Zhi'ai heaved a sigh of relief. The pair of feet that was the closest to her lifted its pant legs, showing off a pair of fair-skinned ankles. She recognized them immediately as Gu Yusheng's. He had probably sat down in front of her. Mr. Gu, the housekeeper isn't around today. Are you able to manage on your own? Xiao Wang's polite voice filled the empty room. But only silence answered him, so after some time, he said again, Mr. Gu, I saw on the news yesterday that Miss Liang will end her filming today. She's probably on her way back to Beijing. Do you want me to give her a call and check if she has arrived so that she can come back and... Xiao Wang didn't complete his sentence, and Gu Yusheng, who had remained silent since he entered the room, suddenly spoke in a low and impatient voice. It isn't easy for me to get her out of my sight and have some peaceful time. Why do you have to ask her to come back? Xiao Wang was reprimanded and dared not speak further. Qin Zhi'ai, who was hiding under the coffee table, drew her lips together. Although no one could see her disappointment, she lowered her gaze and concealed the gloom in her eyes. The room was silent once again. Gu Yusheng had probably signaled for Xiao Wang to leave, as he started talking again. Mr. Gu, I'll go first. If you need any assistance, please call me anytime. Gu Yusheng, again, remained silent. After a few seconds, Qin Zhi'ai saw 2 of the shoes move in the other direction and eventually leave. As the door closed with a clicking sound, the entire room was quiet like never before. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Playing games with me? 8. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Qin Zhi'ai was facing Gu Yusheng's shoes. The end table was very low, so she couldn't move at all under it. She stayed stiffly still, staring at Gu Yusheng's shoes. After a long time, when she thought that she might be stuck there until her death, Gu Yusheng's shoes finally moved. He stood up and stumbled towards the bathroom. Qin Zhi'ai saw him bumping into the stool when he passed by her dresser. It seemed that he couldn't feel the pain because he didn't make a sound, but stopped a short distance away for a while, then bypassed the stool and entered the bathroom. The door of the bathroom wasn't closed, but there was the sound of water streaming. Was he going to take a bath? Qin Zhi'ai grasped the precious opportunity and crawled out little by little from under the end table. As soon as she got her head out from underneath the end table, she opened her mouth and gave a sigh of relief. Before the air was inhaled into her lungs, she glanced at Gu Yusheng's shoes stepping out of the bathroom. She was so scared that she immediately shrank back. At the moment Qin Zhi'ai had just returned to her hiding spot, Gu Yusheng made it to the end table. This time, he didn't sit down, but stooped to take something from it, then took 2 steps back and fell down on the bed. There was the sound of tinfoil. Then she heard a sound of lighter being flicked. The bedroom was filled with the heavy smell of cigarettes. The room had become very quiet. Qin Zhi'ai, hidden under the end table, couldn't see what was happening and dared not act rashly. Time passed by bit. As the quiet night passed, Qin Zhi'ai creeped out slowly. She didn't dare come out directly, so she first stretched her head out and glanced at the bed. Gu Yusheng was lying on the bed, his clothes on and eyes closed. He was quiet and not snoring. Qin Zhi'ai wasn't sure if he was asleep, so she stared at him for a while. Seeing that he didn't move, she continued to sneak out. Qin Zhi'ai was afraid that he wasn't asleep and would suddenly open his eyes, so she didn't dare to stand up, but crawled along the bed towards the door. When she had almost reached the door, she heard him making a strange voice behind her. She was terrified and stopped on the floor. Gu Yusheng, is he awake? Qin Zhi'ai didn't dare to look back, and her back soon became wet with cold sweat. Qin Zhi'ai was praying that he wouldn't turn his head towards her. Meanwhile, she was wriggling towards the door like a worm. Finally, she had made it to the door. She sighed slightly, but when she was about to open the door, she heard Gu Yusheng's voice. This time, Gu Yusheng said several words in a row. Hearing them, Qin Zhi'ai almost exploded in anxiety. When she thought she was dead, she finally recognized a word from Gu Yusheng's mouth. Water. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Playing games with me? 9. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Water. Has Gu Yusheng already seen me and is asking me to get him a cup of water? While Qin Zhi'ai was thinking, Gu Yusheng whisper-shouted twice. Water. Water. He might have repeated it again, but the third water was suddenly replaced by the sound of vomiting. Then, the pungent smell of alcohol permeated in the air. Gu Yusheng, is he drunk? Qin Zhi'ai frowned and noticed something was wrong. When he walked towards the bathroom, he ran into the stool, so he was drunk and couldn't see in front of him. Qin Zhi'ai calmed down and turned around. Gu Yusheng had already stopped vomiting. He seemed to be very uncomfortable. His head hung off the edge of the bed and his eyes were closed. He gave a desperate moan every now and then. Qin Zhi'ai wasn't sure how drunk he was, so she called his name. Gu Yusheng. Gu Yusheng gave no response at all, seemingly not hearing her. This time, she finally dared to go back to his bedside, and she found that his face was scarily pale. His eyes were open, but glazed over. Although he stared at her for a while, he still couldn't see her clearly, which meant that he was completely drunk. When he had vomited, he had moved so slowly that the sheets and his black hair had been stained with vomit. Qin Zhi'ai thought that if she was Liang Duku, she would definitely ignore Gu Yusheng to protect her dignity, because he had treated her so badly and indifferently. However, she wasn't Liang Duku. She was Qin Zhi'ai, who hadn't forgotten him for years, ever since they first met. Therefore, seeing him in such a situation, she couldn't just ignore him. Water. Gu Yusheng said the word again. Qin Zhi'ai stopped thinking and immediately ran out of the bedroom without any hesitation or internal struggle, then got a cup of warm water from downstairs. Gu Yusheng was softer drunk than he was awake. When she propped up his body, he didn't resist and sat up with her help. When she held the cup up to his mouth, he immediately opened his mouth and sipped it. After drinking the water, his eyebrows relaxed. As soon as she put him down on the bed, he immediately closed his eyes and fell asleep. She covered him with a quilt, then got a wet towel from the bathroom to wipe the vomit out of his hair first, then the sheet, as well as the floor. After having cleared everything up, Qin Zhi'ai saw the discomfort on his face. Due to the headache caused by consuming so much alcohol, he kept pressing on his temples. Qin Zhi'ai couldn't bear to see him suffer, so she massaged his head by his bedside. What she might have had an effect, since he gradually calmed down and breathed evenly. Qin Zhi'ai didn't stop until Gu Yusheng dropped into a sound sleep. She rubbed her sore wrists, resting her eyes on his closed eyes and relaxed brow. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Playing games with me? 10. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. When Qin Zhi'ai had first met Gu Yusheng years ago, she couldn't figure out how to describe him. Although many years had passed, she still couldn't. She racked her brain, but only found one word: seductive. Beautiful eyebrows, an outstanding nose, slightly thin lips, perfect facial lines. How could Gu Yusheng's face be so eye-catching? Qin Zhi'ai didn't drink, but she felt drunk when she stared at him. Because there was the lingering smell of alcohol, she opened the windows in the room. A strong wind blew the leaves in the courtyard and made them rustle. This wind blew into the house, her long hair and his short hair floating slowly in the air. At this moment, Qin Zhi'ai suddenly remembered a moment from the past. It was during her first year of senior high school that Qin Zhi'ai first met Gu Yusheng. As early as junior high school, Qin Zhi'ai had heard that there was a handsome guy in the senior high school whose appearance and background could be compared to superstars. Because they weren't in the same building, Qin Zhi'ai had only heard about him, never seen him. On the day when senior high school students were enrolled, Qin Zhi'ai dragged her suitcase and looked for the dormitory around the campus. She had to climb many steep steps, which was difficult for her with her heavy suitcase. There were many boys in school uniforms that passed by, but only he offered her a hand and placed the suitcase on the top step. Then he walked into the bathroom nearby, so she didn't have the chance to say thanks. On that day, Qin Zhi'ai didn't know what his name was, but she remembered that his face was even more beautiful than those in the magazines. The second time she met him was on the last day of military training. At that time, she, in an ugly military uniform, was practicing the horse stance in the hot sun, sweat streaming down her face. In the dazzling sunlight, he rode his bike and disappeared from her sight after making a turn at the school building. The third time she saw Gu Yusheng was the second Wednesday after the semester officially started. He was talking on the phone at the door to the cafeteria. After finishing the beverage in his hand, he spun the empty bottle and threw it easily into the garbage can at a distance. This series of simple actions caused the screams and whispers from the girls who passed by. Qin Zhi'ai finally knew from their whispers that his name was Gu Yusheng. Gu Yusheng was his name, so he was the handsome guy in the senior high school. The fourth time she met him was in the Joy Internet Cafe opposite the school. She was sitting right next to a group of his friends while he was playing computer games. His friends were screaming and slamming on their keyboards. However, he was the only one that sat there quietly, tapping on the keyboard quickly, exploding one enemy after another. Later on, she met him for the fifth, sixth, and seventh times. They finally had a connection with each other when her deskmate, Su Wenwan, started dating his roommate, Wu Hao. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. The Old Times of Him and Her 1. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. At that time, Qin Zhi'ai had already finished her first semester in high school and was on winter break. After the spring festival, she received a phone call from Su Wenwan inviting her to skate. When she arrived at the skating rink, she finally learned that apart from Su Wenwan, there were a few of Wu Hao's friends coming. Gu Yusheng was one of them. At the beginning, Qin Zhi'ai didn't know he was there. After being introduced by Wu Hao, she said hello to the boys. When she went to rent skates with Su Wenwan, she finally saw Gu Yusheng leaning against the wall, an unlit cigarette in his mouth. Qin Zhi'ai thought that it was just a coincidence, but Wu Hao suddenly said, "Brother Sheng, this is my girlfriend's friend, Qin Zhi'ai." Hearing what Wu Hao had said, Gu Yusheng didn't hurry to respond. Instead, he lit the cigarette, eyes down, and smoked. He blew out a hazy smoke ring and leaned his head to look at where she stood. The one that Qin Zhi'ai could only stare at secretly on normal school days was suddenly standing in front of her and considering her seriously. Qin Zhi'ai felt her heartbeat race, and her breath suddenly stopped the second his gaze fell on her face. Unlike the other boys, he didn't look at her from head to toe or call her sweetie with a smile. His eyes rested on her for not even a whole second, and he turned around after he nodded slightly. By the time Qin Zhi'ai stopped looking at him, she had already been dragged to the seats by Su Wenwan, a pair of pink skates put in her hands. Su Wenwan talked endlessly about how Wu Hao went to her home and gave her a gift during the spring festival while they changed shoes. Qin Zhi'ai changed her shoes mechanically, for she was still shocked by how Gu Yusheng had looked at her. When she had almost finished changing into the skates, she suddenly interrupted Su Wenwan, asking, "Does Wu Hao know Gu Yusheng?" Oh. Su Wenwan might have been shocked by the sudden change of topic, but she said, "Yeah, they're roommates, and they've known each other since they were little, because they grew up in the same neighborhood." Su Wenyuan was going to say something else, but Wu Hao came over, so she waved at Qin Zhi'ai and went into the skating rink hand in hand with him. When Qin Zhi'ai had put the skates on, she stood up and glanced at where Gu Yusheng was. He hadn't changed into skates, but instead stayed leaning against the wall, smoking. Qin Zhi'ai skated for a while and eventually came back to where she started. She saw him still standing there, a new cigarette the only change in his appearance. When she met back up with Su Wenwan in the rink after 3 hours of skating, she pointed to Gu Yusheng and whispered, "Why didn't he hang out with us? Whenever he acts like that, he must be in a bad mood. You didn't see how none of the other boys dared to talk to him?" Upon hearing Su Wenwan's answer, Qin Zhi'ai finally realized that none of his friends had said a word to him, even though they had passed by him many times that afternoon. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. The Old Times of Him and Her, Too. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Su Wenwan didn't talk much about Gu Yusheng. She remembered something important only after she had already answered Qin Zhi'ai's question. "Are you free tonight?" Wu Hao said that he wanted to invite us all to dinner. "Yeah," Qin Zhi'ai said slowly, and glanced at where Gu Yusheng was. "He'll come to dinner with us if Wu Hao invites us all." In fact, Gu Yusheng had left before they stopped skating, which disappointed Qin Zhi'ai. Because of Gu Yusheng, every time Su Wenwan asked Qin Zhi'ai out, she said yes. It wasn't every time that she could meet Gu Yusheng, but the majority of the times, she could. With more contact with these boys, Qin Zhi'ai gradually discovered that although Gu Yusheng's friends sometimes played jokes on him, they were still very careful of what they said. She later learned that the cigarettes and alcohol he used were a special supply and couldn't be bought in stores. At that time, Qin Zhi'ai finally realized that Gu Yusheng was different from her normal understanding of rich boys. As for what made him different, she couldn't describe it, but she had seen a high-level official get out of his car just to greet him. Qin Zhi'ai always saw the official on the state TV news. It was also at that time that she realized they didn't belong to the same world at all. To her, he was the god. But to him, she couldn't even be compared to a servant. Her love to him was hidden in the bottom of her heart, gradually deepening, until he occupied her whole life. Gu Yusheng never started a conversation with her, while she would get too nervous to talk to him whenever she saw him. But if one really liked someone, one would never be satisfied by just being their friend, because every second they saw them, they wanted to own them. Once, they stayed at an internet cafe the whole night. At midnight, Qin Zhi'ai passed by Gu Yusheng on her way to the bathroom. He leaned on the chair drowsily, watching an American series. The bottle of green tea on his table was empty. He probably didn't notice, so only after he tried to take a drink did he realize that the green tea was already gone. He frowned, tossed the bottle on the table, put his hands behind his head, and continued to stare at the screen. Qin, I never thought she was a considerate person, but she subconsciously went to the front desk after coming out of the bathroom. She obviously wanted to buy a bottle of green tea for Gu Yusheng, but she was afraid that someone would find out her secret, so she counted the number of people and bought everyone a bottle of black tea at the cost of half of her living expenses for a month. With a bottle of green tea, she finally said her very first sentence to Gu Yusheng. "Here you are." Just 3 simple words made her palms sweat. She didn't dare look at him, so she put the green tea on the table as quickly as she could. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. The Old Times of Him and Her, 3. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Seeing the green tea on the table, Gu Yusheng frowned and looked up at her with confused eyes. After about 5 seconds, he seemed to figure something out and picked up the green tea emotionlessly. When Qin thought he had accepted the green tea, she was delighted, but still showed none of her feelings on her face. Gu Yusheng unscrewed the bottle cap, but he didn't drink it, giving it back to her. Qin Zhi'ai was shocked by his actions and didn't know how to respond. At just that moment, Gu Yusheng's phone rang, and he answered after seeing the caller's name. After he hung up the phone, Qin Zhi'ai finally figured out why he did it. He was wearing earphones, so he might have misunderstood what she said. She tried to explain, "I'm not." She didn't even speak a complete sentence, because he suddenly got up, took his coat, and ran out of the internet cafe without a word. He would never know that the girl standing next to him that day was, in fact, going to say, "I'm not asking you to unscrew the bottle cap for me. I just wanted to give it to you." Gu Yusheng's impression on Qin Zhi'ai was that he was the kind of boy who couldn't be more perfect. He was as noble, elegant, fresh, and controlled as the male characters in the Japanese mangas that she read secretly in class. However, Wu Hao said that Gu Yusheng blinded people with his beautiful face and his temperament. He was nowhere close to perfection or innocence. Among his group of friends, he was the most playful, bad-tempered, and impatient. He smoked like a chimney and always said embarrassing things on purpose. Of course, although he had tons of bad habits, girls still described him as unrestrained and attractive instead of bad, just because of his perfect face. Qin Zhi'ai believed her own opinion, not what Wu Hao had told her. Until Su Wenwan's birthday, when everyone was celebrating with her in a private karaoke room, she saw the real Gu Yusheng for the very first time, and finally learned why Wu Hao claimed that he always said cruel things on purpose. That day, Gu Yusheng seemed to be in a very good mood. He responded to anyone who spoke to him. Afterwards, everyone had had lots of fun and was drunk. Someone proposed dancing in a club outside. In the blink of an eye, everyone had left the room except him and her. He leaned on the sofa drowsily, playing with his phone. The faint light of the screen highlighted, but also softened, the lines on his face. After a while, the phone might have run out of battery, since the screen suddenly went dark. He tossed the phone aside, reclined on the sofa with his hands crossed behind his head, and closed his eyes for a rest. Qinja thought that he wouldn't notice her, so she squatted in front of the table, pretended to eat her birthday cake, and peeped at Gu Yusheng from time to time. While she was glancing at Gu Yusheng, he suddenly opened his eyes and yelled at her. "Hey!" Chapter 34. Chapter 34. The Old Times of Him and Her 4. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Qin Zhi'ai couldn't believe that Gu Yusheng was speaking to her, although she was the only other one there. She was so excited that she felt like she was floating in the air, but she still pretended to be confused and replied, "Huh." He stared at her silently, his dark pupils making her heart beat abnormally fast. Qin Zhi'ai clenched the fork in her hand, trying to suppress the lightness of her chest. Then she calmed down and asked, "What's the matter?" Gu Yusheng continued to stare at her silently. When Qin Zhi'ai thought that he would just ignore her, he suddenly smiled. "Well, nothing. Since you've been looking at me, I thought I should say hi to you." He had already noticed that she was looking at him. Qin Zhi'ai's exterior calmness broke down, and her face flushed. Gu Yusheng didn't continue to talk, and the room became silent once again. Only the muted singing floated around them. After several minutes, Gu Yusheng asked, "What is your name?" He didn't remember her name, although they met each other many times. A sense of sadness climbed up into her heart. Qin Zhi'ai. But then, she became happier because she could talk to him, and even added, "You can call me Xiaoai," which means love. Gu Yusheng suddenly laughed, took a slow glance at the big cake that had been half eaten by Qin Zhi'ai alone, and said in a casual tone, "Means love? I may say that it means you love to eat." Qin Zhi'ai knew that he was implying that she was a glutton. She blushed and stared at the piece of cake on her fork, not knowing whether she should put it into her mouth or not. It was probably her stupid, but innocent reaction that really pleased him, as he continued, "You don't like that meaning? What about?" Saying that, he changed posture as if he was thinking hard. He raised his head after a few seconds and stared into her eyes. "What about making love?" The words were embarrassing, which made Qin Zhi'ai's face feel like it was on fire. She was so angry and awkward, but couldn't say a complete sentence, only one word. "You." She threw the fork to the ground and ran out of there. What Wu Hao had told her was right. He was really good at embarrassing others. Gu Yusheng was already in his third year in high school, while Qin Zhi'ai had just entered high school. Su Wenwan's birthday was at the end of April, and the next day was May 1st. Gu Yusheng, Wu Hao, and their friends had entered the last month of preparation for the Gaokao, so they hung out much less than before. Qin Zhi'ai could still remember the crazy night after the Gaokao that year. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. The Old Times of Him and Her 5. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. After the Gaokao, the puppy love between Wu Hao and Su Wenwan soon became a long-distance relationship. Whether for a boy or girl, love was always an important part of young life. Therefore, for Su Wenwan, The separation was an ordeal for their love. Both of them were in a bad mood, and they had a big quarrel after getting drunk. Su Wenwan cried and ran away, with Qin Zhi'ai following her. When they had just walked out of the karaoke place and were about to hail a taxi, Wu Hao came out and pulled Su Wenwan back. Like in a TV show, Su Wenwan struggled for a while, but Wu Hao kissed Su Wenwan hard on the lips, even when they still stood right by everyone else. Then Su Wenwan held his neck with her arms. The boy and girl were kissing each other passionately, right in the street. That was the first time for Qin Zhi'ai to see people kissing in real life. At first, she was shocked, then she removed her eyes and lowered her head when she realized what was happening in front of her. She turned back, but saw Gu Yusheng. He had also followed everyone out and was leaning against a pole near her. He was staring at the ones kissing with a cigarette in his mouth, then commented to Qin Zhi'ai, "Bad kisser." What kind of people would stare at the others kissing and give comments? Qin Zhi'ai blushed. Gu Yusheng was still looking at them, then turned back to Qin Zhi'ai. He looked into her eyes, smiling over a smoke ring, and continued, "What? You don't believe? Do you want to?" Qin Zhi'ai knew the words after that would be "kiss me," but he suddenly stopped with a confusing smile on his face. He stared at her for a while, stubbed out the cigarette, and changed topics. "Let me take you home." That was the first time Qin Zhi'ai sat on Gu Yusheng's bicycle. Even with her on the back seat, he still rode fast, like a blast of wind. When they were having fun in the karaoke room, it had rained outside, so the air at the time was fresh and wet. Sitting behind him, Qin Zhi'ai felt like she was in a dream. When Gu Yusheng stopped, she realized that they had already arrived at the apartment building she lived in. She was about to say thanks, but he rode away as soon as she got off. Qin Zhi'ai realized that she hadn't told him the address, but how did he know? An inexplicable excitement overwhelmed her. Gu Yusheng, did he have feelings for her? That night, with courage that came from nowhere, she suddenly shouted to him, "Gu Yusheng." Gu Yusheng stopped and turned around to look at her. Qin Zhi'ai grasped her clothes tightly, her eyes shifting around, and stammered, Are you free tomorrow? I want to ask you to go see a movie with me." Water. Gu Yusheng's murmuring dragged Qin Zhi'ai back from her memories. Chapter 36. The Old Times of Him and Her, 6. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Water. Gu Yusheng's unclear murmuring dragged Qin Zhi'ai back from her memories. Perhaps because she had recalled the past for a long time, she was stunned for a minute, then realized what Gu Yusheng was murmuring. She quickly got up from the bed, found a cup, rushed downstairs, and poured him a cup of warm water. Gu Yusheng was so drunk that he couldn't drink the water on his own, so Qin Zhi'ai helped him. After that, she tucked him in and stared at him for a while. Then she stood up, walked toward the sofa, and sat down with a pillow in her arms. She took her phone out to check the time. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Once again, she recalled her memories of the two of them alone for more than 2 hours. Yes, once again. Over the years, she couldn't remember how many times she had sunk into her memories, as if she lost her careful control when she was alone and was reminded of him by certain sentences, things, or scenes. Her world was so far away from his that they couldn't meet each other in the middle. Therefore, only through the memory of their old times could she tell herself that the man she loved was in her world once. What she loved was not that period of time in the past, but him during that period. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Qin Zhi'ai walked to his bedside and looked at him. The alcohol was almost digested, so he was in a deep sleep at that moment. He vomited a lot before sleeping, so he'll feel bad when he wakes up with nothing in his stomach. The housekeeper will come in several hours, but it will take him some time to cook breakfast. Gu Yusheng will wake up before breakfast is ready. Thinking this, Qin Zhi'ai gently went downstairs. The housekeeper had stuffed the refrigerator with sufficient ingredients. Qin Zhi'ai picked some vegetables and lean meat, then diced them and put them into a pot. First, she boiled it on high heat, then stewed it on low heat. When she had the porridge ready, it was already dawn. Qin Zhi'ai knew that Gu Yusheng didn't want to see her, and she was also afraid that he would see her face without makeup. So she turned off the stove, put the porridge into a container, and walked to the gate after changing her clothes upstairs. She intended to call the housekeeper, but she saw the housekeeper walking into the yard when she had just left the villa. Qin Zhi'ai turned around quickly, took a mask and a pair of sunglasses out of her handbag, and put them on with her back towards the housekeeper. Then, she turned back to greet the housekeeper. Before Qin Zhi'ai went back, She hadn't told the housekeeper, so the housekeeper hadn't expected to see her. "Miss, you're back." "Yeah." Qin Zhi'ai nodded and told her what she had intended to. "He's home, drunk, still sleeping. I cooked porridge for him, so remember to remind him eat it after he wakes up." Chapter 37. Chapter 37. The Old Times of Him and Her, 7. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Qin Zhi'ai had said he, instead of Gu Yusheng's name, which confused the housekeeper for a second, until the housekeeper realized who he was and responded, "Okay, Mississippi." Because she wore a mask, her voice was a bit unclear. "The hangover will make him feel very bad, and he will definitely suffer from a severe headache. You can make him a cup of tea with honey, and he will feel better after drinking it." "Miss, I'll remember," the housekeeper answered. When she realized that it was still early, she asked, "Miss, it's extremely early. Are you going to work?" In actuality, she had no work to do. She was afraid that Gu Yusheng would get mad at her if he saw her when he woke up. Therefore, she lied to the housekeeper and nodded. "Yes." The housekeeper thought what she said was true. Then, "Miss, do you have anything else to tell me?" After making sure that she had told her everything she wanted to, Qin shook her head gently. She knew that the housekeeper had been working for Gu Yusheng for years and knew him better than she did, and could take better care of him than she could, but after shaking her head, Qin still added worriedly, "Take good care of him. Please rest assured, Mississippi." Qin Zhi'ai lowered her head and said nothing. The housekeeper pointed to the house. "Then, I'll go in." "Okay," Qin Zhi'ai responded. When the housekeeper pulled the door open, she shouted at her again. She knew that the housekeeper had turned back to look at her, but she didn't look back at him. She stared at the blooming jasmine tree in the yard silently for a while and said, "Don't tell him that I came." The housekeeper was shocked and asked without thinking, "Why?" Thanks to the mask and sunglasses on her face, her sadness and disappointment was well hidden. At the time, Qin Zhi'ai tried to keep her tone steady and said indifferently as if she was saying something irrelevant, "Because if he knows, he won't eat it." The housekeeper knew how much Mr. Gu hated her, but was still as shocked as she had been when Qin Zhi'ai had asked her for a contraceptive. She froze and didn't know what to say. Compared to the housekeeper, Qin Zhi'ai remained unemotional and walked away after saying her thanks. Gu Yusheng woke up after a while. The hangover made his head hurt badly. He opened his eyes and tried very hard to get up from the bed. He sat in the bed for a while, then got out and went into the bathroom. A hot bath made Gu Yusheng feel a lot more comfortable. He took out leisure wear from the dressing room and put it on. When he was about to walk out of the bedroom, he suddenly remembered that he had vomited last night when he was very drunk. Gu Yusheng stopped and looked at the bed. The clean sheets and carpet showed no trace of being vomited on. "Am I wrong?" Gu Yusheng frowned slightly, shifted his gaze, opened the door, and went downstairs. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. The Old Times of Him and Her, 8. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. "Mr. Gu, are you awake?" The housekeeper immediately stopped the work at hand when she saw Gu Yusheng walking down the stairs. Gu Yusheng didn't speak, only nodded slightly, and walked towards the dining room. The housekeeper followed and did what Qin Zhi'ai had instructed her after Gu Yusheng sat down. First, she brought him a cup of warm tea with honey, then went into the kitchen and brought a bowl of the porridge cooked by Qin Zhi'ai. Gu Yusheng almost finished the tea and put down the cup. Then he took the porridge in front of him and stirred it with a spoon. He took a spoonful of porridge and put it into his mouth. The porridge had cost Qin Zhi'ai a lot of time to cook, so it was delicious. When Gu Yusheng put the porridge into his mouth, his eyebrows moved slightly. He continued to have a second spoonful. The whole bowl of porridge was soon devoured. The housekeeper, who was standing to the side, saw that he liked it and asked, "Mr. Gu, do you want to have one more bowl of porridge?" Obviously, the porridge was very palatable to Gu Yusheng. He nodded slightly and said unclearly from his throat, "MHM." After drinking the porridge, Gu Yusheng's stomach felt comfortable and he was more pleased. When he had drunk half of the second bowl, he asked unexpectedly, "Where did you learn how to cook this type of porridge?" The housekeeper was shocked by his question. She realized that she had never cooked this kind of porridge before, even though she had been working for him for years. No wonder he had asked. Then she remembered the words Qin Zhi'ai had said to her before she left. The housekeeper was afraid that Gu Yusheng would notice any hesitation and doubt her, so she quickly nodded and lied. "Well, I saw it on TV several days ago and wrote it down. Since it has a mild flavor, and is good for the stomach. MHM. Gu Yusheng responded casually, and continued to take another spoonful of porridge. This time, he swallowed very slowly, as if he was savoring it. When he had it all in his stomach, he suddenly stopped and frowned. The housekeeper thought that Gu Yusheng had discovered something abnormal, so she was fearful. Gu Yusheng didn't say anything, silently staring through the French window at the lawn outside for a long time, until his eyes got sore and he blinked, continued to eat the porridge, and said leisurely, "The taste of it is so familiar. I think I've eaten it before." Gu Yusheng shook his head and said no more about the porridge. After breakfast, the housekeeper handed mouthwash to Gu Yusheng. When Gu Yusheng reached out to take it, a scene flashed through his mind. Last night when he was drunk, someone had handed him a cup of water. He couldn't remember if he couldn't move himself, but that person had helped him sit on the bed and given him water. Later, it seemed that he had had a headache and that person had also massaged his head. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. The Old Times of Him and Her 9. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Were you the only one home last night? Gu Yusheng's sudden question made the housekeeper's fingertips tremble, but she still pretended to be calm. Yes. Did I misremember that? Gu Yusheng frowned again. Mr. Gu, the housekeeper asked when she saw Gu Yusheng didn't react. The call brought Gu Yusheng back. Maybe he had drank so much that he mistook a dream as reality. When he was upstairs, he even thought he had vomited the night before, but he found no trace of vomit at all. Thinking of this, Gu Yusheng took the cup and washed his mouth. He tidied his clothes, but his face suddenly became cold when he was about to leave. Oh, by the way, she should be back soon. Remember to tell her to wait for me in the usual place next Wednesday. That's my grandfather's birthday. He said in a cold tone instead of the casual tone he had used before. A look of annoyance crossed Gu Yusheng's face. He took the phone off the table and left without any hesitation. The Gu family was a notable and distinguished family in Beijing. With an inheritance that was several hundred years old, the Gu family was wealthy and had a lot of connections. Old Master Gu hadn't intended to hold a grand celebration for his birthday, only a family reunion with his family members and close friends. However, that Wednesday, many people who wanted to establish a relationship with the Gu family through this opportunity came without invitation to give valuable gifts. Birthday celebrations should have been joyful, so even if they weren't invited, the Gu family still couldn't drive them away, since they had already made the journey. Before 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there were already many people in the Gu mansion's living room. Gu Yusheng had only told the housekeeper to tell Qin Zhi'ai that he would wait for her in the usual place, but he didn't tell her the exact time. Like the last time grandfather had come back from Shanghai and they went to the Gu mansion for dinner, Qin Zhi'ai went to the hutong very early in the day. Gu Yusheng must have been entangled in something, because he hadn't come, even after Qin Zhi'ai had been waiting there for more than 2 hours. The sun in the summer was hot, and although Qin Zhi'ai had been standing in the shade, she still sweated a lot and got thirsty after a long time. Her phone number had been blocked by Gu Yusheng, so she couldn't call him, even though she didn't know how long she would still have to wait. She hesitated for a moment, then walked to the supermarket across the road and bought a bottle of ice water. When the whole bottle of water was nearly finished, Gu Yusheng's car finally arrived. Qin Zhi'ai threw the empty bottle into the trash can and got in the car with the gift that she had prepared in advance for old Master Gu. They hadn't seen each other for 2 months, but Gu Yusheng remained indifferent and cold as always when he saw her. Qin Zhi'ai knew that Gu Yusheng wouldn't be willing to talk to her, so she didn't say anything to him after she got in the car. Gu Yusheng arrived very late, so when they drove into the yard, there was no room for them to park. Gu Yusheng had to park his car outside on the street. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. The Old Times of Him and Her 10. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Old Master Gu was busy entertaining the bustling guests, so he didn't have any extra energy to worry over Gu Yusheng and Qin Zhi'ai like he had last time. Knowing that, Gu Yusheng got away with only holding his gift for old Master Gu in his hand as soon as he had parked the car and walked toward the yard without waiting for Qin Zhi'ai. When Qin Zhi'ai walked into the villa with her gift, Gu Yusheng had already started talking to old Master Gu. Although there was a certain distance between them and her, and the crowd was noisy, Qin Zhi'ai still could hear their conversation clearly. "Where's Xiaoko? She just met a friend in the yard." Qin Zhi'ai stopped her steps toward old Master Gu and glanced around to find a friend of Liang Duku's to talk to. She didn't greet or give her gift to old Master Gu until Gu Yusheng had walked away from him. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so old Master Gu was very happy and had much to talk about with her. Until another friend came to greet him, Qin Zhi'ai didn't have a chance to walk away. For the first time since Qin Zhi'ai had began disguising herself as Liang Duku, she was very prudent for fear of any flaws or contradictions that could be seen through. Fortunately, she had a good memory, and she was smart enough that she knew who was close with and who didn't get along well with Liang Duku. Besides, she was trained to imitate the way Liang Duku moved and spoke when she was chosen to be her substitute, so she could deal with such occasions easily. She knew who to hug warmly and who to sneer at. After making small talk with the wife of Liang Duku's elder cousin, she saw Liang Duku's mother chatting with several of the wealthy wives. As her daughter, she walked towards her subconsciously. However, when she moved, she saw Liang Duku's cousin, Jiang Qianqian. Qin Zhi'ai had already learned from Zhou Jing that Liang Duku hated Jiang Qianqian the most, although they shared the same blood. Zhou Jing didn't tell her why they hated each other so much, but from what she had told her, Qin Zhi'ai inferred that Liang Duku was the one who had started the fight with Jiang Qianqian, which had ended with Liang Duku losing. With the same story being repeated again and again, it seemed to become a habit of Liang Duku's to look for trouble with Jiang Qianqian, though she knew she couldn't win. Therefore, to make herself seem more like Liang Duku, Qin Zhi'ai pretended to quarrel with Jiang Qianqian each time they met. Honestly speaking, Qin Zhi'ai really couldn't get used to asking for trouble, so as soon as she saw Jiang Qianqian, she turned around and left, pretending that she hadn't seen her. However, someone stopped her when she had only taken several steps. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. The Little Trick Being Seen Through 1. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Sister Ko? The one who shouted was probably not sure if she was Qin Zhi'ai from the back, so her voice was somewhat uncertain and hesitant. Why couldn't she stay away from those she hated to see? Hearing that voice, she got a headache as an instinctive physical reaction. She pretended not to hear her and sped up her pace, trying to escape from this troublesome situation as soon as possible. However, the person who had shouted at her raised her voice and shouted Sister Ko again, leaving her no chance to walk away. Then she had walked towards Qin Zhi'ai, with her high heels clattering more and more loudly with each passing second. Now she couldn't escape. Qin Zhi'ai frowned, then turned around with a smiling face and said, Qianqian. It's really you, Sister Ko? I called your name several times, but you didn't respond. I thought I had the wrong person, Jiang Qianqian said, making an aggrieved face. Qin Zhi'ai had met Jiang Qianqian several times under the identity of Liang Duku, so she knew that she must have wanted to embarrass her with something she knew if she was talking to her directly. She complained mentally that these two sisters had too much time to quarrel with each other, but still squeezed out a smile and said, It's a bit messy and noisy with so many people in the room, so I couldn't hear you. She thought Jiang Qianqian would find issue with that, but this time, she was nice. Well, yes, it's noisy indeed. Saying that, she held Qin Zhi'ai's arm as if she was afraid of her rejection and led her towards the people that she'd just been chatting with. Sister, we haven't seen you for a long time, and we all miss you. Come over and chat with us. When she got closer to them, she finally realized that they were talking about their husbands. My husband went to France a few days ago and bought me a handbag. See, it's ugly. These men have bad taste. A chubby woman standing in front of Qin Zhi'ai pointed at her limited edition handbag and said with a seemingly annoyed face. It was clear that her true purpose was showing it off. I thought only my husband had bad taste, but it turns out that they're all the same. See, my necklace, the diamond's too big. An elderly woman touched the necklace she was wearing and stopped at the sparkling blue diamond deliberately. Immediately afterwards, the woman standing next to Qin Zhi'ai said embarrassedly, They are indeed. My husband buys me gifts every time he goes on a business trip. The shoes I'm wearing now, they were nearly $1 million. But it's a pity that they don't match any of my dresses. I see mine are the same. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. The Little Trick Being Seen Through 2. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. For men, a young and beautiful wife could bring them glory. For women, a loving husband could bring them admiration. These women seemed to talk in a harmonious and enjoyable atmosphere, when in fact, they were just showing off and comparing themselves to each other. Jiang Qianqian hadn't gotten married and didn't even have a boyfriend, but she complimented them like a sweet girl. Sister Sun, Your husband is so good to you. Sister Yang, those shoes are very pretty. Aunt Xia, you look so gorgeous in this dress. Only Qin Zhi'ai stayed silent with a gentle smile. As for Qin Zhi'ai, the man she had loved for years had married another woman and forgotten who she was, so she had nothing to be proud of. As Liang Duku, the man she had married hated her and never regarded her as his wife. He was unwilling to see her, let alone give her gifts. She had nothing to say to them, so she felt a bit awkward and looked around for an excuse to leave. However, Jiang Qianqian, who was holding her arm, suddenly turned her head and whispered, "Sister Ko, I saw you today, on my way here." Qin Zhi'ai was shocked, a bad feeling of foreboding overwhelming her. "I left home at 3 o'clock, and I observed you in the car for a long time." Saying that, Jiang Qianqian smirked. "Sister Ko, it was so hot out there. Why was Brother Sheng so ruthless to make you wait in a sketchy alley for such a long time?" Like she had thought, her awkwardness when she had been waiting for Gu Yusheng had been seen by Jiang Qianqian. It turned out that she was mocking her for being snubbed and treated badly by Gu Yusheng. Her fingertips trembled in anger, but the emotionless look remained on her face. "Besides, my sister, I saw that Brother Sheng said nothing to you after you got in the car, and he didn't wait for you to get out when you arrived here." Jiang Qianqian didn't finish her words, because the chubby woman who had just showed off her handbag suddenly said to her, "Qianqian, what are you whispering about?" "Nothing, nothing important." Jiang Qianqian immediately turned her head and simpered at the women who were looking at them. "You all talk about gifts, so I asked Sister Ko what gifts Brother Sheng had bought her." Since these people had come to celebrate the birthday of Old Master Gu, their purpose was to have a good relationship with the Gu family. Therefore, a simple word from Jiang Qianqian had directed the attention of these wealthy wives to Qin Zhi'ai. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. The Little Trick Being Seen Through 3. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Mrs. Gu looks so beautiful. Mr. Gu must love her very much and give her a lot of luxurious gifts. That's for sure. Mr. Gu's business has been expanding for years. There's no reason for him to give his beloved wife common gifts. "Mrs. Gu, the watch on your wrist must be a customized model. Is it a gift from Mr. Gu?" No. Just before, when they had been talking about their husbands, Qin hadn't known what to say to them. Now, faced with their direct questions, she didn't know how to respond after shaking her head politely. "Was this handbag a gift?" Qin Zhi'ai shook her head again. "Let me guess, the necklace. In my opinion, it must be the earrings. The bracelet." Obviously, these wealthy wives couldn't imagine that Gu Yusheng had never given her any gifts, so they guessed all the things that Qin Zhi'ai was wearing, as if they were playing a guessing game. The more they guessed, the more Qin Zhi'ai was embarrassed. She tried very hard to keep smiling and was about to answer that none of them was, when Jiang Qianqian, who had been standing there silently, suddenly saw Gu Yusheng a short distance away. He was in the middle of making small talk with someone. An idea came to Jiang Qianqian, and she tilted her head and shouted at Qin Zhi'ai with a perky smile, "Brother Sheng must have given Sister Ko a lot of things. She's just embarrassed to say." After saying that, she leaned over to Qin Zhi'ai and whispered in a very low voice that only the two of them could hear, "Sister Ko, I saw Brother Sheng not far away. Do you want me to call him over? If I tell him that you're showing off to everybody here that all the things you wear are gifts from him, what do you think he'll do?" Jiang Qianqian stopped and blinked at Qin Zhi'ai, then turned her head with an unusually bright smile and looked at Gu Yusheng. Qin Zhi'ai had finally learned her real purpose from what she had just said. She wanted to deal with her through Gu Yusheng. Whether Gu Yusheng would believe Jiang Qianqian or not didn't matter, because she was the one that Gu Yusheng hated the most. Only when Old Master Gu was around would he suppress his hatred. But at this moment, Old Master Gu was not in the room. So if Jiang Qianqian really called him to come over, his disgusted face would simply show everyone that he didn't love her at all. These people were clever. Even though she lived under Liang Duku's identity, she didn't want to be made a joke. What was more, if Gu Yusheng really believed what Jiang Qianqian said and the others didn't stand up for her, he would be very angry with her. However, before Jiang Qianqian could shout two words out, Qin Zhi'ai suddenly moaned. Her body trembled, and she bent down with her hands pressing on her stomach. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. The Little Trick Being Seen Through 4. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. "Mrs. Gu, what's wrong?" A tall woman standing next to Qin Zhi'ai reached out and asked her. "My, My stomach hurts. Qin Zhi'ai seemed to be feeling so much pain that her voice trembled, but no one noticed the hint of coldness that flashed in her downcast eyes. If her arm had not been held tightly by Jiang Qianqian, she would have gone at that very moment. In the eyes of the others, they were sisters that cared about each other, but Qin Zhi'ai knew very well that Jiang Qianqian was afraid of her escaping, which would put her scheme to an end, so she deliberately held her intimately. However, just because Jiang Qianqian was holding Qin Zhi'ai's arm, Qin Zhi'ai could increase the angle she bent down at to tilt Jiang Qianqian forward while she pretended the stomachache was worsening. Thus, Jiang Qianqian moved her sights to Gu Yusheng and stopped calling for him. The surrounding people couldn't see what had happened between Qin Zhi'ai and Jiang Qianqian. Everyone had just thought that Jiang Qianqian couldn't stay on her feet when Qin Zhi'ai suddenly bent down, so they didn't care that much and started showing their concern toward Qin Zhi'ai. Why did you suddenly get a stomachache? Mrs. Gu, where do you feel pain? Although Jiang Qianqian was pretty sure of what had just happened, she had to put up with Qin Zhi'ai's little trick. Even when she was angry that Qin Zhi'ai had ruined her scheme and she was the center of attention, she still pretended to be worried and asked anxiously, Sister Ko, where do you feel uncomfortable? Why are you shaking so terribly? Do you have to see a doctor? Right? You see, we were so worried that we forgot. Call an ambulance, quickly. What Jiang Qianqian said randomly reminded someone to call an ambulance, so someone took out her cell phone to dial emergency services. Qin Zhi'ai pretended to be feeling a lot of pain and squeezed out several words to stop the person. No, there's no need. You look so miserable. How can you not need to go to the hospital? Even if you don't want to go to the hospital, we have to call a doctor to see you. I'm fine. Qin Zhi'ai took a deep breath, as if she was suffering a sudden pain in her stomach. After a short pause, she came up with an excuse that even the doctor could do nothing about: menstrual pain. All of the women there were relieved and became less anxious after hearing what she said. Qin Zhi'ai was afraid that Gu Yusheng and his grandfather would be attracted there by the growing group of people, so she immediately said, I'm very sorry for your anxiety caused by my sudden pain. Saying that, Qin Zhi'ai seemed to smile painfully and said goodbye to them. I should rest upstairs. Have fun down here. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. The Little Trick Being Seen Through 5. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Since Qin Zhi'ai was suffering so much, Jiang Qianqian had no reason to force her to stay, even though she was unwilling to let her go. Therefore, she had to figure out a new plan. Sister Ko, are you okay? Do you need me to accompany you upstairs? Although Jiang Qianqian had talked to Gu Yusheng a few times because of Liang Duku, they were still unfamiliar with each other. If Liang Duku wasn't present, she would have no chance to talk to him. Qin Zhi'ai knew that she wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to accompany her upstairs to see if she could bump into Gu Yusheng. If she agreed, then the little trick that she had managed to pull off would be wasted. No, when Qin Zhi'ai was thinking about how to refuse her, she saw Nanny Zhang walking by with a serving tray, so she stopped Nanny Zhang without thinking and smiled gently at Jiang Qianqian. Qianqian, Nanny Zhang will take care of me, so there's no need to bother you. Then she turned around and explained to Nanny Zhang, Nanny Zhang, I feel a bit uncomfortable. Please help me walk upstairs. While saying this, Qin Zhi'ai could see Jiang Qianqian out of the corner of her eye. She could feel the obvious anger in her eyes instead of her earlier bright smile. Qin Zhi'ai didn't care much and walked upstairs in the company of Nanny Zhang, her hands pressing on her stomach. Qin Zhi'ai let Nanny Zhang leave as soon as they walked into Gu Yusheng's and her bedroom in the villa, because menstrual pain was just her cover to avoid a trap set by Jiang Qianqian, and there would be lots of things Nanny Zhang needed to do on grandfather's birthday. Nanny Zhang was very worried about her, asking her several times to make sure that it was just menstrual pain. She closed the door for her and went downstairs. Since she had already pretended to be sick, she had to make it look more real, so she took her shoes off and went to bed. The bed was so soft that she couldn't help stretching out her body on it, although she was extremely tired after having waited for Gu Yusheng in the alley for hours. It was noisy in the yard, so she couldn't fall asleep, only laying with her eyes closed for a short time, then sitting up. She rummaged out a pair of earbuds from her handbag and plugged them into her ears, then played soft music at random to block out the noise. The whole world became quiet, with no noise but beautiful music. She was relieved that at that moment, she no longer needed to maintain the relationships downstairs as Liang Duku, nor see the wealthy wives show off how much their husband loved them or figure out how to protect herself when she got in trouble. She smiled joyfully, although she knew it was temporary. Nanny Zhang was still worried about Qin Zhi'ai after she went downstairs, so she told the servant to make a cup of ginger tea with brown sugar for her. When Nanny Zhang was about to carry the tea upstairs, she ran into old Master Gu, and he asked, "Xiao Zhang, who's upstairs?" "It's Mrs. Gu. She isn't feeling well." "Xiaoko." Old Master Gu frowned, looked around, and pointed to Gu Yusheng, who was talking with someone, saying, "Let him take it upstairs and check if Xiaoko's feeling better." Chapter 46. Chapter 46. The Little Trick Being Seen Through 6. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Nanny Zhang was shocked for a second, then walked toward Gu Yusheng after realizing old Master Gu's intentions. Being ordered by Nanny Zhang, Gu Yusheng looked over at old Master Gu, who was laughing and talking to someone with a cane in his hand, but glancing at him secretly. Obviously, he was observing his reaction. Gu Yusheng noticed, but he remained calm and emotionless. He turned around and stared at the steaming ginger tea in Nanny Zhang's hands for several seconds. Then he directly took the porcelain cup and walked up the stairs with no response to Nanny Zhang. Since Qin Zhi'ai had started to disguise herself as Liang Duku, she had never stayed in the villa overnight, so it was the first time for her to enter the bedroom prepared by old Master Gu for her and Gu Yusheng. Being alone in the room was boring. Qin Zhi'ai was lying on the bed with the earbuds in, looking around the room. This was probably the room where Gu Yusheng had lived in when he was in school, for there were many awards and trophies, including every grade. Almost no photos were displayed in his room. Qin Zhi'ai looked around and finally saw a group photo on the bedside table. It was Gu Yusheng's high school graduation photo. Qin Zhi'ai found Gu Yusheng in the middle of the last row at first sight out of over 40 students in the same uniform. His skin was bright, and the photo was taken outdoors on the playground, so it looked like his skin was glowing. All the students in the photo were smiling towards the camera, but he was staring to his left with an absent-minded look. The look reminded Qin Zhi'ai of his reaction on the night he took her home, and she stammered, Are you free tomorrow? I want to ask you to go see a movie with me." At that time, he was frozen, since he had never expected her to ask anyone out. However, she realized what she had done after saying that, so she blushed and stared at Gu Yusheng like a fool. She remembered clearly that at that moment, he had been staring in one direction absent-mindedly, like he was in the Fonto. The silence between the young boy and girl lasted for a long time, until she recovered and lowered her head shyly. She grabbed her clothes nervously and waited for a while. Seeing that he was still not going to respond, she felt disappointed. Was she being rejected by him? An unspeakable disappointment swept her in an instant. She was about to cry and run into the building, but he blinked after a long time of standing there frozen and said, "What time?" Chapter 47. Chapter 47. The Little Trick Being Seen Through 7. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. She was frozen like she was undergoing acupuncture and had been poked in the right place. After half a minute, she hadn't responded, so Gu Yusheng had turned his head slowly and said, "How about 3 o'clock?" In fact, she hadn't understood the implied meaning of his words, but nodded mechanically when he asked her if she was okay with that. Seeing her nodding, he rode away without saying anything. She stayed downstairs like a sculpture for a while, then finally regained consciousness. How about 3 o'clock? She repeated his words a million times, then laughed. He had accepted her invitation. Did that mean he had special feelings for her? If not, why would he take her home without asking her address? At that moment, she ran back home delightedly, as if the world was hers. Even 2 days before their date, she opened her closet and began to choose which dress she should wear that day. Even after so many years had passed, Qin remembered clearly how happy she was at that time. When she stared at the high school graduation photo of Gu Yusheng on the bedside table and thought of the night when she had held her blankets and laughed in her dreams, she couldn't help but smile. She didn't realize that she reached out her hand to the graduation photo, but suddenly, someone grasped her wrist before her fingertips could reach the edge of the bedside table. Qin Zhi'ai was shocked and moved her eyes from the photo to the hand on her wrist. She frowned, her eyes following the hand to an arm and seeing the indifferent face of Gu Yusheng. She was stunned for a while, but sobered up in an instant when she saw the ginger tea in his hand. Gu Yusheng, Did he come upstairs to see me? When did he come in? Why did I hear nothing at all? With these thoughts flashing through her mind, she suddenly remembered the earbuds in her ears. She had never considered herself absent-minded. At this moment, she wasn't sure if her reactions had been seen by him. If he had seen, he must have known that she was only pretending to be sick. Qin Zhi'ai was frightened and pulled the earbuds out. Since she didn't know when he had come in, she didn't dare say anything. Although she tried very hard to look calm, her trembling fingers revealed her fear and anxiety. The room remained silent for about half a minute. Qin Zhi'ai heard a subtle sound, then opened her eyes and saw him putting the cup on the bedside table. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. The Little Trick Being Seen Through 8. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The reason why he came to see me with a cup of ginger tea must be that Nanny Zhang told grandfather and grandfather told him to come. But if he found out that I lied, he would definitely think that I wanted to stay with him alone through some kind of scheme. Normally, he would be furious by now. Why is he so calm? Qin Zhi'ai frowned. Her head remained downcast, so she couldn't see his expression to guess what he was thinking at that moment. But after a period of hesitation, she plucked herself up and took a quick glance at him. Instead of the fury she had seen before when they were alone, indifference was the only emotion visible on his face. Maybe he walked directly to me after he entered the room, so he didn't notice my reactions or see through my little trick. Yes, that must be the case. I was just being nervous and self-absorbed. Gu Yusheng hates me, and he'd rather not see me at all. How could he stare at me? Thinking of that, Qin Zhi'ai felt relieved. Her fear and anxiety soothed a bit. Gu Yusheng put the ginger tea down on the bedside table, leaving it there without a word. It seemed to her that Gu Yusheng would only come for the sake of grandfather even if she really was sick. But today, why hadn't he just left after he had done what grandfather told him to do? Qin Zhi'ai became nervous again because of Gu Yusheng's abnormal behavior. He hadn't gotten angry or just left. Was it because grandfather also told him to stay with her? Qin Zhi'ai rocked her brain and found that to be the most likely reason. She suppressed her fear and anxiety with a deep breath, then looked up at Gu Yusheng calmly, saying, "Today is Grandpa's birthday. You don't have to stay with me." Before she finished her words, he suddenly bent down, removed the quilt from her vigorously, and picked her up. "You." Qin shouted his name subconsciously, but the last time she had called his name and almost been throttled by him occurred to her, so she changed her words immediately. Mr. Gu." Gu Yusheng just ignored her screams and carried her downstairs emotionlessly. He didn't see old Master Gu downstairs, so he just told Nanny Zhang that he would take Qin Zhi'ai to the hospital. Then he strode out of the room without waiting for Nanny Zhang to respond. When he got to the car, he just put her inside and slammed the door. He got in the car and stepped on the accelerator without fastening his seatbelt, then turned the steering wheel and drove out of the yard quickly. Seeing the neon lights they passed on the road, an inexplicable panic aroused in Qin Zhi'ai's heart. She didn't know if she was being too sensitive, but she could feel that something was wrong with him. She racked her brain but could find no answer. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. The Little Trick Being Seen Through 9. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Maybe she was just oversensitive? Qin Zhi'ai frowned. When she was about to get rid of these random thoughts, her body suddenly slammed forward under a strong force, and immediately afterwards, a sharp rubbing noise sounded between the tires and the pavement. The noise was abnormally ear-piercing in the dark and empty streets. Qin Zhi'ai was shocked by the noise. Then she realized that the car that had just been speeding had suddenly stopped on the street. Why had Gu Yusheng suddenly stopped the car? Qin Zhi'ai tried to calm down, but when she was about to turn her head and look at Gu Yusheng, a strong force caught her shoulder and pulled her body back to the seat violently. She was stunned, and the next second, she heard the sound of a loosening belt. The sound made Qin Zhi'ai feel like something bad was going to happen. After thinking for a few seconds, she realized what was going on at that moment. She felt like a bomb had exploded in her head. It turned out that he hadn't gotten angry in the Gu mansion not because he hadn't seen through her little trick, but because he didn't want to show his anger there even though he did know. When they were in the villa, he was afraid that grandfather would blame him if he lost his temper at her. Therefore, he had taken her out with the excuse of bringing her to the hospital. At this moment, they were far away from the Gu mansion, and there was nobody for him to be afraid of, so he could reveal his real emotions and reactions. No wonder she felt like he had acted strangely. Aware of the situation, Qin Zhi'ai immediately reached out to open the door, trying to get away from Gu Yusheng, but he acted much more quickly than she did. Before she reached the handle, he caught her again and climbed on her with all of his strength. They were in the car. Qin Zhi'ai's fingertips quivered violently. She started struggling like a crazy woman. The space inside the car was not sufficient for her to get away from him, and she couldn't move even a bit when she had exhausted her strength. She didn't like begging for mercy, even when she was mistreated by him. She just used her full strength to struggle, although she never succeeded. But she had never begged him to let her go, because she knew that he was retaliating against her and insulting her. Even if she pleaded for mercy, he wouldn't let her go. Instead of begging for something that he would never do, she was more willing to save her dignity with all her effort. But this time, he was going to. In the car. On the street. Qin Zhi'ai was completely terrified, so she begged him with a trembling voice. Please let me go. Please. I will keep away from you from now on. Please. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. The Little Trick Being Seen Through 10. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Gu Yusheng tightened his grip on her, as if he hadn't heard her begging. The slight smell of tobacco mixed with a faint fragrance on his body was very refreshing. It was the smell that Qin Zhi'ai had been obsessed with, but at this moment, with the smell constantly drilling into her nose, endless fear was the only feeling she recognized. Qin Zhi'ai had already exhausted her strength because she had struggled so hard at first. After he increased his strength, she could barely breathe. She could feel his lips falling on her neck, biting her collarbone. The previous nightmare-like scene suddenly rushed into her brain, and her body trembled subconsciously. She uttered scattered sentences with a quivering voice. I'm begging you. Please don't. My pretending to be sick was not to get your attention. As he had before, he ignored her begging again and tore her dress into 2 pieces with a sharp sound, as if he was determined to torture her to death. After a sudden shake of her body, she struggled to escape out of human instinct, but she was like a fish caught in a net, waiting to die on the shore. There was no way out for her but to watch him torture her body ruthlessly in a car on the street, incapable of resisting. A tide of unspeakable despair and shame engulfed her instantly. Maybe it was due to her feeling aggrieved or shameful, but when tears suddenly leaked from her eyes, she stammered, Please don't, please. I swear, I'll stay away from you. When she got the words out, her tears were like raindrops, falling down one after another. Driven by anger, Gu Yusheng hadn't even noticed her reactions. He squeezed his waist between her legs and lowered his head to bite her lips fiercely, trying to encroach on her body. At the last second, he was still furious and ravaging her body, but he stopped suddenly when he got his lips on hers. She seemed to be sobbing something out, but he couldn't hear it clearly, for her mouth was blocked by his lips. However, he could clearly feel that there was a salty liquid that kept flowing into his mouth. After about half a minute, he suddenly realized what it was. He raised his head and stared at the woman under him. Her face was terribly pale, dripping with tears, and her wet eyelashes quivered violently. She seemed to be frightened and lost in her own world, so she didn't notice that he had already stopped and kept sobbing and muttering with her trembling lips. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Go as far as you can. 1. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Such a scene pricked his eyes like a needle, and he suddenly turned his head to one side, looking out the window. It was quiet in the car, only the subtle sobbing sounds of Qin Zhi'ai drilling into Gu Yusheng's ears and eventually into his heart. With a slight shiver of his fingertips on her waist, he suddenly turned his head toward her and stared at her tearful face for a second, then turned over and got off. Of her, sitting back in the driver's seat. She was still sobbing even though he had already left her body. Gu Yusheng suddenly felt that the atmosphere inside the car was somewhat depressed, so he raised his hand and opened the window. The hot wind in the summer night kept blowing in slowly, which annoyed him even more. He glanced at her rumpled dress in the rearview mirror, but that didn't ease his annoyance. He pressed a switch angrily, and the window was closed again. Then he took a cigarette out from his case, lit it, and started smoking. Through the floating smoke in the air, he saw out of the corner of his eye that her tears were still dropping down. Maybe it was because she had cried for a long time, but her shoulders twitched up and down. She kept murmuring. It was too soft, and he hadn't paid much attention to it, so he still didn't know what she was murmuring about. Gu Yusheng, with the unfinished cigarette between his lips, stared at the closest street lamp for a moment, then slightly moved his head towards Qin Zhi'ai. Let me go, please. Please don't. I will keep myself away from you. I will never badger you. You can do it wherever you want, but not in the street, please. After listening to her murmuring for a while, Gu Yusheng finally heard some of the words. It turned out that she was talking to him. No change of expression showed on his face, but there was a subtle change in his eyes. Was she finally conquered by me? From now on, she'll never play any tricks to bother me, right? It was great that he had finally achieved his goal. Gu Yusheng snuffed out the nearly finished cigarette and put another in his mouth. When he was about to light it with his lighter, he heard the girl next to him stammering out, I swear that I will never badger you, and I promise you that I will keep myself far away from you, as far as I can. A shiver of Gu Yusheng's hand deviated the lighter from the cigarette, and the flame burnt his fingertips. The slight pain made him aware of his blunder. Then he lost his temper suddenly, shouting, Then go. Go as far as you can. His high pitch and angry voice immediately brought Qin Zhi'ai back to herself. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Go as far as you can. 2. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Qin Zhi'ai had been immersed in the humiliation and fear for too long, so she was a bit absent-minded when she suddenly awoke. Being unaware of the situation, she turned her head and looked at Gu Yusheng confusedly. She had cried for a long time. Although the cosmetics she used were waterproof, her makeup was still somewhat ruined by her tears, but her eyes remained as beautiful and attractive as they had been, even becoming brighter after crying, tears still rolling down. She looked gorgeous and a bit innocent. She looked so innocent that the unknown fire in his chest burned even more fiercely. He threw the cigarette at the front windshield abruptly, saying, I said leave. Don't you understand? With his indifferent words, she finally understood the situation. He was actually letting her go and would no longer touch her. Why are you still sitting here? You want me to torture you again? Hearing that, Qin Zhi'ai trembled a bit, as if she was afraid that Gu Yusheng would pounce on her again. So she pushed the door open and jumped out of the car hurriedly. Seeing that she couldn't wait to disappear from his sight, Gu Yusheng gnashed his teeth, saying in a cold voice, Remember what you said to me. Get as far away as you can next time you see me. Don't mess with me if you're just a coward. It could be seen that Qin Zhi'ai froze for a second from behind, but she didn't respond to him, just closed the door and stepped to the roadside as fast as she could. The car shot forward abruptly before she even made it to the sidewalk. In the rearview mirror, Gu Yusheng saw the girl who just got out of the car standing by the roadside, as if she was thinking about something. Her dress had been torn apart by him. There were large areas of skin were exposed on her shoulders, around her chest, and on her back. Gu Yusheng frowned and slammed on the brakes abruptly. He took out a cigarette and put it between his lips, but suddenly spit it out when he was about to light it, then opened the door and got out. He slammed the door shut and strode towards Qin Zhi'ai, who was quite a distance away. As he walked, he raised his hand and unbuttoned his suit. Stopped a few feet away from her, he took off the suit jacket and threw it toward her. Then he turned around and walked back towards the car, leaving with no words. When he had just taken 2 steps, she shouted at him anxiously, Gu Yusheng. He hesitated for a second, but didn't look back. When he was about to walk forward again, a pair of hands pushed his back with a lot of strength. He was pushed forward a few feet without precaution. Gu Yusheng stumbled forward, then heard a huge crashing sound from behind when he had steadied his feet. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. Go as far as you can. 3. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. An extremely bad feeling climbed into Gu Yusheng's heart, so he stiffened a bit and abruptly looked backwards, only to see a blue car in the central area of the street, parking in the place he had just been pushed away from. A person was lying about 2 yards away from the car's front bumper. Not far from the left hand of the person was a suit jacket. He couldn't have been more familiar with that suit jacket, because it was the one that he had just taken off and thrown to Liang Duku. So, is the person lying there Liang Duku? He had thrown the suit jacket to her and turned around. Had she shouted at him because a car was rushing towards him? Thinking hard, Gu Yusheng recalled Liang Duku's shout, Gu Yusheng. Gu Yusheng's body swayed a bit, and he leaned against the streetlight behind him with the dim light shining down on the top of his head, blurring his handsome face. He remained calm, no emotional fluctuation on his face, staring at the suit jacket on the ground without blinking, as still as if he was in a picture. The driver of the car was obviously frightened by the sudden car accident, as he sat in the car for a while, then pushed the door open and got out in a panic. Qin Zhi'ai was lying there, motionlessly. The driver wasn't sure if she was alive. He was very scared as he walked slowly to her. Then he squatted down and reached his hand out to her nose. Before the driver had checked out if there was an airflow coming out of her nose, Qin Zhi'ai, who had been lying on the ground with her eyes closed, opened her eyes gradually. Seeing that she had already woken up, the driver felt relieved, saying, "Miss, are you okay?" Qin Zhi'ai was blank-minded for a while, but when she realized the situation, she moved her head to look around, her facial expression obviously relaxing when she saw Gu Yusheng leaning against the street lamp by the roadside. Then she laid her eyes on the driver, answering, "I am fine." All right. Thank God. What a close call." The more the driver recalled the accident, the more scared he became, so he repeated his words several times. He seemed to have remembered something to do and fished a cell phone out of his pocket hurriedly, saying, "I'll call the ambulance." Immediately, and the police. No need to. Qin Zhi'ai moved her body gently. After making sure that there were no fractures or breaks, she continued, "Just send me directly to the hospital." "Oh, okay." The driver responded dully. Then after a short while, when he completely understood the situation, he hurriedly reached out and helped her up from the ground. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Go as far as you can. 4. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. When Qin Zhi'ai got up, she disturbed Gu Yusheng, who had been standing by the roadside without any reaction, like a statue. His gaze moved slowly from the suit jacket to Qin Zhi'ai. The torn dress on her had become even more ruined after the friction with the asphalt. The bright skin that was exposed was smeared with blood, leaving not a single place intact. Even several streams of blood were flowing down her left calf. Although the driver helped her, she still moved slowly, her left leg limping. Gu Yusheng bent his fingers and then made a fist. Like he was bewitched, he stared at her back and recalled her shout again. Gu Yusheng. Had she already rushed over to me when she shouted my name? When she pushed me away, had she ever imagined that she was putting herself in danger? With these thoughts flashing through his mind, he felt like his chest had been fiercely hit by something, and it twitched abruptly. He stood up straight and rushed forward to grab Qin Zhi'ai's arm. When he got closer, he could see clearly that her face was extremely pale. It was probably the pain produced by the wound that made her lips tremble slightly and numerous beads of sweat appear on her forehead. He tightened his lips, saying nothing, then squatted down quickly, moving the skirt to hold her left leg. His palm was so hot that she shuddered and moved her leg subconsciously. He slightly increased the strength he was using to stop her movements, then looked sideways at her calf. The wound was a little deep, and the flesh, cut open by a small piece of sharp rock, was bleeding endlessly. Gu Yusheng frowned slightly. The next second, he tore a strip of cloth off of his shirt and tied it on the wound to stop the flow of blood. After that, he stood up and picked her up without asking for ideas or expressing his own, then strode to his car, pulled the door open, and put her inside. On the way to the hospital, there were no words between Qin Zhi'ai and Gu Yusheng. Upon arriving at the hospital, Gu Yusheng took Qin Zhi'ai to the Department of Cerebral Surgery first. When they were waiting for the CT scan results, Qin Zhi'ai, after thinking for a while, sent a message to Zhou Jing with her mobile phone, telling her that she had been in a car accident and was in the hospital. After sending the message out, Qin Zhi'ai stared at the phone, pressing her lips together, then raised her head and looked at Gu Yusheng, who was standing not far away, looking out the window. She said, "I've sent a message to Zhou Jing, so she'll arrive in a while. If you have anything else to do, you can just go." Chapter 55. Chapter 55. Go as far as you can. 5. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. In fact, she had been waiting to say that since he had parked the car at the hospital entrance. When they were in the car, with many wounds all over her body, the pain suddenly increased, and she obviously felt herself getting weaker. At that moment, she was afraid that she would suddenly faint in front of him, so she clenched her teeth to stay conscious. However, when they got out of the car, he had picked her up and entered the hospital, leaving no time for her to say anything. Then a series of cumbersome examinations had followed. Until then, she hadn't had a chance to speak. It wasn't because she didn't want his company. She had been dreaming of that for years, but she knew very well how much he hated being with her, for she was living someone else's life. She thought that if he hadn't been the one she saved, He wouldn't have been willing to send her to the hospital, even if she was injured. What was more, just before he sent her to the hospital, he had told her to get as far away as she could if she saw him in the future. Yes, get as far away as she could. Would he regard her saving him as another way to mess with him? She was afraid of his misinterpretations, so it would better to explain clearly. Otherwise, she would always be the one being tortured. Qin Zhi'ai looked downwards, and after a short moment of hesitation, she said softly, "Tonight was just an accident. I didn't mean to bother you by saving you." Gu Yusheng frowned when he heard the first sentence. Is she driving me away? The annoyance that had emerged when she had murmured repeatedly that she would never badger him in the car came out again at this time. He ignored her and took a cigarette out, but when he put it in his mouth and was about to light it, he realized that he was in the hospital, so smoking was forbidden. He became even more upset and took the cigarette out of his mouth. When he was about to put it back into the case, he heard Qin Zhi'ai, who was sitting behind him, say one more time, "Tonight was just an accident. I didn't mean to bother you by saving you." Gu Yusheng's hand, putting the cigarette away, suddenly froze. Gu Yusheng's silence made Qin Zhi'ai unsure if he had heard her, so she bit her lips and repeated again after a short pause. "Besides, I still would have done the same thing if it hadn't been you today." Before she was finished, Gu Yusheng threw the cigarette and the case fiercely into the trash bin nearest him. Smashed would be more accurate word to describe the action. Qin Zhi'ai knew that he was losing his temper again, so she was too scared to say a word. As she had guessed, Gu Yusheng turned his head in the next second and looked at her fiercely, as if he was going to tear her apart, saying, "Since you didn't mean to bother me, then get your hands out of my business." Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Go as far as you can. 6. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. With a deathly pallor appearing on Qin Zhi'ai's face, she clenched her fist involuntarily, making the pain in the wounds extremely sharp, and her body started to tremble uncontrollably. "If you wanted to be my savior, I have no comment, but I'm telling you that I don't care if you saved me." Qin Zhi'ai's body crumbled, as if she would faint at any time. Seeing that out of the corner of his eyes, Gu Yusheng held back the tough words on the tip of his tongue without thinking about it. He realized that he had stopped speaking, creating a long silence. He had a bad temper, and he knew that he never watched his tongue when he got angry at someone, but he had just stopped because of her. If he counted what he did in the car, it would be the second time that he had acted abnormally. Why the heck was he acting like this? When Gu Yusheng became annoyed, he would chain smoke. Out of instinct, he raised his hand to touch the pocket on his chest, only to realize that he had already thrown the cigarette case into the trash bin. He must have been bewitched with the number of things that had gone wrong tonight. Gu Yusheng put his hands on his waist, annoyed, and looked around, then strode away without looking back. He happened to see Zhou Jing stepping out of the elevator. Fortunately, the driver had slammed on the brakes as soon as he saw someone standing in front of him. Although Qin Zhi'ai had crashed down, the wounds she had were just skin deep, with some of them being a bit more severe. The most serious one was on the calf that Gu Yusheng had treated, and it was stitched up in the hospital. It was already 11 o'clock at night when they made it out of the hospital. Zhou Jing drove Qin Zhi'ai back to Gu Yusheng's villa. When the car stopped, Qin Zhi'ai said goodbye and was about to open the door, but Zhou Jing suddenly shouted at her, "Miss Qin." Since Qin Zhi'ai had started disguising herself as Liang Duku to avoid mistakes, Zhou Jing had told all the staff to call Qin Miss Liang or Xiaoko, even in private situations. But this time, she suddenly shouted her real name politely, which stunned Qin Zhi'ai for a short while until she turned her head to look at Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing smiled slightly and said, "It seems that Miss Qin still knows her real identity." Faced with the obvious meaning implied in her words, Qin Zhi'ai pressed her lips together wordlessly. "Miss Qin, although you are Liang Duku in the public's eyes, you are not really her. When Xiaoko comes back, everything you have will be returned to her, so I hope you can keep that in mind. Don't covet things that don't belong to you." After a pause, Zhou Wei, as she was afraid that Qin, "I didn't get it," added, "In my memory, no matter how Xiaoko fought with Gu Yusheng, he never let her get in his car, let alone take her to the hospital." Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Go as far as you can. 7. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Besides, I remember that before Xiaoko left, she told you that all you needed to do was maintain a good relationship with old Master Gu and never mess with Gu Yusheng. Hearing that, Qin Zhi'ai finally understood what she was trying to say. Zhou Jing had seen Gu Yusheng in the hospital today, so she was worried that something had happened between Qin Zhi'ai and him, which might impede Liang Duku acting as Mrs. Gu. You misunderstood. Today is old Master Gu's birthday, and when Gu Yusheng and I were on our way to celebrate with him, we got in a car accident. I saved him. Qin Zhi'ai only told her what she cared about the most. Zhou Jing nodded after a while and turned her head to smile at Qin Zhi'ai, saying, "Okay, I just want to remind you of the promise you made to us. For your loans to be paid every month, you still need to get that money from Xiaoko." Qin Zhi'ai was well aware of the warning in her seemingly gentle words. If she wanted to get money from Liang Duku, she had to keep away from Gu Yusheng. She curved her fingertips and nodded calmly. "I know." After a short pause, Qin Zhi'ai continued, "If there's nothing else, I'll just be off." "Okay, bye." "Bye." Qin Zhi'ai closed the door and walked into the yard of the villa before Zhou Jing had driven away. Completely exhausted by the ups and downs of the night, with wounds all over her, Qin Zhi'ai stepped into the bedroom. Because she wasn't allowed to take a shower, she directly got into bed after taking the pills prescribed by the hospital and immediately fell asleep. The pain increased in the night, so she couldn't sleep well and woke up several times. After midnight, she finally fell asleep again and had a dream about the past days. How did the saying go? The more you expect, the more you will be disappointed. It's true, Qin Zhi'ai thought. The day that Gu Yusheng and Qin Zhi'ai were supposed to see a movie together was on the weekend, the hottest day yet that summer. The prearranged time was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but Qin Zhi'ai set off at 1 o'clock, the hottest time on the hottest day since summer had come. When she arrived at the cinema by bus, it was only 1:45, leaving an hour and 15 minutes before Gu Yusheng would come. She wasn't allowed to enter the cinema without a ticket, but she wasn't sure which movie Gu Yusheng wanted to watch, so she waited in the shade. It was very hot outside, and she sweat a lot, but she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, as time got closer to 3 o'clock, she became even more excited and nervous. When it was only 10 minutes to 3, she blushed, thinking that she would see Gu Yusheng soon. Chapter 58. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. With the time passing by slowly, her expectations and joy gradually turned into anxiety and worry, and eventually into extreme disappointment. At 3 o'clock, he didn't show up, but she thought it was normal to be late. At 3:30, he still hadn't shown up. She thought maybe he was busy with something. At 4 o'clock, he still hadn't shown up. She thought he might have suddenly had to deal with something. Then 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. She continued to wait, although her tears kept falling. Gu Yusheng still hadn't come at 11 o'clock in the evening when the cinema was closed. If only the story had come to a sudden end at that moment. Qin Zhi'ai thought she might forget Gu Yusheng over the years, the boy she had been obsessed with. Or she might recall on one warm afternoon the boy she had been obsessed with when she was young, with the most beautiful face and the most refreshing temperament in the world, or she would be stunned with sorrow if she saw a figure resembling his in the street. Most likely, she would keep him in her heart as an episode of her youth and start a new relationship and a new life. Until many years later, Qin Zhi'ai didn't know that the story hadn't ended, but unfolded at that moment. Gu Yusheng had missed the date, and Qin Zhi'ai messed up her first grade final exam. That period was extremely gloomy for her. Wu Hao hadn't gone to college, so Su Wenwan always hung out with him during summer vacation. Every time they went out, Su Wenwan would invite Qin Zhi'ai, but Qin Zhi'ai would refuse with different excuses because she wasn't ready to see Gu Yusheng. Perhaps because of their forthcoming separation, quarrels occurred often between Su Wenwan and Wu Hao. One day, Su Wenwan cried and went to Qin Zhi'ai's house. Hunger hunted her in the night, so she said that she would turn her sadness into a good meal with Qin Zhi'ai. She dragged Qin Zhi'ai out to a Western restaurant. It was a coincidence that they met one of Wu Hao's neighbors when they had just entered the restaurant and were looking for a table. The neighbor didn't give them the opportunity to say a word and shouted toward the back, "Brother Wu, your girlfriend's here." Su Wenwan turned around to leave, but Wu Hao came out of the back and pulled her back. They reconciled with each other soon after they talked to each other. Su Wenwan dragged Qin Zhi'ai into the back, too. The room was large, and there were nearly 30 people sitting inside. The light in the room was a bit dim, so Qin Zhi'ai couldn't see them clearly. When she had eaten half of the imported steak that Wu Hao had ordered for her and Su Wenwan, she saw that Gu Yusheng was among them. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. Go as far as you can. 9. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. He was sitting on a sofa in the corner, a cigarette in his hand, the flame between his fingers glimmering. Faced with the laughter in the room, he remained emotionless, as if he wasn't in the same world. Qin Zhi'ai held her fork and stabbed the steak with her head down. A quick glance at Gu Yusheng reminded her of the scene of her standing under the scorching sun and waiting for him for over 10 hours. Her eyes became wet, and she was about to cry. He must have been in a very bad mood that day, for he kept smoking in silence, but he didn't raise his head to look at anyone, nor did he know that she had come. When the steak was almost finished, Su Wenwan pointed to Gu Yusheng, whispering to Wu Hao, "Is he in a bad mood again?" Wu Hao had drunk some wine, so he directly answered without thinking, "Brother Sheng must have been beaten by his father again." "Oh? What?" Su Wenwan asked. Qin Zhi'ai tried very hard to listen to the answer. His dad has been like this for years. When he gets home, he beats his mother and him badly. He once hit Brother Sheng on the head with an iron lock. He bled a lot. Wu Hao suddenly stopped halfway through, then lowered his voice, saying, "He doesn't like people saying these things about his family. You'd better pretend you didn't hear that. Otherwise, if he hears us talking about it, he'll get angry." After that, Wu Hao changed the topic. Qin Zhi'ai couldn't help but turn her head to see Gu Yusheng, then increased the strength she used to hold her fork inexplicably hard. The boy she liked looked as noble as a prince and had an enviable background, but she never knew that he had lived through such a traumatic experience. That was the first time that she had felt sorry for him. An episode happened when the get-together had almost ended. The incident was originally caused by Jiang Qianqian and Su Wenwan. Yes, Liang Duku's cousin, Jiang Qianqian, was Wu Hao's classmate and had liked him for 3 years, so she hated Su Wenwan when she became his girlfriend. That day, Jiang Qianqian had come with her brother who was popular in the high school, so she acted like a spoiled child. She was a bit drunk, so when the party had almost ended, she said dirty words to Su Wenwan. "You're such a B***tch. I want to tear your P*****. Guess why?" Qin Zhi'ai was a typical daddy's girl, and she had never said dirty words before, but Su Wenwan was her best friend, so she retorted, "You're the B*****. Jiang Qianqian was totally irritated by Qin Zhi'ai. She pounced on her without saying anything. Thanks to Su Wenwan's quick reaction, she dragged Jiang Qianqian away from Qin Zhi'ai and wrestled her instead. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. Go as far as you can. 10. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Of course, Qin Zhi'ai wouldn't just stand by. She immediately joined the fight to help Su Wenwan. That day, Qin Zhi didn't tie up her long hair, so it was easily grasped by Jiang Qianqian when she fought back. Qin Zhi'ai screamed uncontrollably due to the pain. The boys were drinking and having fun, so they didn't notice what was going on, but they immediately put their glasses down and separated the 3 girls when they heard screaming. Jiang Qianqian was protected by her brother and kept complaining to him. Su Wenwan was restricted by Wu Hao's arms, telling him the whole story. Only Qin Zhi'ai had no one to rely on, so she just stood there wordlessly. Jiang Qianqian and Su Wenwan finished speaking at the same time, so Jiang Qianqian's brother and Wu Hao spoke to each other at the same time, without any hesitation. "Haozi, make your girlfriend apologize to my sister. Lao Jiang, make your sister apologize to my girlfriend." In the next second, Jiang Qianqian's brother and Wu Hao, as if they had rehearsed the conversation before, said at the same time, "No way." This time, they said the same words in the same tone, leaving no room for discussion. They were friends who had always hung out together, so it would be a pity if they became hostile to each other because of that. Someone stood out to settle the dispute. Jiang Qianqian felt resentful about them fighting alone, so when someone said to settle it peacefully, Su Wenwan remained silent, but Jiang Qianqian took a bottle from the table and threw it to the ground, saying, "Don't even think about it." Perhaps because Jiang Qianqian still liked Wu Hao and didn't want to be hated by him, she said something to her brother after being persuaded by the mediator. Then her brother pointed at Qin Zhi'ai, saying, "If she apologizes, it'll be over." Before Qin Zhi'ai could respond, Su Wenwan immediately left Wu Hao's arms and said to Jiang Qianqian angrily, "Don't go too far. Jiang Qianqian, I'm telling you, this is between us, don't get." Before Su Wenwan had finished her words, someone grasped Qin Zhi'ai's wrist and pulled her in front of Qin Zhi'ai, then put a glass in her hand. Qin Zhi'ai, confused by the sudden actions, turned her head and looked at the person who was grasping her wrist. It was Gu Yusheng. He had never said a word or looked up, but had been smoking since she entered the room. With a cigarette in his mouth, he took a bottle of spirits, unscrewed the cap, and poured it into the glass that he had just put into Qin Zhi'ai's hand. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. 8 years of loving him was like a dream. 1. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Gu Yusheng stopped until he had poured a full glass of wine. He put the bottle on the table next to him and looked up at Qin Zhi'ai, asking, "You really want her apology?" Qin Zhi'ai had always taken advantage of her brother's power to bully the others at school, so faced with Gu Yusheng's question, she chinned up and nodded to show her determination. Gu Yusheng nodded back, and the next second he turned his head to Qin Zhi'ai, saying, "Then you apologize to her." With a cigarette in his mouth, his voice was slightly muffled, but it still could be distinguished by all the people in the room. What Gu Yusheng said made Su Wenwan recover from her shock and ask, "Why should Xiaoai have to give an apology? She's not the one who should be blamed for." Because of his fondness for Su Wenwan, Wu Hao also cared for her friends to an extent, so he tried to persuade Gu Yusheng. "Brother Sheng, shut up." Gu Yusheng tilted his head slightly and answered Wu Hao and Su Wenwan in a deep voice, then repeated his words to Qin Zhi'ai. "You apologize to her." When Qin Zhi'ai demanded that she apologize, Qin Zhi'ai felt nothing but anger. Never had she expected that Gu Yusheng would side against her, nor had she thought that he would kick her while she was down. She didn't cry, even when she was pulled by the hair painfully by Qin Zhi'ai, but she did when she heard what Gu Yusheng said. At that time, Gu Yusheng was still very young, but when he repeated his words for the second time, his arrogance and dignity were palpable. Qin Zhi'ai was very upset, but she was also frightened by Gu Yusheng, so she raised her glass shakily. Before she spoke, Gu Yusheng, standing right next to her, suddenly grasped her wrist and pulled it to splash the wine onto Qin Zhi'ai's face. With a sharp scream from Qin Zhi'ai, Qin Zhi'ai was pulled behind Gu Yusheng before she recovered from the sudden noise. She saw Gu Yusheng pick up a chair and slam it on Qin Zhi'ai's brother's head, shouting, "Okay, you want an apology. This is my apology, is it enough?" 1 second, Gu Yusheng was making Qin Zhi'ai apologize, and the next second, he was hitting Qin Zhi'ai's brother for her. He was so inscrutable that everyone in the room was shocked for minutes. When they realized what was happening in front of them, some of them chose to help Qin Zhi'ai's brother, while some chose to help Gu Yusheng. A fight began between the two groups. Chapter 62. Chapter 62. 8 years of loving him was like a dream, 2. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. From the very first time Qin Zhi'ai saw Gu Yusheng, she had a crush on him. But that night, seeing him arrogantly fighting for her, her heartbeat pounded exceptionally fiercely. After a very long time, she realized that the fast heartbeat meant she was screwed. When the fight ended, Gu Yusheng, Wu Hao, and the others were about to leave, but Qin Zhi'ai still stood blankly in the corner where she had been pushed away by Gu Yusheng. Gu Yusheng walked to the door, then back into the restaurant when he saw she was still standing there stiffly. He patted her head and shouted, "Hey, sweetheart, let's go." "He called me sweetheart?" Qin Zhi'ai lowered her head with rosy cheeks and followed Gu Yusheng's steps outside. Outside of the Western restaurant, Gu Yusheng hailed a taxi, and they went to his home together. There was nobody in his villa. Gu Yusheng turned on the lights, found a first aid kit, and threw it to Su Wenwan for Wu Hao's wounds. However, he didn't care about the wounds on his own body at all. He got a cigarette from the tea table, but when he was about to light it, he glanced at Qin Zhi'ai, who was sitting in an armchair seriously. He paused for a second and lit the cigarette quickly, then went into the kitchen and carried out a cup of juice for Qin Zhi'ai. He put the juice in front of Qin Zhi'ai, but before he spoke, he saw a glaring light flashing away outside the curtains. He frowned, raised his head to look outside, then said to Wu Hao fiercely, "How's my father's back? Take them out the back door." Hearing that, Wu Hao stood up hurriedly, grabbed Su Wenwan, and waved at Qin Zhi'ai, then ran toward the back door with quick, experienced movements. When they ran into the backyard, Su Wenwan realized that she had left her handbag in the house, but Wu Hao grasped her wrist tightly and pulled her to run, saying, "Maybe another day? Now isn't the right time. We'll be dead in there." "Dead in there?" The words that Wu Hao said to Su Wenwan in the restaurant ran through Qin Zhi'ai's mind. His dad always beats him and his mother when he gets home, and he beats them very severely. Qin Zhi'ai gradually stopped her footsteps, and after a look back at the splendid villa, she turned around and ran back. The back door hadn't been closed when they left. Qin Zhi'ai walked into the villa quietly, but before she made it into the living room, she heard the sound of someone being hit and a shout from a middle-aged man. "You destroyed my good mood. I'm gonna beat you to death. You are a disaster, just like your mother. UF *** king asshole. Still hiding, huh? I'll kick you to death." Chapter 63. Chapter 63. 8 years of loving him was like a dream. 3. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. There was a bang, followed by the sound of glass shattering onto the floor. Qin Zhi'ai paused for a bit, and the next second, she rushed into the room. She saw a middle-aged man holding a golf club, striding over to Gu Yusheng. Qin, I never thought of herself as a brave girl, but when she saw that scene, she rushed over to Gu Yusheng without thinking and covered him with her own body. Gu Yusheng's body obviously stiffened for a second, then he shouted at her, "Are you deaf, or something? I said go. Why did you come back? Are you sick of being alive?" While reprimanding her, he pulled her into his arms, blocking the golf club swept down by his father with his back. Gu Yusheng was the one beaten by his father, but Qin Zhi'ai was the one who felt enormous pain in her heart. She wanted to squirm out of his arms, but he clasped her arms tightly to prevent her from moving. He said, "My father will beat anyone, no matter who it is, when he gets like this. If you keep struggling, you'll be the next target." He continued, "Can't you just stay still? Don't move." Although he was reproaching her, he still protected her from being hurt even the slightest bit by his father's mad hitting and smashing. Probably because of her, he couldn't escape from his father's violence and suffered a lot of pain. She couldn't help begging his father for mercy, but the more she begged, the more fiercely he hit Gu Yusheng, as if he had gone completely crazy. Finally, she stopped saying anything and started sobbing. "You're just like your mother, bringing home a little b*** **ch even at your age." Gu Yusheng just ignored his father as he hurled abuse at him, but when it came to Qin Zhi'ai, he suddenly retorted, "Shut your dirty mouth. She's not a b******ch." Irritated by his yelling, his father hit him even more fiercely. Strong-willed as he was, he didn't make a sound, although he was in serious pain. At the end, when his father eventually got tired and left, the whole room regained its former calm. The room that had been clean and tidy when she first walked in, at that moment, was messy like it had been robbed. He let go of her wordlessly, fished a cigarette case out of the mess, and left the villa. Since Qin Zhi'ai had never seen such scene, she stayed there stunned for a while. When she suddenly recovered from her fear, she went out with tears in her eyes and looked for Gu Yusheng in the yard. After a long time, she found him lying on the farthest spot of the lawn in the gardens, staring at the stars in the sky with a cigarette in his mouth. He knew that she had come, yet he didn't move or look at her. She stood and stared at him for a long time, then squatted on the lawn, saying gently, "Are you all right?" While she asked, the tears fell down, and then she saw, on the skin under the clothes shattered by his father, bruises everywhere, both new scars and those that were about to fade away. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. 8 years of loving him was like a dream. 4. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Her tears suddenly gushed out like a river with a broken dam, dripping down one after another. "Why are you crying? Were you beaten by my father?" Saying this, he wrinkled his eyebrows. She shook her head, but the tears were still falling down. He looked her up and down with the cigarette in his mouth. Then he became more relaxed when he was sure that she hadn't been beaten, saying, "Don't cry." She was crying for him, but he looked very relaxed, as if he hadn't just been beaten by his father, so she felt even more distressed and cried harder and harder. "Sweetheart, did you want to get my attention just by crying like this?" He made a joke to make her laugh. However, the more he pretended not to care, the more distressed she became, and the harder she cried. "Sweetheart, I'm telling you that I don't know how to ease your emotions, but I know how to take you to bed." Why does he always do that? Every time he talks to me, he never forgets to flirt with me. Qin Zhi'ai blushed, and her tears gradually decreased. "Sweetheart, you still crying? If you keep crying, I will definitely take you to bed, right now." While saying that, He spit out the cigarette and turned over, pretending to pounce on her. She was scared and immediately stood up, then took several steps back instinctively as her sobs eased. He lowered his head and smiled, then lay back on the lawn, took out a cigarette, lit it, looked up at the night sky, and smoked. Recovered from the blushing and fast heartbeats caused by his dirty talk, Qin Zhi'ai looked at him and bit her lips, not knowing if she should leave or not. After a while, she finally asked, "Shall I take you to the hospital?" "No, I'm used to it." He blew out a beautiful smoke ring calmly and responded, "Used to it? Does that mean his father often beats him?" Qin Zhi'ai couldn't help moving her eyes to his exposed skin, and her eyes became wet again when she saw the scars and wounds on it. Gu Yusheng didn't look at her, but he patted the lawn, as if he had already guessed that she was crying again, saying, "Sit here with me for a while, and I'll take you home later." Because she liked him so much, every time she saw him, she would get nervous, her heartbeats would accelerate, and there would be 1,000 words that she wanted to say, but she didn't know where to start. He always kept his words short, so he just smoked in silence. They stayed silent for a very long time, and when she thought it was late enough that she should go home, he suddenly asked, "Sweetheart, do you have a dream?" A dream? As a student in the first grade in high school, she found her dreams to be a bit too far in the future, so she was suddenly at a loss for words, not knowing how to answer. It seemed that Gu Yusheng didn't want her answer, as he lit another cigarette after a while and said, "Sweetheart, do you know my dream?" Qin Zhi'ai would never forget what Gu Yusheng had said to her that night. His indifferent look became extremely soft at that exact moment. The dream he told her was something that she hadn't thought of, one that only existed in novels and television series. His dream was the reason why she had loved him for 8 years, ever since that day. Because of that dream, she no longer had interest in other men. Chapter 65. Chapter 65. 8 years of loving him was like a dream. 5. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Gu Yusheng kept staring at the night sky, but after he directed his question to her, his look became extraordinarily solemn. He continued to say in a particularly clear, low, and powerful voice, "I have a patriotic dream." He brought the cigarette to his mouth, sucked it very slowly, and blew out a smoke ring, then repeated with a very serious look, "A dream to defend every inch of this land with my flesh and blood." After a pause, for he was probably afraid that she could not understand, he changed his explanation. "That is, to safeguard our country with my life." When Gu Yusheng asked Qin Zhi'ai if she knew his dream, various kinds of dreams had flashed through her mind. To study at Harvard, to be a great scientist, or to be the youngest and most promising figure in the business field, but she had never thought that his dream would be to defend every inch of the land with his flesh and blood and to safeguard the country with his life. Perhaps because he had said 3 sentences in a row with no response from Qin Zhi'ai, he turned his head to look at her. When he saw her staring at him in a daze, he was astonished and looked back at her for a long time. He suddenly recovered when the cigarette ash dropped on his face. Then he wiped his face clumsily, moved his eyes away from her, and cleared his throat, saying, "I want to be a soldier on the frontier, to protect our motherland like the soldiers did in the anti-terrorist documentary we watched at school." Qin Zhi'ai had watched the documentary before. Defusing a time bomb in 30 seconds, fighting dauntlessly with armed terrorists, going on patrols where men were chopped up by criminals and died in the hospital. In the documentary, every word the soldiers said before a mission were their last words, because the people that smiled 1 second could die the next at any time during their mission. They really were risking their lives to defend the country. Gu Yusheng told her a lot about this dream. He said that he wanted to protect the motherland from the invasions of other countries. He also said that the peace of the country needed to be paid for. The price was lives, and he was willing to dedicate his life to this land. At that moment, seeing him talking about his dream that seriously, Qin Zhi'ai felt like the blood all over her body was boiling. She had never imagined that such a patriotic dream would exist in the heart of a boy who looked so elegant, always said dirty words, and pretended not to care about his father's domestic violence. Chapter 66. Chapter 66. 8 years of loving him was like a dream. 6. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. That night, Qin Zhi'ai stayed with Gu Yusheng for 2 whole hours. When Gu Yusheng took her home, it was already 12 o'clock at night. That night, To take Qin Zhi'ai home, Gu Yusheng didn't ride his bike like he had the last time, but drove a car out of the garage. At that time, Qin Zhi'ai didn't know much about cars, but still felt like the car he drove looked very cool. Several years later, she finally knew that car was an Audi worth 1,000,000 yuan. Having arrived at Qin Zhi'ai's home, she opened the door and said goodbye to Gu Yusheng, then got out and closed the door. When she had only taken several steps towards the apartment building, Gu Yusheng rolled the window down and shouted at her, "Sweetheart." That night, he had called her sweetheart many times, but every time he said it, she still blushed. She stopped in place and stood with her back to him, too shy to turn around and look at him. She heard him opening the door and getting out, then lighting a cigarette with a lighter, and after half a minute, his voice came from behind her again. "I'm sorry about last time. I couldn't go to the cinema because of some domestic affairs." That night, Qin Zhi'ai had considered asking him why he didn't come that day, but she was afraid that he simply hadn't cared about their so-called date, so every time she was tempted to ask, she just stopped. At this moment, with his sudden explanation, a trace of joy jumped into her heart. "If you're free this Sunday, will you still watch a movie with me?" The same time, before Qin Zhi'ai turned around, Gu Yusheng repeated his words, asking if she had time for a movie at 3:30 on Sunday. The joy in the bottom of Qin Zhi'ai's heart was like a flower, blooming in an instant. She was so happy that she even forgot to respond to him, so he asked again, "Sweetheart, are you free on Sunday?" "Yes." With an instinctive response to him, she realized her battant eagerness and could almost feel Gu Yusheng's fast heartbeat. Blushing as she started walking, she said, "See you on Sunday," to him bashfully, then ran toward the apartment building. But before she could make it too far, Gu Yusheng grasped her wrist and put a scrap of paper into her hand, saying, "My number's on it. Contact me if you need anything." His hand was so hot that she felt like she had been burned and immediately broke away from his hand on her wrist, then nodded and held the paper even more tightly in her hand. He stood there wordlessly. She stood in front of him, looking down, then said, "I have to go." He didn't respond, so after half a minute, she decided to leave. When she had just walked past him, he called her again. "Sweetheart." Chapter 67. Chapter 67. 8 years of loving him was like a dream. 7. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Qin Zhi'ai had stopped, pouting, then turned around, about to angrily ask if he could stop calling her sweetheart. However, before she had asked, he had opened his mouth, saying, "I'm enlisting in the army next Wednesday." Qin Zhi'ai had suddenly frozen in the middle of turning her head. Enlisting in the army. Does he mean he's joining the army? He chose to join the army instead of going to college after he graduated high school? The dream, he told me, wasn't just a dream to be kept in his mind, but a goal to be achieved one day. After quite a long while, when Qin Zhi'ai had recovered from the shock, she had turned her head slowly to see him, and the words that she had previously wanted to say had been squeezed out of her mind by what he had just said. When Qin Zhi'ai had looked at Gu Yusheng, he had just blown out a smoke ring, his face hidden behind the cloud of smoke. She hadn't been able to see his expression clearly, but had only heard his exceedingly calm and beautiful voice, which seemed extraordinarily melodious. "I'll be gone for 5 years, and I won't come back to Beijing for at least 5 years. 5 years? He won't come back to Beijing for 5 years? That means I won't see him for 5 years. Staring at Gu Yusheng, Qin Zhi'ai had grasped her clothes more tightly, but she hadn't dared to breath, for she was afraid that her tears would fall down if she did. Gu Yusheng had tilted his face and gazed at the street lamp not far away for a while. It had seemed he had something else to say to Qin Zhi'ai, but in the end, he had just turned his head back and said, "See you this weekend." Then, he had put out the cigar after a deep inhale, threw it into the trash can, and walked back to the car. When Qin Zhi'ai had recovered from the shock caused by Gu Yusheng's words, that he would be gone for 5 years, Gu Yusheng had already driven out of her sight. For those few days, Qin Zhi'ai had suffered from intermingled happiness and sadness. She had been happy about the date with Gu Yusheng, but sad that he would soon leave Beijing. At that time, Qin Zhi'ai had always felt that Gu Yusheng had special feelings for her, because if not, then why had he known her address? Why had he fought for her when Jiang Qianqian had forced her to apologize? Why had he protected her from his father's violent golf club? Why had he told her his patriotic dreams? Why had he wanted a date with her alone before he left Beijing and even given her his phone number? But that day, she had gone to the cinema early like she had the last time, and he still hadn't shown up. As it had rained heavily, she had walked for over an hour, then found a phone booth. But when she called him, the only response she had received was, "The number you dialed is not in service." She had been unwilling to believe that the number he gave her didn't exist, so she had dialed again and again, even after the number was deeply ingrained in her mind. But the response from the phone remained the same. "The number you dialed is not in service." Chapter 68. Chapter 68. 8 years of loving him was like a dream. 8. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. On that day, she had been extremely upset. She hadn't been able to bear the thought that he had missed a date with her 2 times in a row. She had been so upset that she couldn't accept the truth. She had thought that as long as she kept calling, he would definitely pick up sooner or later. But until the night had fallen and the lights of the city glowed, the number he gave her still remained unreachable. Finally, after having heard the mechanical female voice a million times, she was extremely disillusioned and had squatted down with the phone in her hand, crying desperately. Although it had been in a dream, her crying was exceptionally clear, becoming even more and more clear when finally Qin Zhi'ai was shaken awake by someone. "Miss? Miss?" After a while, Qin Zhi'ai opened her eyes slowly and saw the housekeeper, who was standing by the bed worriedly. Seeing her wake up, the housekeeper took a deep breath. "Miss, you really scared me to death. I noticed you don't usually wake up this late, so I came to see you, but I only saw you crying." Qin Zhi'ai blinked, then raised her hand to wipe her tear-streaked face. It turned out that the clear crying she had just heard was not just in her dream, but also in reality. "Miss, were you crying over painful memories? Why were you so sad?" The housekeeper handed Qin Zhi'ai a cup of warm water. Qin Zhi'ai took the cup and said her thanks to the housekeeper. After she drank half of the water, she answered, "No, just a nightmare." "What nightmare scared you like this?" The housekeeper was still curious. Qin Zhi'ai didn't respond to her this time, instead taking a look at the bright sunshine outside the window, which meant that it was nearly midday. She said, "I'm hungry. Please go downstairs and prepare some food for me. I will come downstairs after I wash." Perceiving that she was unwilling to tell her anymore, the housekeeper didn't continue to ask, but agreed and took the cup out of the bedroom. After the housekeeper left, Qin Zhi'ai lay on the bed in a daze for a while, then rubbed her face, getting out of the bed and walking into the bathroom. She hadn't removed her makeup the night before, and she had also cried, so her face now was like a color palette, a disaster that was unbearable to look at. It took Qin Zhi'ai quite a long while to wash up. After she put on the eye makeup that Liang Duku usually wore in front of the mirror, she stood up and walked downstairs. Down on the first floor, she heard the voice of the housekeeper, so she glanced at her. The housekeeper was speaking on the phone. "Miss Liang? She already woke up and looks fine, but I just went into her room, and she was crying." "About what?" She said she had a nightmare. Before she had completed her words, she suddenly saw Qin Zhi'ai coming down, so she said on the phone, "Mr. Gu, Miss Liang's here. I'll let you talk to her." Saying that, the housekeeper put the receiver in Qin Zhi'ai's hand, giving her no chance to refuse. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. 8 years of loving him was like a dream. 9. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. "Miss, it's Mr. Gu," said the housekeeper. She raised Qin Zhi'ai's hand, which held the receiver, up to her ear. Before Qin Zhi'ai spoke on the phone, Gu Yusheng's cold and indifferent voice sounded. "No need. I didn't call for her. I just wanted you to ask her for me how much the medical expense was yesterday. I'll ask the secretary to send it to her. I don't want to owe her anything in case she continues to use it as an excuse to bother me." Qin Zhi'ai had just been about to greet him, but when she heard what Gu Yusheng was saying to who he thought was the housekeeper, she suddenly choked, not knowing how to respond. With no one responding to him, Gu Yusheng seemed to have realized who was on the phone, so he said even more indifferently, "You must have heard what I just said, so tell the amount to the housekeeper and let her tell me." Then he hung up without hesitation. Qin Zhi'ai held the receiver in a daze and put it down after a while. Seeing her put down the receiver, the housekeeper immediately smiled at her, saying, "Miss, what did Mr. Gu say to you? This is the first time that he called and asked if you were okay. It seems like Mr. Gu also cares about you. Let's just have breakfast." Qin Zhi'ai interrupted the housekeeper emotionlessly, then walked toward the dining room. In fact, when she had gone down to the first floor and heard the housekeeper telling him her situation, she had been almost delighted because, like the housekeeper did, she thought he was worried about her. But no, he had just wanted to pay for her medical treatment and draw a line between them. It was probably because of the dreams about the past that she had dreamed recently, but she kept drifting away and recalling what had happened during breakfast. What had happened after he missed their second date was much simpler than what happened in her dreams. Since he had left, she hadn't seen Gu Yusheng for 4 whole years, so she didn't know where he went or what he was doing. From time to time, she took walks around the Gu mansion, but she had never bumped into him by chance. 4 years later, the reason why she finally saw him was that his parents had passed away. She heard the news from Su Wenwan, who, of course, had been told by Wu Hao. Gu Yusheng's father had killed his mother, then taken his own life with poison. At that time, she had already gone to college and had been attending a meeting in Shanghai. Upon learning that Gu Yusheng was back in Beijing for the funeral, she had immediately left Shanghai overnight to get to Beijing for the very purpose of seeing him. The Gu family was a big household in Beijing, with countless properties and family members, but Qin Zhi'ai had been born to a barren family where no one cared about her, so she hadn't even been able to get into the Gu mansion. She had waited at the gates of the Gu mansion for 3 days and nights, only to see him once from a very long distance. The next time she had seen him was 2 years later. She had gotten the chance to attend an evening charity party with her postgraduate tutor. That day, he had happened to be there, wearing a slim black suit matched with a simple white shirt, the collar straight and the cuffs buttoned, which made him look very elegant and charming. Like at the funeral, since he had been surrounded by many officials and wealthy people, she couldn't get any closer to him until she had gone to the bathroom. When she walked out, she had seen him talking to a man. She had stood in the distance, staring at him greedily, as if she wanted to make up for the past 6 years that she hadn't been able to see him. Then she had walked toward him with courage that came out of nowhere. She had prepared a lot of questions to ask him, such as how everything had been over the years and whether he had a girlfriend, but the question she had been the most eager to ask was, why hadn't he shown up to the date that day in the past? Chapter 70. Chapter 70. 8 years of loving him was like a dream. 10. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. However, when she had stood in front of him without saying a word, he had turned his head calmly and asked the man next to him, "Who is she?" Qin Zhi'ai was shocked, and the words on her lips vanished in an instant. The man standing next to him looked at her doubtfully, then shook his head, answering, "I don't know her, either." Gu Yusheng had lowered his head wordlessly and put the cigar between his fingers into his mouth, inhaling slowly. He had put it out and threw it into the trash can, saying to the man, "Let's just go inside." Then he had walked by her, unruffled. When he had completely disappeared from Qin Zhi'ai's eyes, she had lost control once again like she had just before. She had suddenly turned around and shouted at his back, "Gu Yusheng!" Gu Yusheng and his friends had stopped together, and he had turned around slowly and looked at her with a calm and indifferent expression, as if he had never seen her before. He didn't speak, only stared at her like a stranger, when she exhausted almost all her strength to squeeze the words out of her mouth. "Gu Yusheng, you don't remember me?" He had looked at her for a while, like he was trying very hard to remember if he knew her. After about 1 minute, he had said in a polite and cold tone, "I'm sorry, miss, I really don't think I know you." Then he had lowered his head to show his regret and left without hesitation. His friend had seemed to be very curious. He had looked at Qin Zhi'ai for several seconds, then followed Gu Yusheng, saying, "You don't know her?" "Really? I don't remember," Gu Yusheng had answered. "Right, with your handsome face, you always attract many girls. Maybe she was just trying to flirt with you." "Maybe." His voice was as elegant as always, but the word he said had almost made Qin Zhi'ai cry. Maybe. He had just understood her question as a way for her to flirt with him. For 6 years, the boy she had been looking for and missing hadn't remembered her at all. The one she had waited for had forgotten her already. It seemed that all the blood in her body had frozen all of a sudden, and she had lost all her senses. She had only heard the song played at the party. "My world changes for you bit by bit, day by day, but you never see." Qin Zhi'ai immersed herself in her memory absent-mindedly, so the housekeeper reached out her hand and then moved it in front of her eyes, saying, "Miss? Miss?" Qin Zhi'ai rolled her eyes to prevent herself from crying, then smiled at the housekeeper gently. "Miss, do you still want to eat anything?" "No." Qin Zhi'ai shook her head, put down her chopsticks, and stood up. Then when she remembered what Gu Yusheng had just said on the phone, her fingertips trembled a bit, and she said a number to the housekeeper. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Deep Love and Heartbreaking Fate. 1. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The housekeeper was confused, but before she asked what the number meant, Qin Zhi'ai added, "You call him and tell him." Then she turned around and walked upstairs before the housekeeper could respond. Because Qin Zhi'ai was hurt, she couldn't attend any promotional activities and only rested at home. In the past 2 days, Qin Zhi'ai hadn't slept well at night. 3 or 4 days after the accident, the less severe bruises began to heal, and the pain gradually disappeared. 7 days later, Qin Zhi'ai went to the hospital for an examination, confirming that the wound on her calf had healed very quickly. After the stitches were taken out, a twisted, ugly scar was left on her calf. 7 days ago, on old Master Gu's birthday, she hadn't been able to celebrate with him because of Jiang Qianqian. When Liang Duku had left Beijing, she had told her to ingratiate herself with old Master Gu, so Qin Zhi'ai drove directly to the Gu mansion from the hospital. Qin Zhi'ai didn't tell old Master Gu that she was coming. When she arrived there, it was just 12 o'clock in the afternoon, but they had finished lunch already. Old Master Gu was very happy to see her, so he let her sit down and chat with him and asked the housekeeper to prepare her favorite dishes. Her favorite dishes were actually Liang Duku's favorite dishes. Then he realized that Qin Zhi'ai had gone there alone, so he asked, "Why did you suddenly come here today? Does Yusheng know that you're here?" She hadn't seen Gu Yusheng for several days. How could she know his agenda? During the day she disguised herself as Liang Duku. She improved both her acting skills and her lying skills. Qin Zhi'ai mocked herself in her heart, then lowered her eyes to make her expression more calm and natural. "I just felt bored at home this morning, thinking that I had to leave early on your birthday because I felt sick, so I decided to come over and see you. You're still more considerate than Yusheng." Hearing what Qin Zhi'ai had said, old Master Gu grinned ear to ear, then seemed to remember something and shouted toward the kitchen, "Nanny Zhang, prepare some dishes that Yusheng likes." With Nanny Zhang's confirmation, old Master Gu turned his head and looked at Qin Zhi'ai, saying, "Having your lunch alone will be very boring, but Nanny Zhang will pack it for you. You can take it to the company and eat it with Yusheng." Take lunch to Gu Yusheng? The most annoying thing to Gu Yusheng was that she had shown up in front of him, but grandfather was asking her to take lunch to Gu Yusheng's company and eat with him, which only meant trouble for her. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. Deep Love and Heartbreaking Fate, 2. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. What old Master Gu had said shocked Qin Zhi'ai like a flash of lightning, making her whole body shudder slightly. She didn't have much time to think and immediately said, "It's almost 1. He must have already had lunch." "No, I know his habits at the company very well. He always has lunch after 1, so you'll have enough time to get there if you leave right now." Old Master Gu smiled and said confidently to Qin Zhi'ai. Then he shouted toward the kitchen and made the decision for her. "Xiaozhang, get the lunch packed. Xiaoko will take it to the company." "Grandfather." Qin Zhi'ai still wanted to say something to dissuade old Master Gu, but before she could start, old Master Gu looked at her strangely and said in a doubtful tone, "You always come over, ask Xiaozhang to prepare lunch, then take it to Yusheng. But what's going on today?" Hearing that, Qin Zhi'ai felt like her heart had missed a beat, and she swallowed the words on her lips. It turned out that Liang Duku had done this before, so it was no wonder that old Master Gu had suddenly asked her to take lunch to Gu Yusheng. In fear of being seen through by old Master Gu, Qin Zhi'ai immediately put a bright smile on her face and changed what she had just wanted to say. "No, I just wanted to say, don't forget to pack some pickles. Yusheng likes them very much." Hearing that, old Master Gu's serious face suddenly relaxed, and he asked Nanny Zhang to pack some pickles for her, pointing to the telephone next to the television and saying to the servant, "Call Yusheng and tell him that his wife will bring lunch to him." "Yes, sir." The servant walked toward the telephone. Qin Zhi'ai had promised grandfather, but it didn't mean that she would really take the food to Gu Yusheng. She still hadn't calmed down because of old Master Gu's doubt. Suddenly, her nerves became extremely tense again, and she blurted out without any pause, "Wait." Old Master Gu and the servant all turned back and looked at Qin Zhi'ai with confusion. When Qin Zhi'ai realized her overreaction, her brain went blank for a second, trying to come up with a scheme, and she said, "I want to tell him myself." Then she took her phone out and started to type a short message to Gu Yusheng. Old Master Gu thought she wanted to use this opportunity to talk with Gu Yusheng, so he waved the servant back. Qin Zhi'ai finally felt relieved. She pretended to type a message on her phone, then put it away, but she actually hadn't sent anything at all. Chapter 73. Chapter 73. Deep Love and Heartbreaking Fate. 3. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. After passing by 2 traffic lights, she knew she couldn't still be seen by old Master Gu, but she still tilted her head and looked in the rearview mirror to make sure that she had driven enough distance from the Gu mansion. Then she turned at the next corner and drove in the opposite direction of the Gu company. While in the Gu mansion, she had never considered taking lunch to Gu Yusheng. What she said and did there were just her wanting to spend time with old Master Gu. From the beginning to the end, she had never thought of taking lunch to him. Rather, she hadn't even dared to think about that. In the past, because of the gap in status between them, she couldn't get into his world, doomed to stand out and look at him from a distance. But now, with the identity of a noble lady who could match him in every aspect, she still couldn't get close to him. Probably, so-called deep love and heartbreaking fate was the best description for their story, but she was the only one who had brewed endless love in her heart, and they were fated to be apart. Qin Zhi'ai suppressed the sadness boiling in her heart and parked the car on a roadside that almost no one passed, then took the lunchbox from the passenger seat, opened it, and started to eat alone. Nanny Zhang had prepared lunch for 2, which was impossible for her to finish, but she still tried very hard to eat as much as she could. She didn't stop until there was not much left in the box. She leaned against the driver's seat, raised her hand, and touched her loaded stomach, then put on a pair of sunglasses, took the lunchbox and 2 bottles of mineral water, and got out of the car. First, she poured the leftovers into a trash can by the roadside, washed the box with the water, and dried it with tissues, then got back into the car. After locking the door, she took her phone out and looked at the time. Only 1 hour had passed since she had left the Gu mansion, so she flattened the seat, set an alarm clock, and started her midday nap. The car was parked by the roadside where there were a lot of noises, so she couldn't fall asleep at all. She was just daydreaming with her eyes closed when the alarm went off. That meant that 2.5 hours had passed since she had left the Gu mansion. That was long enough for her to have had lunch with Gu Yusheng and driven back. She could go back to the Gu mansion with the clean lunchbox. Thinking that, she adjusted the seat and started the car. While her car turned right at the corner in the front of the house, a voice could be heard from a car that was parked opposite of where Qin Zhi'ai had just parked, saying, "Mr. Gu." Chapter 74. Chapter 74. Deep Love and Heartbreaking Fate. 4. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Sitting in the back seat, Gu Yusheng paused for a while and moved his eyes from the window to look at Xiaowang, who was sitting in the front, through the rearview mirror. He didn't respond to him, but took a cigarette out, put it into his mouth, and lit it with his lighter. He threw the lighter to the side and rolled down the window on his right side while he was blowing smoke rings outside the car. He couldn't help moving his eyes to the direction he had been looking at before. Nothing was there. The red BMW, which had just been parked there, had already been driven away. He was not the first to see the car, but the driver, Xiaowang. Several days ago, when he had come to see his grandfather, he had left a document there, but it was the material for a meeting that afternoon, so he had asked Xiaowang to drive to the Gu mansion during his lunch break. When he had just entered the villa, his grandfather looked at him in surprising, asking, "Xiaoko sent you a message. Didn't she tell you that she would take lunch to your company? Why did you come back?" Hearing that, he was also very surprised. Then he remembered that he had blocked her phone number, so he couldn't receive her messages, so he put old Master Gu off with a vague excuse, then took the document and left. Since he already knew that Qin Zhi'ai had gone to his company, he asked Xianwang to take a detour in the opposite direction instead of driving directly back to the company. However, when they had driven halfway there, Xiaowang suddenly blurted out, "That's Miss Liang." He raised his eyes instinctively and looked outside. As Xiaowang had said, Liang Duke's car was parked on the opposite side of the road. He had meant to ignore her, but when he was about to set his sights elsewhere, he saw her through her windshield, sitting in her car and eating. At that time, he hadn't thought much of it, and said, "Stop the car." Then he sat in the car, staring at her for more than 2 hours. Grandfather said she had gone to the company to bring me lunch. Why did she eat it alone in her car, and even wash the box? Why did she take a nap in the car after that instead of simply leaving? "Mr. Gu," Xiaowang called Gu Yusheng again. He probably thought that they had been there for too long. Gu Yusheng blinked and stopped overthinking, then put a cigarette into his mouth, inhaled, and glanced back at the spot Qin had just left. She had headed towards the Gu mansion. The lunchbox belonged to the Gu mansion. Was she going to return it? Gu Yusheng dropped the cigarette ash into the ashtray, then looked at Xiao Wang and said indifferently, "Turn around. Back to the Gu mansion." Chapter 75. Chapter 75. Deep Love and Heartbreaking Fate. 5. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Hadn't they just left the Gu mansion? Why would he want to go back again? Xiao Wang started the car and glanced at Gu Yusheng in the rearview mirror. No one would be able to tell what he was thinking from the emotionless look on his handsome face. When they had just entered the yard of the Gu mansion, Xiao Wang saw Liang Duke's car. He was about to exclaim what a coincidence it was, but suddenly, he realized something, so he swallowed the words on his lips. Mr. Gu told me to stop after he saw Miss Liang's car and made me drive back to the Gu mansion after Miss Liang left. He must have guessed Miss Liang would drive back here. But doesn't he always say he hates Miss Liang? The more Xiao Wang speculated, the more confused he became. After having parking the car, he couldn't help looking at Gu Yusheng in the rearview mirror secretly. Gu Yusheng put out his cigarette, signaled for Xiao Wang to wait in the car, then got out alone. Instead of knocking on the door, Gu Yusheng entered the password then pulled the door open, but he stopped after taking one step forward. Yes, he did. Everything Nanny Zhang cooked for him was to his liking. He ate it all up. I meant to stay there longer, but Yusheng had a meeting to attend. If I had stayed there, he would have been distracted, so I came back. Hearing what Liang Duke said in the villa, Gu Yusheng, who had just been wondering why Liang Duke had acted so strangely on the street, now completely understood. She told grandfather that she was going to take lunch to me, but actually, she hadn't even considered that. For the very purpose of making her little lie more believable when she got back to see grandfather, she ate the lunch on the street, washed the box, and even rested in the car for an hour, as if she really had gone to the company and had lunch with me. Liang Duke was not like this before. She knew that I hated to see her, but she seemed to be unaware of that and seized every opportunity to go to the company. But today all of a sudden, Gu Yusheng remembered what had happened 7 days earlier, on his grandfather's birthday. When they were in the car, she had been frightened by his actions, so she had shivered and murmured, "Please don't, please. I swear, I'll stay away from you." Gu Yusheng's eyes gradually glazed over. He hadn't even imagined that what she had done on the street was done to avoid him so as not to disturb him, even without letting his grandfather know. So, as he had asked, she had done what she had promised and stayed away from him. "Grandpa, have you had a break this afternoon? Shall we play chess?" The topic of conversation in the villa changed. Returning from his thoughts, Gu Yusheng didn't walk into the villa, but took several steps backward and closed the door gently, then turned around, went down the stairs, and climbed in the car. Chapter 76. Chapter 76. Deep Love and Heartbreaking Fate. 6. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. When Gu Yusheng opened the door and got in the car, Xiao Wang turned his head and looked at him doubtfully. Mr. Gu arrived at the door, but why did he just stand there for a while and leave? Xiao Wang was very confused, but didn't dare to ask. While Gu Yusheng sat back into his seat, he silently started the car and drove out of the yard, then asked, "Mr. Gu, are we going back to the company?" Immersed in random thoughts, Gu Yusheng didn't respond. Xiao Wang drove directly to the company without asking again. They had traveled about 2 miles. Gu Yusheng mechanically took a cigar out and started smoking. While Xiao Wang was focusing on the road ahead, he observed Gu Yusheng secretly. He felt that Mr. Gu looked different at that moment compared to normal days, but he couldn't tell the difference. When they had almost arrived at the company, Gu Yusheng burst out suddenly, "Drive back home." Ever since Miss Liang moved into his villa, Mr. Gu never went back home except during the 2 months when Miss Liang was away for work. Why does he want to go home today? Xiao Wang was surprised, but when he realized his improper reaction, he responded immediately, "Yes, Mr. Gu." Then he lifted his foot from the brake and drove back home. When the car stopped in the yard and Gu Yusheng walked into the villa, Xiao Wang, while he was backing up the car, abruptly figured out why Gu Yusheng looked different that day. Mr. Gu seemed to be a bit confused when he was smoking in the car. Yes, confused, as if he was pondering over something inexplicable. Qin Zhi'ai didn't have dinner at the Gu mansion, instead choosing to drive back to Gu Yusheng's villa at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Since it was almost rush hour, the road was somewhat congested, so the usual ride home of 40 minutes took Qin Zhi'ai an hour and a half that day. After having parking the car in the garage, Qin Zhi'ai took the elevator and went directly to the second floor. She changed her shoes at the elevator door, then carried her handbag and walked into her bedroom. When she had just pushed the door open, the strong and pungent smell of smoke attacked her even before she stepped in. Qin Zhi'ai frowned slightly, then raised her head to look into the room, as if she realized something. Gu Yusheng was sitting on the sofa and smoking with his legs crossed. In front of him was an ashtray full of cigarette butts. The window was open, the breeze in the summer night blowing in and stirring the curtains. The curtain kept floating around, sometimes sweeping over his shoulders. After standing at the door for a while, Qin Zhi'ai recovered from her shock. Gu Yusheng, why is he home? While she was debating over whether or not to walk in, Gu Yusheng seemed to have heard her movements. He slightly tilted his head and saw her out of the corner of his eye. Chapter 77. Chapter 77. Deep Love and Heartbreaking Fate. 7. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Qin Zhi'ai instinctively froze right at the spot, but after a while, when she moved her lips to greet him, she suddenly remembered his desire to be done with her. He wouldn't appreciate her greeting. She lowered her eyes to cover her sadness, the idea of greeting him completely erased. Qin Zhi'ai didn't enter the room, but stood at the door wordlessly. Gu Yusheng never intended to say anything either. The whole room fell into dead silence. Gradually, Qin Zhi'ai felt like she couldn't bear the nerves anymore. Her palms were already covered with sweat. After a long while, she finally figured out what to say to him, raising her eyes and gritting her teeth. But when she was about to open her mouth, Gu Yusheng, who had long been silent, suddenly waved her over, saying, "Come here." It seemed to be the first time he had spoken to her in such a peaceful tone since she had moved into his villa 3 months ago. Qin Zhi'ai glanced at him in surprise, then averted her eyes again. She remained standing there with her eyes downcast, but after a short while, she stepped slowly into the room. The closer she got to him, the thicker the smoke was, and the more nervous she became. After all, she didn't have the courage to move any closer, so she stopped about 2 feet in front of him. With a cigarette between his lips, Gu Yusheng cast an eye at Qin Zhi'ai and paused for several seconds, then took an envelope out of his pocket and handed it to her. Qin Zhi'ai looked at him in confusion and saw no intention to explain in his eyes, so she reached out and took the envelope. She lowered her head, opened the envelope slightly, and saw a wad of cash in it. Why had he given her money? While Qin Zhi'ai stared at the cash in a daze, the housekeeper came upstairs and knocked on the door, breaking the silence in the room. Miss, dinner is ready." "Okay," Gu Yusheng responded, signaling for the housekeeper to go. He raised his head to look at the girl who was staring at the envelope blankly, then stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and stood up, explaining emotionlessly, "It's for the medical expenses." Then, regardless of whether she had heard him or not, he bypassed her and went down the stairs. "It's for the medical expenses." These words ran through Qin Zhi'ai's mind, and she suddenly remembered what Gu Yusheng had said on the phone the day after the car accident. "I just want you to ask her for me how much the medical expenses were yesterday. I'll ask my secretary to send it to her, but I don't want to owe her anything in case she continues to bother me using that as an excuse." Therefore, the first time that he had taken the initiative to talk to her in a normal tone was only to take care of business with her. However, did he know that night that she hadn't saved him as Liang Duku, but the girl who had been missing him for 8 years even though she had been stood up twice and totally forgotten by him? Chapter 78. Chapter 78. Deep Love and Heartbreaking Fate. 8. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Qin Zhi'ai didn't know how long she had stood there absent-mindedly, but when she recovered, it was already dark outside the window. She threw the envelope in the drawer of the dresser, then turned around and walked downstairs. When she entered the dining room, she didn't expect Gu Yusheng to still be eating at the table. Hearing her coming, Gu Yusheng raised his eyes to look at her, with not even the slightest change showing on his face. As if she didn't exist, he lowered his head and continued to tap on the screen of his phone to check the news over a bowl of soup. "Miss, which do you prefer?" The housekeeper pulled out the chair opposite Gu Yusheng for her. "Noodles like Mr. Gu, or rice?" Since she had moved into his villa 3 months earlier, she hadn't sat at the same table with him except when they had meals together in the Gu mansion. Her steps paused for a second, then she walked toward the table and sat down, saying gently to the housekeeper, "Rice." "Okay, miss." The housekeeper responded and quickly carried over a bowl of rice for her. Qin Zhi'ai said thanks to her in a very low voice, then picked up her chopsticks and started eating with her head slightly down. The dining room was quiet. There was no other sound except the subtle, crisp sound of the chopsticks colliding with the plate. When Qin Zhi'ai had entered the room, there was not much soup left in Gu Yusheng's bowl. He stared at his phone screen for a while and drank the soup up, then put down the bowl, stood up, and left. Perhaps because Qin Zhi'ai had eaten too much at lunch, or because of Gu Yusheng's presence, her appetite was low. She sat at the table alone and forced herself to eat half of the bowl of rice, then put down the chopsticks. She didn't immediately get up. When the housekeeper came in, she whispered, "What is he doing?" She had meant to ask if he was gone, but when the words rose to her throat, she realized how improper she would sound, so she changed her question. "Mr. Gu? He's watching TV in the living room." Upon hearing the housekeeper's answer, Qin Zhi'ai nodded calmly without saying anything, but a sense of anxiety arose in her heart. She remained sitting there for a while, then left the dining room after suppressing her anxiety with much effort. Gu Yusheng was on the sofa, his feet propped up on the ottoman, watching the Olympic Games. The TV was broadcasting a table tennis game at a very low volume, bursting out a blast of applause from time to time. Gu Yusheng was so fascinated by the game that he didn't notice that Qin Zhi'ai had walked out of the dining room. Standing not far away, she stared at him for a while and saw no signs that he would leave. She tilted her head to look at the clock. "It's 9 o'clock in the evening, but he's still here. Is he going to stay at home tonight?" The room where she slept was his bedroom. If he slept at home tonight, did she have to sleep with him in the same bed? Chapter 79. Chapter 79. Deep Love and Heartbreaking Fate. 9. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. In the same room and same bed. With those words flashing through Qin Zhi'ai's mind, she suddenly remembered what Gu Yusheng had done to her in that bed. An indescribable tension and panic swept over her in an instant, and after just a few seconds, a fine layer of sweat had appeared on her palms. Qin Zhi'ai knew the reason why Gu Yusheng had treated her ruthlessly was that his grandfather had forced him to go home. Today, he had come back of his own will, so he might not do anything to her, but she still had no courage to sleep in the same bed as him. However, he wouldn't like to sleep with me, right? Besides, he told me to stay away from him. Although it was an obvious truth, and she had known it for a long time, when she thought of that, her heart still hurt slightly. It was his bedroom. She couldn't drive him away. Qin Zhi'ai looked at her phone for a while with her eyes downcast. When she raised her head to ask the housekeeper for a cup of tea, she saw the housekeeper carrying a plate of fruit out of the kitchen. Before she spoke, the housekeeper smiled at her, saying, "Miss, eat some fruit with Mr. Gu." Qin Zhi'ai shook her head, casted an eye at where Gu Yusheng was sitting, then responded to the housekeeper softly, "No, I still have a script to read, so I have to go upstairs." After a pause, Qin Zhi'ai said what she had been about to say. "Please make a cup of tea and have it sent to the sunroom for me." "Okay, Mississippi." Qin Zhi'ai said nothing, only smiled slightly, then took her phone and walked upstairs. After her figure disappeared from the corner, Gu Yusheng, who had maintained the posture of propping his feet up onto the sofa, not moving even a bit, took a glance at the corner with no change of emotion on his face. He moved his eyes back after half of a minute, took out a cigarette from the case on the end table, lit it, and continued to watch television. At about 11 o'clock, Gu Yusheng turned off the TV and went up to the second floor after drinking a cup of warm water in the dining room. As he pushed the door to the bedroom open, he turned his head and glanced at the glass sunroom at the end of the corridor. The chandelier was on, glowing brightly. The girl was sitting on a wicker chair and reading the script in her hand carefully. The plants around her grew green and fresh, a few pots of gardenia and jasmine blossoming. After about 10 seconds, Gu Yusheng removed his gaze from her, and his hand that had paused holding the doorknob pushed the door open so he could enter the room. When he got out of the bathroom after a warm and comfortable bath, he was still the only one in the bedroom. Gu Yusheng glanced outside of the window. All the lights around were off except the one glowing silently in the sunroom. Chapter 80. Chapter 80. Deep Love and Heartbreaking Fate. 10. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Gu Yusheng habitually took out a cigarette and lit it, then stood on the balcony, staring at the faint glow spreading out of the sunroom and inhaling slowly. After he finished the cigarette, There was no sign that the light in the sunroom would be turned off anytime soon. Gu Yusheng, with his hands on the railing, moved his gaze from the dusky night and went into the bedroom emotionlessly, then got in bed and turned the light off. Day had already broken when Gu Yusheng woke up. He took the phone and half squinted to see the time. It was 7:30 in the morning. He noticed that he was still alone in the bed as he removed the quilt and climbed out of bed. Gu Yusheng didn't stay in bed any longer, instead frowning and walking directly into the bathroom. After washing, Gu Yusheng picked a black suit and put it on, then put on a necktie while walking towards the bedroom door. He pulled the door open and took a step out, then heard the housekeeper saying in a surprised tone at the end of the corridor, "Miss? Why are sleeping here?" Gu Yusheng paused and stared in the direction of the voice. The girl, who had been reciting her script on the wicker chair, was awakened by the housekeeper. She seemed to be in a daze and smiled at the housekeeper after a while, responding gently, "I practiced my script for a long time last night and just fell asleep here by accident." "You have no blanket on you to prevent the cold," the housekeeper said worriedly, then suddenly added astonishedly, "Miss, look at the mosquito bites all over you, even on your face. I'll go get some medicine for you." "It doesn't matter." The girl stopped the housekeeper, the expression on her face showing a sense of discomfort. After a while, she asked, "Where's Mr. Gu? Is he awake?" "Yes, he's already woken up. When I came over just now, I saw no one in the bed. Maybe he's washing in the bathroom." After a short pause, the housekeeper added, "Breakfast is ready. Miss, are you going to have it right now?" "No, I still have some unfinished parts. I memorize better in the morning. I'll go downstairs after I finish. You just go and serve Mr. Gu." Gu Yusheng moved his gaze back before Qin Zhi'ai had finished her words. He continued to tighten his necktie while walking down the stairs, as if nothing had happened, but a touch of coldness emerged in his beautiful eyes, making him look more arrogant and indifferent. When Gu Yusheng had walked halfway down, the housekeeper ran down from the second floor, but stopped at the sight of him and greeted him, "Good morning, Mr. Gu." Gu Yusheng continued to walk downstairs as if he hadn't heard the housekeeper. Being accustomed to his attitude, the housekeeper continued to ask, "Mr. Gu, breakfast is ready. Do you want to have it now?" Chapter 81. Chapter 81. Better die to save everyone's trouble. 1. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Gu Yusheng tried a couple of times to put his tie on, but failed to do so. When he heard what the housekeeper said, he suddenly remembered what she had said in the sunroom. His hand shook, which messed up the tie that had almost been done properly. The housekeeper stood behind Gu Yusheng so he couldn't see his face. Hearing no response from Gu Yusheng, the housekeeper asked, "Mr. Gu, do you want to wait for a second? Once Miss finishes memorizing her lines, she'll be able to eat with you." Before the housekeeper had finished speaking, Gu Yusheng suddenly pulled his tie off and threw it hard at the stairs. He roared in anger, "No one needs to eat. Who said I would eat with her?" The housekeeper was so scared that he immediately shut his mouth, not even attempting to breathe. "Do not let her appear at the table whenever I eat. She is annoying. Do not talk about her in front of me, either. Anything related to her is annoying." Gu Yusheng turned around and gave the housekeeper a dirty look, scaring the housekeeper and making him shudder a bit. Gu Yusheng stomped to the foyer with a gloomy face. He changed his shoes, opened the door furiously, and walked out of the door without saying anything. He closed the door so hard that it made a loud banging sound that shook the window with a rattling sound. Qin Zhi'ai, still in the sunroom, had heard everything Gu Yusheng had said. Her hand grasped her script harder. She didn't look well, since she hadn't slept well on the wicker chair last night. Her face became even paler. Qin Zhi'ai was in a daze for a long time until the car engine sound had completely disappeared. She blinked and recovered from the daze. She realized the veins on her hand had popped out because she had grasped the script so hard. She was shaking badly. It took a lot out of her to act calmly, as usual. Looking at the script, the corners of her eyes welled with tears. She couldn't help letting the tears fall. Qin Zhi'ai went back to her bedroom to catch some sleep after breakfast. After lunch, she sat in front of the vanity and applied some touch-ups on the simple makeup she had done in the morning. She changed into a long, white dress and walked downstairs. Liang Duku attended celebrity parties every once a while. According to Zhou Jing, the very first celebrity party had been held by Liang Duku. They were called celebrity parties, but they were merely gatherings of rich girls. They looked like they were enjoying some free time with tea, but they really just flaunted their wealth to see who was richer. Qin Zhi'ai didn't feel like she fit in, but she had to attend Fu while Liang Duku received medical treatment for her tumor. Zhou Jing asked Qin Zhi'ai to appear at these parties once a while. Chapter 82. Chapter 82. Better die to save everyone's trouble, too. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. This afternoon, Qin Zhi'ai was going to attend the so-called ladies' party that had initially been organized by Liang Duku. After she took out her keys and started the car, she realized that it was Friday, and her car wasn't allowed to driven under traffic restrictions that day. There were other cars in the garage, but they were Gu Yusheng's, and she had never expected to drive them. Besides, she would be late for the party if she asked Zhou Jing for a minivan to pick her now, so she ordered a luxury car online. The location of the party was a spring club in the suburbs. When Qin Zhi'ai arrived at the box that the WeChat group for the party had informed her to go to, a crowd of ladies was already there, creating a lively, busy scene. In Beijing, the Liang family was still a rich family, although much less rich than the Gu family. Since Liang Duku could initiate a party like this, she must be of a higher status among the noble ladies in Beijing. Therefore, as soon as Qin Zhi'ai walked in the room, a group of ladies came over and greeted her. When Qin Zhi'ai had been about to sit down after greeting them back one by one, she noticed that Jiang Qianqian was also there. Qin Zhi'ai felt her temples ache in instinct, but before she fully sat down, Jiang Qianqian had already come over with an abnormally bright smile, saying, "Sister Ko, you're here. Well, this is my boyfriend, Lin Rong." While saying this, Jiang Qianqian turned her head back toward Lin Rong and spoke to him in an affectedly sweet voice. "Lin Rong, this is the cousin that I always mention, Liang Duku, Mr. Gu's wife." Lin Rong nodded to Qin Zhi'ai with a gentle smile, saying, "Hello." Qin Zhi'ai remained calm as usual, although she was also curious about Liang Duku's motivation this time. With no emotion showing on her face that could reveal her thoughts inside, she responded, "Hello." After they were done greeting, Jiang Qianqian said to Lin Rong coquettishly, "Rong, I want to eat some grapes." Without any hesitation, Lin Rong stood up and took some grapes from the self-serve buffet for her. When Lin Rong sat next to her, Jiang Qianqian wrinkled her eyebrows, complaining deliberately, "I just got my nails manicured. I don't want to peel the grapes." This time, before she finished speaking, Lin Rong reached out to take the grapes and started peeling them for her. While she was eating the grapes, she kept asking Lin Rong to do things for her. One second, she wanted a cup of milk tea, the next, a cup of juice. But Lin Rong was very soft-tempered, and whatever her demands were, he always satisfied her in a mild manner. Many ladies around saw the scene, and some of them who had a good relationship with her couldn't help but compliment admiringly. "Qianqian, your boyfriend is so good to you. If a man really likes a woman, he will definitely be good to her." Jiang Qianqian drew out the last word deliberately, then glanced at Qin Zhi'ai, blinking as if she was asking for agreement, and asked in a seemingly innocent and delicate way, "Sister Ko, am I right?" Chapter 83. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. After hearing this, Qin Zhi'ai finally understood why Lin Rong was there. Jiang Qianqian saw Qin Zhi'ai had been waiting for Gu Yusheng for a couple of hours on old Master Gu's birthday. She wanted to humiliate Qin Zhi'ai that day, but Qin Zhi'ai had faked menstrual cramps and hadn't given her the chance to humiliate her. That day, she had taken Lin Rong with her to get revenge on Qin Zhi'ai. There was a saying that a man would definitely treat his woman well if he truly loved her. Qin Zhi'ai understood this saying well, even though others might not. Jiang Qianqian had been trying to tell her Gu Yusheng didn't like her with a coded communication that only the two of them understood. If she had been the real Liang Duku, she might have flipped out and fought with Jiang Qianqian. Unfortunately, it was Qin Zhi'ai. She didn't like to become the joke of others. Qin Zhi'ai posed very calmly and casually, which made it look like she didn't get what Jiang Qianqian was trying to signal her. Qin Zhi'ai nodded with a smile. "You're right." Jiang Qianqian had been plotting this attack for a long time, but she seemed to not have affected her, as it did not hurt Qin Zhi'ai much. Obviously, Jiang Qianqian was not happy about it, but the smile on her face grew even bigger. She said, "Lin Rong is not as great as you guys said. He only spoils me. Aren't all guys like that? Once they meet a girl they truly like, they treat the girl like a princess." Jiang Qianqian suddenly tilted her head a bit and looked a little dazed. She continued to speak. "Well, Did you guys know that one of my friends is in a very bad situation? Her husband doesn't treat her well at all. Most people in the private party room were women who loved to gossip. When Jiang Qianqian suddenly changed the tone of her talk, her story caught everyone's attention. My friend, she went to great lengths to marry a rich guy. That rich guy did marry her, but he doesn't like her at all. He actually hates her a bit. You guys may not know about it, but I saw her waiting for her husband under the scorching sun for 3 hours when she was dining out with her husband. If Qin Zhi'ai didn't realize what Jiang Qinxian was implying before, she obviously knew who she was talking about now. However, Qin Zhi'ai knew better that Jiang Qianqian wanted her to argue so that everyone would realize she was actually the friend Jiang Qianqian was talking about. Qin Zhi'ai leaned on the sofa with a cup of hot tea. She had a smile on her face and looked like a total outsider to the story. Jiang Qianqian saw the look on her face and thought for a bit, adding, "It was a hot summer. She waited in the scorching sun for 3 hours. Oh my God, how can that woman have waited for so long?" A woman said, "If it were me, I would have gotten so mad. If a man doesn't treat me right, what's the point of having him in my life?" Another woman commented, "Qianqian said she went to great lengths to marry him." One woman said, "I have to say she deserves it." Another woman said. Chapter 84. Chapter 84. Better Die to Save Everyone's Trouble 4. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The ladies who were listening to the story all sighed for different reasons. When someone said that the woman in the story deserved to be alone, Jiang Qianqian glanced at Qin Zhi'ai with obvious complacency. Qin Zhi'ai pretended not to see it, took a slow sip of the hot tea with her head down, then raised her head to join the discussion without emotion. Although the woman deserves it, she has been with him once. I know a girl who chased a boy for 3 years, but never received any love from him. Jiang Qianqian and Liang Duku were the same age, so they had studied at the same high school. The scandal of Jiang Qianqian chasing Wu Hao had been a popular story in school at that time. Su Wenwan had been Qin Zhi'ai's best friend until then, so she was quite knowledgeable about Jiang Qianqian's scandal in high school. If Jiang Qianqian was embarrassing her by making oblique accusations, she would treat her the same way. Qin Zhi'ai blankly glanced at Jiang Qianqian, who still hadn't realized that Qin Zhi'ai was telling a story about her. She looked like she was enjoying eating the grapes that Lin Rong fed her. Qin Zhi'ai blinked, then continued the story. When the girl chased the boy, she brought breakfast for him every day, but the boy always threw the breakfast into the trash can right in front of her. Even being humiliated like that, she still stuck to it for 3 years. Saying that, Qin Zhi'ai glanced at Jiang Qianqian, who had finally realized that she was being talked about. Her smile suddenly froze. Qin Zhi'ai forced a smile to the corners of her mouth, adding in the same way that Jiang Qianqian had told the story. She even took her clothes off in a karaoke place to seduce the boy. Ew, disgusting. Yeah, at least the woman and the man are a couple, but she was nothing to the boy. For 3 years, what a shame. Right? She even dared to take her clothes off in public. So classic. Word by word, people gradually went too far. By the end of the conversation, the smile that Jiang Qianqian had tried very hard to maintain was a bit distorted. The more Jiang Qianqian suffered, the more Qin Zhi'ai wanted her to make her smile. Had she just embarrassed her? Well, she would pay her back even more. Qin Zhi'ai didn't care much about the deep hatred between Liang Duku and Jiang Qianqian, but she just couldn't bear being bullied, so she would always fight back. Thinking this, Qin Zhi'ai took a plate of grapes that a servant had just put on the table and handed it to Jiang Qianqian, saying, "Qianqian, don't you like to eat grapes? I'll give mine to you." She wanted her not only to smile, but to also thank her with a smile. After her chest heaved for a while, Jiang Qianqian forced herself to squeeze out a reluctant smile, then used a lot of effort to say, "Thank you." Chapter 85. Chapter 85. Better Die to Save Everyone's Trouble 5. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. It wasn't because Qin Zhi'ai did not sense it. When Jiang Qianqian said, "Thank you," the look on her face seemed to say that she wanted to tear her apart with her stare. Qin Zhi'ai pretended that she did not sense anything wrong. She replied to Jiang Qianqian with a smile and responded politely, "You're welcome." When Qin Zhi'ai posed calmly like it was nothing, it made Jiang Qianqian grow even angrier. It was just as Qin Zhi'ai predicted. Jiang Qianqian's shoulders shuddered in anger after her gentle response. It was still early. If Qin Zhi'ai stayed any longer, No one knew what troubles Jiang Qianqian would cause. If Qin Zhi'ai left at this moment, Jiang Qianqian's anger would not find a release, which would make her feel even worse. Thinking of this, Qin Zhi'ai put down her teacup and said, "You guys have fun. I'm going to take a bath in the hot springs." Qin Zhi'ai loved the quiet, so she picked a small hot spring in the most hidden location. She was the only one in the hot spring and surrounded by many tropical plants. Noises were blocked from outside. Only the water flowing into the hot spring made a babbling sound. After Qin Zhi'ai got used to the temperature of the hot water, she found herself in a comfortable position with her eyes closed. It hadn't been very comfortable laying on the wicker chair when she had slept in the sun room last night. Even though she had caught up on some sleep in the morning, Qin Zhi'ai still felt drowsy after closing her eyes for a long time. Qin Zhi'ai had handed her phone to the hot spring staff before she went down to the water. When she was sleeping soundly, the hot spring staff ran to her with her cell phone. "Madam, you have a call." Qin Zhi'ai opened her eyes and glanced at the cell phone that the staff held out. It was a call from the driver that Zhou Jing arranged for her. Qin Zhi'ai walked out of the hot spring and dried her hands. She thanked the staff and took the phone. She slid her finger across the screen to answer the call. The signal in the hot spring was a little weak. Qin Zhi'ai couldn't hear the driver clearly on the phone, so she said, "Hold on a second," and ran out. Jiang Qianqian was not happy about not being able to get to Qin Zhi'ai. Maybe because of her anxiety, Jiang Qianqian did not feel well after soaking herself in the hot spring for a short time. She put on her towel and walked out. She had planned on finding a staff for some water and walked around, but she unexpectedly saw Liang Duku talking on the phone in the outdoor pavilion. Jiang Qianqian hesitated for a second before she ran to a rosebush behind Liang Duku. She plucked her ears to eavesdrop on Liang Duku's phone call. Chapter 86. Chapter 86. Better die to save everyone's trouble. 6. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. What? The car broke down and you can't make it here? Okay, I'll find a way back. No, the housekeeper's off work today. No, you don't need to order a car for me. Many people drove here. I'll ask one of them to take me home. Okay, all right. Bye. After hanging up the phone, Liang Duku stood there for a while, then went back into the building with her phone in her hand. After that, Jiang Qianqian walked out from behind the rose bush. She looked at the place where Liang Duku had just stood with her head tilted, then lifted her head up to see the cloudy sky. Suddenly, a bright light flashed through her eyes when she thought of what the weather forecast had said that morning. A rainstorm will hit the city tonight. The weather that day had been bad since the morning. After a hot spring bath, Qin Zhi'ai took a shower and touched up her makeup, but when she got back to the private room, the whole sky was covered with clouds, as dark as night. With the weather being so bad, many people had said goodbye to her, for they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to return to the city if a storm came. One lady who had a good relationship with Liang Duku asked Qin Zhi'ai before she left, "Xiaoko, how will you get home? Is there anyone coming to pick you up?" Qin Zhi'ai was about to tell her that her minivan had broken down, but Jiang Qianqian, who had just been talking with Lin Rong by the window, suddenly turned her head and shouted loudly, "Yes, of course, there definitely is. I just happened to hear Sister Ko calling Brother Sheng and telling him to pick her up." When had she called Gu Yusheng and asked him to pick her up? Qin Zhi'ai frowned slightly, and when she was just about to ask her, Jiang Qianqian tilted her head and continued to say with an innocent smile, "Sister Ko, isn't he coming to pick you up since you called him? When I went out this afternoon, I heard from my brother that he and some other friends made an appointment to play mahjong at the Majestic Clubhouse. Doesn't he have time to come and pick you up? Brother Sheng has gone too far. I'll call him now." Jiang Qianqian pouted with an angry face, then took her phone out of the bag. Jiang Qianqian had invented a scenario just for the purpose of preventing Qin Zhi'ai from getting a ride. However, she had to admit that her little scheme had worked very well. She was clear about Jiang Qianqian's goal, but she was unable to prevent her from achieving that goal because she couldn't call Gu Yusheng. If he got on the phone and heard that she wanted him to pick her up, he would definitely have some vicious words for her. With so many ladies around, if Jiang Qianqian fussed deliberately, the news that Gu Yusheng loathed Liang Duku would spread throughout the whole city in an instant. She was unwilling to be laughed at, and if that really happened, she couldn't give a reasonable explanation to Liang Duku. Chapter 87. Chapter 87. Better die to save everyone's trouble. 7. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Thinking this, Qin Zhi'ai looked up slightly and took a look at Jiang Qianqian. Jiang Qianqian was looking at Qin Zhi'ai at the same time as she was playing with her phone. When their eyes met, Qin Zhi'ai could tell Jiang Qianqian was quite confident from her look, even though neither of them spoke. Truth be told, she saw the pride in Jiang Qianqian. Jiang Qianqian knew Gu Yusheng didn't like Qin Zhi'ai and wouldn't come to pick her up. She also knew Qin Zhi'ai didn't dare to make a call to Gu Yusheng. No matter what happened, she would be the winner. How could she not be proud? Qin Zhi'ai had her lips pressed together. She was thinking how it wouldn't be a big deal if she couldn't get a ride. She could always call a cab later to get home. Thinking this, Qin Zhi'ai looked down a bit. She said quietly before Jiang Qianqian could make the call, "Yusheng never said he wouldn't come to pick me up. He should be on his way already." It seemed that Jiang Qianqian had gotten what she wanted. She pretended she was surprised and made a noise of understanding. She put away her phone and pretended to look apologetic. "I misunderstood you. I thought Brother Sheng wouldn't come to pick Sister Ko up. I'm sorry, Sister Ko." Qin Zhi'ai curled one corner of her mouth up, but didn't say anything. The rich lady who had asked how would Qin Zhi'ai it would get home said with a smile, "Ms. Ko, if Master Gu will come to pick you up, I'm going to leave now." "I am leaving too, bye," one girl said. "Me too, bye," another said. Very soon, there were only 4 people left in the private party room. Qin Zhi'ai, Jiang Qianqian, Lin Rong, and Ms. Lu, who was really waiting for her husband to pick her up. Because of the others' presence, Qin Zhi'ai hadn't been able to call the cab. She quietly read a magazine on the sofa. Jiang Qianqian and Lin Rong sat on a nearby sofa and chatted quietly about something. Jiang Qianqian giggled every once in a while. After about half an hour, there was a lightning outside of the window, then a peal of thunder over the building. The weather got worse. The gust blew the trees from side to side, which seemed to blow them off the ground. It started to pour after a while. Qin Zhi'ai looked up from the magazine and looked at the rain out of the window with her head tilted. She frowned slightly. The party had been held in the suburbs. In addition, it had rained so heavily that it would be hard to get a cab. After she thought of this, Ms. Lu's phone rang. She grabbed her purse, said goodbye to everyone, and left hastily. After Ms. Lu left, Jiang Qianqian and Lin Rong stood up from the sofa and said, "Sister Ko, we should leave now." Jiang Qianqian held on to Lin Rong's arm and rushed out of the private party room. As Jiang Qianqian opened the door and was about to walk out of the room, she turned around to give Qin Zhi'ai a smug smile, then closed the door behind her. The smile Jiang Qianqian had flashed her made Qin Zhi'ai immediately realized that Jiang Qianqian had stayed for so long to wait for the rain to get heavy. She knew it would be hard to get a cab in the heavy rain. She had wanted Qin Zhi'ai to be stuck in the suburbs with no way to get home. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. Better die to save everyone's trouble. 8. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Gu Yusheng was indeed in the majestic clubhouse, but he wasn't playing mahjong there. He was sitting on the sofa by the window with his feet propped up, staring at the gloomy sky. Surrounded by noise and screams, he ignored everyone and smoked alone. While shuffling cards, someone noticed that Gu Yusheng sat on the balcony and hadn't said a word since the beginning, so he couldn't help but ask, "Master Gu, don't you want to play with us?" When he had finished his question, Lu Banqing kicked him under the table, then put a finger to his lips and said with a deliberately low voice, "Did you notice that he smoked the whole afternoon? Obviously, he's not in a good mood." Hearing that, the person who had just asked Gu Yusheng if he wanted to play mahjong with them became curious and couldn't help but ask again, "What happened to Master Gu? Didn't he just sign a big order this morning? Why is he still unhappy?" "I don't know." It was Lu Banqing's turn. He rolled the dice and whispered to that person, "He's been in a bad mood since this morning. You weren't there this morning when he was signing the order, but it felt like he was there for a fight, not a business discussion. He just threw the contract on the table and only said a few words during the whole process." "What words?" Lu Banqing touched the mahjong tiles and tilted his head slightly, saying, 60% to 40%, I own the former, you, the latter. Sign if you agree." Awesome. Even in that way, he still made it. Before the person could finish his words, thunder suddenly boomed, and everyone in the room turned their heads to look outside the window in shock. The heavy rain came down in buckets. Only Gu Yusheng remained in the same position, sitting on the sofa and smoking. At 6 o'clock, there was still no sign of the rain stopping, for it was raining even heavier now. The rain constantly streamed down along the window like a small waterfall. At about 6:10, someone left the game early because of personal affairs. The game couldn't continue with only 3 people left, so under the urging of the other 2, Lu Banqing tried to ask Gu Yusheng, "Brother Sheng, do you want to play for a while?" After about half a minute, Gu Yusheng moved his eyes slowly from the downpour outside to Lu Banqing's face. He smoked and continued to sit on the sofa for a little while, then stood up and walked towards the table. There was a dinner party at 7:30 in the evening, so people continuously walked in at about 6:30 despite the wind and rain. Mr. Zhang of the Biting Company came with his wife. Gu Yusheng had met his wife several times and faintly remembered that her surname was Lu, but when they greeted each other, Gu Yusheng just nodded slightly and said nothing. When Mr. Zhang's wife saw Gu Yusheng, she was slightly surprised. She looked around as if she was looking for someone, but didn't see the person, so she asked in confusion, "Didn't Mrs. Gu come?" Gu Yusheng couldn't figure out which Mrs. Gu she was talking about, so he continued to take tiles and hand them out indifferently with a cigarette between his lips. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Better Die to Save Everyone's Trouble, 9. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Ms. Gu. Lu Banqing looked quite confused. After a while, he seemed to understand. He turned around to take a look at Gu Yusheng and asked, "Liang Duku?" "Yes, I mean Ms. Liang." Ms. Lu nodded, looked around, searching for Liang Duku, but didn't see her. She sighed again. "Did you drop Ms. Gu off at home and come back?" "No, Ms. Zhang." "Are you sure you mean Liang Duku? Brother Sheng has been here the whole afternoon. He never left." Lu Banqing was confused by Ms. Lu. Didn't Master Gu go to pick Ms. Gu up? Then how would Ms. Gu get home? This time, it was Ms. Lu's turn to be shocked. Lu Banqing had been confused and became even more confused at this moment. Why couldn't Liang Duke go home? What happened? "We were at Jinyu Spa this afternoon. Ms. Gu didn't drive to the spa. When we were ready to leave, it rained heavily. She said Master Gu would pick her up. When I left, Ms. Gu hadn't left yet. When I saw Master Gu here, I thought Master Gu had brought Ms. Gu here. I didn't know Master Gu never went to pick up Ms. Gu. It must be hard to call a cab with such heavy rain. I don't know if Ms. Gu got back yet." Gu Yusheng heard the conversation between Gu Banqing and Ms. Lu. He had looked calm. The look on his face didn't change a bit. It seemed as if the person they talked about had nothing to do with him. When Ms. Lu saw the look on Gu Yusheng's face, she had the urge to say something. Lu Banqing, sitting next to Gu Yusheng, gave her a look, so she immediately shut her mouth. She stood next to Master Gu for a while and didn't see any response from him. She wanted to say something, but only sighed and left after she gave it a little thought. She decided not to bother with other people's business. The rain seemed to be heavy outside the window. Rain pitter-pattered on the window with wind. After a round of poker, Lu Banqing turned his head slightly and glanced at Gu Yusheng from the corner of his eye. Gu Yusheng was quietly playing with his phone. He wasn't sure what he was doing on the phone, but Gu Yusheng didn't look concerned or worried. Lu Banqing moved his lips and looked like he wanted to say something, but ended up staying silent. After another round of poker, when they shuffled the cards, there was more lightning in the sky, turning the dark night into bright day, then a peal of thunder. Lu Banqing frowned and turned around to take a look at Gu Yusheng, who played with his lighter emotionlessly. Lu Banqing couldn't help asking in a low pitch, "Do you want to give her a call to see if she got home safely?" Chapter 90. Chapter 90. Better Die to Save Everyone's Trouble, 10. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Gu Yusheng raised his eyes and took a glance at Lu Banqing, then continued smoking without saying anything. With a beautiful smoke ring, Gu Yusheng took out his phone and checked it, seeing no short messages or phone calls received. During the last round of mahjong, Gu Yusheng unblocked Qin Zhi'ai's phone number, but he still hadn't received any messages from her. With a bright light flashing through the eyes, Gu Yusheng checked the blocked list on his phone. Many short messages and phone calls had been blocked, but when he slid on the screen with a single hand and checked through the whole list, he found no more messages from her except the one she had sent 3 months ago, which said, "Grandpa has come back from Hainan. He's invited us to have a meal in the Gu mansion." That was to say, that afternoon, even if she had been caught in the suburbs in a rainstorm, she had never thought of calling him for help. Suddenly, through Gu Yusheng's mind passed the scene when she had lunch in the car on a busy street one afternoon, when she had slept in the sunroom for the last evening, and the dialogue between her and the housekeeper that morning. He had told her to go away millions of times in the past, but he had never seen her actually gone. The anger he had when he left home that morning re-emerged in his chest. Gu Yusheng took a hard drag on the cigarette, gnashing his teeth and responding to Lu Banqing, "No." After he said that, another bolt of lightning crackled, cutting the dark sky into two pieces and forming a scene as horrible as one that only existed in science fiction movies. With ear-piercing thunder booming continuously, the anxiety increased in Lu Banqing's eyes, for he had a good relationship with Liang Duku. He turned his head very frequently to see Gu Yusheng, but the handsome man still leaned back against the chair enjoyably, one hand drawing and discarding, the other clamping a cigarette between two fingers. From time to time, he dropped the ash down with a casual gesture. When it came to Gu Yusheng's turn to take a tile, the splashing sound of the rain became even more violent. Lu Banqing tilted his head and looked at the extremely terrible sky, then got close to Gu Yusheng after a moment of hesitation and said in a low voice, "Even if you don't like her, she's still your wife. You can't just leave her in that situation, right?" Gu Yusheng suddenly paused while he was taking a tile and took a quick glance at the screen of his phone, but still saw no notification. A touch of coldness occupied his eyes. He then straightened his tiles quickly and handed one out, as if he hadn't heard him, saying, "3 bamboos. Brother Sheng, just call her. If she's already made it home safely, everyone can rest assured. What if she hasn't and is in danger now? She'd be better off dying to save everyone trouble." Before Lu Banqing finished his words, Gu Yusheng suddenly interrupted him with a cold voice. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. Sexing her whenever there was a disagreement. 1. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Gu Yusheng didn't talk loudly, but he sounded very cold and mean. He looked so aggressive that everyone felt compelled to listen to him. Everyone in the room was shocked and confused over what had happened. The room suddenly became quiet. They all laid their eyes on Gu Yusheng and Gu Banqing. Put on the spot, Gu Yusheng became annoyed by everyone's stares. He lifted his hand and was about to take another puff before realizing he had smoked the cigarette all the way to the filter. He stubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray and grabbed his pack of cigarettes. He shook the pack and found there were no cigarettes left. Suddenly, his temper worsened, and he tossed the empty cigarette pack on the mahjong table. He pushed the stacks of chips he had won not long ago across the table and kicked the chair behind him. He stood up and said, "This is no fun. I don't want to play anymore." He grabbed his cell phone, tidied his clothes, and walked away. People in the private room recovered from the shock quite a while after Gu Yusheng left. "What happened?" one person asked. "When did Master Gu suddenly get such a bad temper?" Another asked. "Master Gu has been a little different than usual all day," a different person said. "Different? Truly different." He had seemed to be different not only that day. Actually, since last week, he had seemed to be a little different. Lu Banqing was dazed, staring in the direction where Gu Yusheng had left for a while. When he woke up from his daze, there was a smile on his face. He said to everyone, "He's fine. Let's continue our party. It's on me today." Xiaowang, the driver, had been waiting at the entrance for a while before Ms. Gu walked out of the majestic clubhouse. Xiaowang immediately got out of the car and walked up to him with an umbrella when he saw Master Gu walking out of the clubhouse. After getting in the car, Xiaowang asked, "Mr. Gu, where are we going?" Gu Yusheng looked at the heavy rain outside the window. He seemed to fall into deep thoughts. Xiaowang waited for a while, but Gu Yusheng didn't seem to want to talk. Xiaowang started the car and drove on the rainy road. The rain was heavy. Even when the wiper kept moving on the windshield, the view was still blurry. They drove very slowly. When they were close to the company, Xiaowang asked, "Mr. Gu, are we going to the company as usual?" Gu Yusheng quietly leaned back. He looked calm, but seemed to still be deep in thought. After a while, he took a pack of cigarette from the glove compartment, lit a cigarette, and took 2 puffs on it. He turned his head to the side and took a look at the heavy rain outside of the window. Suddenly, lightning lit up the sky. Gu Yusheng frowned and said, "Call home." Xiaowang was shocked by his order. Mr. Gu had never wanted to go home before, but recently, he wanted to go home. He took out his cell phone, dialed the landline, and put it on speaker. The call immediately went through. It rang many times, but no one picked it up. Xiaowang called again. Still, no one picked it up. Xiaowang turned around and asked, "Mr. Gu, there seems to be no one home." Chapter 92. Chapter 92. Sexing her whenever there was a disagreement. 2. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Gu Yusheng's fingers that clamped the cigarette quivered a bit since he knew no one was watching him. He tilted his head and stared at the raindrops splashing on the window for a very long while, then lifted his hand and smoked. After several seconds, a wisp of white smoke floated out from his nose. When the smoke ring had almost completely faded away, Gu Yusheng took the phone and dialed Liang Duku's number, but it said that her phone was turned off. Gu Yusheng's eyebrows wrinkled. Then he threw his phone away carelessly and said to Xiaowang, "To the northern suburb, Jinyu Spa." Why did he want to go to the suburbs in such a heavy storm? Although Xiaowang was confused, he didn't dare ask, only focused on the road ahead and drove prudently. Qin Zhi'ai had ordered over 10 cars and even raised the price several times, but all the orders had been canceled due to the heavy rain. There was a subway station about 2 miles away from the club. The rain showed no sign of stopping, and it was getting later. Qin Zhi'ai's phone was almost out of charge. If she kept waiting, she would seriously trap herself there. After considering for a while, she bought an umbrella from the front desk, put her sunglasses and mask on, and decided to take the subway back to the city. The wind was very strong and blew the edges of the umbrella until they were broken. The rain fell on her and got her clothes completely wet. The roads in the suburb was not as smooth as those inside the city, so it was difficult for her to walk in high heels. She had to take them off and walk barefoot. On her way to the subway station, a length of the road was under construction, so it was full of bumps, hollows, and puddles of water. Under the water, gravel and sharp tiles were hidden, which cut her feet. When she had passed through it, her feet were full of scratches and small cuts. Every step she took brought her unbearable pain. Qin Zhi'ai gritted her teeth to continue, but after a while, she felt too much pain, so she stopped and leaned against a street lamp. The rain became heavier and more violent than it had been when she left the club. Her sight had almost been blocked by the rain, so she rested there for a long while, then looked down to check her feet. The blood kept flowing out of the wounds cut by the sharp tiles. With the wounds being soaked in the water, she felt even more painful. She couldn't bear the pain when she just stood there, let alone when she walked. She felt like she was going to cry. She took her phone out of her bag to try ordering a car online again, only to find her phone dead. In fact, when she had ordered cars in the club, she could have made a call to the Gu mansion. If old Master Gu knew that she was trapped in the suburbs and couldn't get back to the city, he would definitely have gone and pick her up. However, she had been afraid that old Master Gu would call Gu Yusheng and make him pick her up. Gu Yusheng. He hated to be disturbed by her, so she tried her best to avoid that, becoming an outsider to his world and doing nothing that would bother him. Chapter 93. Chapter 93. Sexing her whenever there was a disagreement. 3. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Did she really need to become an outsider? Wasn't she already an outsider? She had been living in his house, but today was the first time she knew his schedule. She heard where he was from Jiang Qianqian. He had been playing card games at the Majestic Clubhouse that afternoon. One corner of Qin Zhi'ai's mouth curled up and formed a sarcastic smile, but her eyes were as gloomy as the darkest sky. Many years ago, she had really thought she would be a part of his life. Many years later, she learned that her past dreams were just wishful thinking. He had completely forgotten about her. Qin Zhi'ai slightly turned her head to the side to suppress her desire to cry. She straightened her back and ignored the pain in her feet. She was ready to walk towards the subway when a car stopped next to her. The car had been moving very fast, so the driver braked hard. The car's sudden stop made her tense and hurt her feet even more. She sucked in cold air to fight the pain. She lifted her umbrella higher and noticed the car looked familiar. Qin Zhi'ai thought she was seeing it wrong. She blinked and took off her sunglasses. When she was about to rub her eyes, the door on the driver's side was pushed open. Xiaowang, holding a black umbrella, walked around the front of the car and rushed to her. "Ms. Liang, please get in the car," Xiaowang said. He raised the umbrella higher to cover her. Xiaowang opened the door for her. "Why are you here?" Qin Zhi'ai asked, stuttering. Qin Zhi'ai didn't realize what had happened until Xiaowang held his hand out to take her umbrella. "Mr. Gu asked me to come." Xiaowang leaned his umbrella towards Qin Zhi'ai and answered her. "Gu, Mr. Gu? Gu Yusheng? How would he know she was there?" Qin Zhi'ai's head was spinning. It seemed so suspicious and unbelievable to her. As she was about to turn around and ask Xiaowang, she saw Gu Yusheng sitting in the car from the corner of her eye. He leaned on the leather seat and rested with his eyes closed. The questions were on the tip of Qin Zhi'ai's tongue, but suddenly stopped there. She stood still next to the car door for a while before she tucked herself into the car. Xiaowang got into the car after he closed the door behind Qin Zhi'ai and tossed the wet umbrellas into the trunk. He tapped on the accelerator, and the car moved about 650 feet before Gu Yusheng opened his eyes. He tilted his head slightly and stared at Qin Zhi'ai's soaked lower body for a while. Without knowing what triggered his hot temper, he suddenly felt angry. Without any warning, he roared at Xiaowang, "Give her a towel. Don't let her drenched clothes get my car dirty." Chapter 94. Chapter 94. Sexing her whenever there was a disagreement. 4. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Being yelled at by Gu Yusheng, Xiaowang was shocked, and his foot slipped. The car abruptly veered to one side of the road, making Qin Zhi'ai fall into Gu Yusheng's arms unguardedly. Gu Yusheng's body suddenly froze, and his eyebrows furrowed. When Qin Zhi'ai fell into Gu Yusheng's arms, she raised her head to see his face in panic. Perceiving the change of his mood, she was so scared that she quickly moved out of his arms even before she could even form a thought. She straightened her body and moved toward the door, leaving a larger distance between them. Seeing her quick moves, his eyebrows became even more furrowed. He yelled at Xiaowang again, "Do you know how to drive? I shouldn't pay you if you don't." Xiaowang was so afraid that he didn't dare to even breath. He went out of the car quickly, ran behind the car, and took 2 towels out from the trunk. Then he ran back into the car, handed the towels to Qin Zhi'ai, and restarted the car. Covered by the umbrella, the upper part of Qin Zhi'ai's body didn't get wet. She immediately dried the lower part with the towel. She saw some dirty water, mud, and even a trace of blood on the floor of the car where she had just stepped. Qin Zhi'ai thought that Gu Yusheng had asked Xiaowang to fetch the towels for her because he had been afraid that she might soil his car. She hesitated with a towel in her hand for a moment, then bent over to wipe the mud off of her soles. Gu Yusheng just became more upset when he saw what she was doing. He secretly wanted to ask Xiaowang to lower the temperature in the car, but when he saw the wet dress stuck to Qin Zhi'ai's body, he suddenly swallowed his words. The annoyance in his heart increased. He undid 2 buttons on his chest, but it seemed to make no difference, so he reached out instinctively to take out a cigarette. While looking for a lighter, Gu Yusheng lowered his head and saw some bloodstains on the towel that Qin Zhi'ai was holding in her hand. His lips trembled subconsciously, the cigarette consequently falling out of his mouth. He kept his head down and looked at the towel for a while. Then he picked the cigarette up and put it into his mouth. As he lit the cigarette, he took a glance outside. They had already made it into the city, and they were still quite a distance from their home. To the Four Seasons Hotel. Even Gu Yusheng himself didn't know exactly what he was thinking, but the words had already come out of his mouth. Gu Yusheng blew smoke out and added, "Lu Bansheng and the others are waiting for me there." When the car stopped at the entrance of the Four Seasons Hotel, Qin Zhi'ai was ready to tell Gu Yusheng that she would go home by herself, but Gu Yusheng said to Xiaowang before she could open her mouth, "Take her to my room and get some clothes for her." Then, without waiting for anyone to respond, he pushed the door open, got out of the car, and walked into the lobby of the Four Seasons Hotel. Chapter 95. Chapter 95. Sexing her whenever there was a disagreement. 5. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Qin Zhi'ai fixed her eyes on Gu Yusheng's back. She didn't look away until he had stepped into the elevator. Qin Zhi'ai glanced at Xiaowang in the rearview mirror and saw him unbuckling his seatbelt, about to get out of the car. She said, "Drive me home, please." Qin Zhi'ai paused for a few seconds and realized her cell phone had no power. She added, "Or help me call a cab." Xiaowang remembered Gu Yusheng's order from before he had left the car. He found it hard to tell Qin Zhi'ai, "Mr. Gu has asked me not to do so. I think you heard that, too. If you're leaving now, he'll blame me if he hears about it." Xiaowang was afraid that Qin Zhi'ai would insist on leaving. He hesitated for a second and tried to politely convince her, "Ms. Liang, your clothes are still wet, and we're still a ways from home. Cars drive slowly in the rain. I think you should listen to Mr. Gu and take a hot shower and put on clean clothes so you don't catch cold." Qin Zhi'ai could tell Xiaowang wouldn't let her go. After hearing what Xiaowang had said, she only nodded without saying anything. Xiaowang could tell that Qin Zhi'ai had decided to stay. He immediately got out of the car and opened the door for her. He passed the car key to a doorman and led Qin Zhi'ai into the Four Seasons Hotel. They took an elevator to the top. Xiaowang led the way. They walked down a long corridor and turned quite a few times before they stopped in front of a suite. Xiaowang passed the room card to Qin Zhi'ai and pointed at the door in front of her. Ms. Liang, you can take a rest here. I'll get your clothes. Qin Zhi'ai thanked Xiaowang and took the room card from him, but didn't open the door immediately. She waited until Xiaowang had turned around and walked into the elevator. She took a deep breath and swiped the card to open the door with trembling fingers. It was quiet and dark inside, with no light or sound. Qin Zhi'ai stood at the door and tried to see into the room. After looking around for a while, she released a long sigh of relief. Gu Yusheng was not in the room. She put her hand on her chest, patted her fast-beating heart, and walked into the suite. She turned on the light and was ready to walk into the suite, but she suddenly stopped herself. She turned around and put on the safety lock. She tried to pull the door a few times to make sure no one could open the door from outside. She finally felt safe and walked into the bathroom. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. Sexing her whenever there was a disagreement. 6. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Hearing a knock on the door, Qin Zhi'ai opened it to find Xiaowang. She thanked him and took the clothes he was holding out. But when she had been about to close the door, she stopped and asked, "Where is he?" "You mean Mr. Gu?" Xiaowang turned his head and pointed to the door directly opposite to the room where Qin Zhi'ai was, saying, "He might be in this room." He seemed to be aware of her intentions, so he added after a short pause, "If you want to leave, remember to let Mr. Gu know." "Okay." Qin Zhi'ai nodded slightly and stared at that door for a while with the clothes in her hand. Then she closed the door after said thanks to Xiaowang again. After changing her clothes and drying her hair, she sat on the sofa and stared through the window at the rain that gradually became lighter. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, as if she had already made a decision. She stood up from the sofa, took her handbag, and walked towards the door. She opened the door and clenched her fingers on the handbag. After giving herself a relatively long pep talk in her mind, she finally moved to the door across the corridor. Standing in front of the door, Qin Zhi'ai took a few more deep breaths to pluck up her courage, then rang the doorbell. Because the walls were soundproof, Qin Zhi'ai vaguely heard someone say, "Coming," as the doorbell rang a few times. After over 10 seconds had passed, the door was abruptly pulled open by someone. Before she had seen clearly who opened the door, the person said, "Where's the beer? More spirits, please, and a..." Lu Banqing stopped before he finished his words and stared at Qin Zhi'ai astonishedly. Then he murmured, "It turned out that he left to pick you up." His voice was so low that Qin Zhi'ai couldn't hear clearly, so she asked, "Oh." Lu Banqing responded, as if he had realized something. Then he smiled at her, turned around, and shouted inside, "Brother Shang." Over Lu Banqing's shoulders, Qin Zhi'ai saw the scene in the room. A crowd of people were there, both men and women. Some were drinking, some singing. Qin Zhi'ai found Gu Yusheng with one sweep of the room. He was sitting on the sofa, smoking alone. At this time, not even a bit of anger showed on him, from head to toe. With 2 buttons undone on his chest, his sexy collarbone was revealed. It seemed like he was listening to someone with his head tilted. He smiled brightly and said, "Nonsense," to that person, as if he was in a very good mood. Then he raised his head and blew out several smoke rings playfully. With the same sense of buoyancy, Gu Yusheng looked the same as he had when he was still a young man. Seeing that, Qin Zhi'ai fell into a daze unconsciously. She thought Gu Yusheng might have been the only one in the world who could be so perfectly noble and wild. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. Sexing her whenever there was a disagreement. 7. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. As Qin Zhi'ai was distracted, Gu Banqing raised his voice and yelled at the room, "Brother Shang." Gu Banqing was so loud that the room quieted and everyone turned around to look at him. Gu Yusheng was a second slower than everyone else. He slightly turned his head around and saw Qin Zhi'ai at the door. He obviously looked a little shocked. It seemed that he was curious as to why she was there. When everyone had recovered from the shock, they greeted Qin Zhi'ai. "It's Ms. Gu. Why don't you come in?" Gu Yusheng made a sound of surprise and stood up from the sofa. He walked towards the door. Gu Yusheng must have had a good time talking to his friends. He still wore a smile on his face when he stood in front of Qin Zhi'ai. The smile made him look casual and playful. Gu Banqing immediately closed the door behind him when Gu Yusheng walked out of the room. The noise was blocked by the door. The hallway seemed too quiet for them. Gu Yusheng took a quick look at Qin Zhi'ai and saw she had no intention to talk. He didn't say anything either. He only took the cigarette between his lips and his hands, stubbed it out, and walked towards her room. He turned around to look at Qin Zhi'ai. He lifted his chin up to signal her to open the door. Qin Zhi'ai immediately took 2 strides, swiped the room card on the door, and opened it. She didn't walk any further. Instead, she passed the room card to Gu Yusheng, who was also walking in the room. Gu Yusheng frowned slightly and stared at the room card. He didn't take the card, but his hand moved along her hand and arm, all the way up to her face. He didn't say anything, but the look on his face seemed to explain everything. Qin Zhi'ai knew he was wondering why she had passed the room card to him. She pressed her lips together and explained to him in a low pitch, "Well, it's getting late. I need to go home." Gu Yusheng frowned more. The casual look he had when he had walked out of the room immediately disappeared. His aggressive temper started to build. Qin Zhi'ai was scared of Gu Yusheng whenever he looked aggressive or hot-tempered. She stepped back instinctively. Her mind was subconsciously spinning fast. She created a weak excuse and said, "Zhou Jing just called me and asked me to talk about a script with her." Gu Yusheng stood still in front of her. Before Qin Zhi'ai could finish speaking, Gu Yusheng suddenly reached his hand out and grabbed her purse. He searched through her purse right in front of her. After feeling around, he took out her cell phone and tried to unlock it. The screen was black. He held the power button for a minute. The screen said, "Battery low, please charge." He raised the cell phone in front of her face without saying anything. He only laughed lowly. Qin Zhi'ai was scared by his fake and sarcastic laugh and stepped back. Her reaction pissed Gu Yusheng off, like lighting a bomb. He raised his arm and smashed her cell phone on the floor. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. Sexing her whenever there was a disagreement. 8. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The phone hit the floor of the opposite room with a loud noise. Subsequently, the closed door was opened again and the people in Gu Yusheng's room started talking. What happened? What sound was that? Who hit the door? Brother Sheng? Lu Bansheng said surprisedly when he opened the door. The whole room returned to silence. It was noticeable with one glance that something had happened between Gu Yusheng and Qin Zhi'ai. The people inside the room looked at each other, but none of them dared to make a sound. Only Lu Bansheng moved his eyes between Gu Yusheng and Qin Zhi'ai a few times and suddenly lowered his head, as if he had seen something he shouldn't have. When Lu Bansheng saw the phone on the floor, he was shocked, but before he understood the situation, Gu Yusheng seemed to sober up all of a sudden, then raised his hand to grasp Qin Zhi'ai's wrist and pull her into the grand suite. The door was slammed, making another loud sound. It was fitting to say that he had dragged her into the suite. He walked so fast that she was thrown onto the bed of the suite before she had even realized what was going on. Qin Zhi'ai trembled and struggled to get up, but as soon as she lifted her shoulders, Gu Yusheng got on top of her and held her chin to keep her head fixed. Then he lowered his head and pressed his lips to hers. The uncontrollable anger kept leaking out of his chest. He pressed her on the bed with his full strength and bit her lips as hard as he could. He stole her breath. She felt like she might suffocate and die at any moment. She wanted to breathe, but every time she struggled to open her mouth, Gu Yusheng kissed her even harder and deeper. She felt very uncomfortable and wriggled her head. The more she resisted, the harder he held her chin. The pain was so unbearable that she took a deep breath and stopped struggling. He increased the pressure on her lips and ripped her clothes off. He held her waist and started a round of crazy and ruthless sex. His movements were fierce, leaving her no room to resist. Throughout the process, he barely gave her any chance to rest or react. It was probably because there was a fire in his chest, but he showed no kindness or pity to her. In the end, his movements became even harder and quicker, as if he wanted to kill her. When it was over, Qin Zhi'ai finally recovered a bit from the serious pain. He had slept with her again in such a brutal way, but this time, she hadn't appeared in front of him deliberately or badgered him with the excuse of his grandfather. Chapter 99. Chapter 99. Sexing her whenever there was a disagreement. 9. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. She had tried her best to avoid seeing him. She had hidden herself in the car for a long time the afternoon before. She had slept on the wicker chair in the sunroom at night to avoid him. That night, it had poured so badly that no cab would come to pick her up, even though she had tried to call. Many of them. She didn't dare to call the Gu mansion, afraid of him getting mad at her. No matter what she did, she always seemed to piss him off. After he was enraged, she always ended with having rough sex with him. There was nothing more unethical than trading sex between men and women. She might be even worse than those women who earned what they wanted through sex. She was just a sex slave for him to unleash his sexual desires. There was no mention of caring about her or having fun with her. He never even showed any respect for her. She couldn't help feeling bad for herself. She liked him, had secretly liked him for so many years, which made her feel even worse than before. If she could, Qin Zhi'ai really didn't want to show any signs of crying. However, she had never been able to hold her tears. The more she wanted to control herself, not letting her feelings out, the sorer her eyes felt. The tears fell on her cheeks when she was distracted. A long time after they had sex, Gu Yusheng recovered from the feelings of relief and felt empty again. He felt like someone had taken his heart out, and everything became a blur. He stared at the roof, lost in thought for a quite long time, before he realized what he was doing. He had sex with her again. He wondered what was happening to him that made him lose control so often. Losing control so frequently made Gu Yusheng worried. He was anxious again at that moment. He wanted to smoke. As he reached his hand out to search for the pack of cigarettes under the pillow, he remembered his cigarettes and cell phone were all in the other room. He was annoyed by this and drew his hand back. He turned around and saw Qin Zhi'ai curled up on the edge of the bed. Her shoulders shuddered. It seemed that she was crying. Gu Yusheng's lips trembled and his face tensed up. His lips suddenly stretched to the sides. He stared at her back for quite a long time. He wanted to move his eyes away, but suddenly heard the sobbing she had tried so hard to suppress. It was like a sharp knife had stabbed into his chest, hard. It gave him an unexpected and sharp pain. The pain made him tense his back muscles. He was irritated and sat up, grabbed her arm, and pulled her off the bed. He took all her clothes on the bed and tossed them at her. "Go home if you want to cry." She seemed scared of him and suddenly stopped crying. She shuddered badly on the carpet and sat there for a while before she realized what he meant. She hastily grabbed her clothes and ran to the bathroom. When he had sex with her, he always seemed to lose control and hurt her. She stumbled and ran to the bathroom. She quickly got dressed in the bathroom and came out with her head down. She rushed out of the room without looking at him. Chapter 100. Chapter 100. Sexing her whenever there was a disagreement. 10. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The people in the opposite room were still talking and drinking, but all of them seemed to be distracted. Mr. Yang was the first one who couldn't retain his composure, saying worriedly, "I feel like something serious will happen." Someone didn't realize what Mr. Yang meant, asking, "What will?" "Mr. Gu." Mr. Yang put his microphone away and ran to the coffee table. He squatted down and continued, "I know that Mr. Gu has a bad temper, but I've never seen him so angry at a woman." While Mr. Yang spoke, Gu Yusheng's fierce look re-emerged in everyone's minds. He had seemed like he would kill her when he had dragged Qin Zhi'ai into the suite. All the people inside the room shivered. Someone couldn't help but ask, what if Mr. Gu couldn't control his anger? Will he kill her by accident? He probably won't. Lu Banqing, who hadn't said anything, suddenly responded with uncertainty. He took a sip of wine, but before he swallowed it, he put the glass down, saying, "I should go check it out." Lu Banqing walked to the door of Gu Yusheng's suite and paused for a moment. When he raised his hand to knock on the door was pulled open from the inside, and someone rushed out. Because the movement had been so fast, the person who had rushed out bumped into Lu Banqing's arms before he could react. Lu Banqing was stunned, then sighed with relief. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. He grabbed Qin Zhi'ai by the shoulders and said, "Xiaoko." Seeing the bag in Qin Zhi'ai's hand, Lu Banqing added, "Don't you want to play for a while? Are you leaving now?" Qin Zhi'ai didn't expect that someone would be standing behind the door, so she was shocked when she bumped into Lu Banqing's arms. After she recovered from the shock, she immediately took a step back, leaving a larger distance between them. Hearing what Lu Banqing said, she had meant to raise her head and tell him no with a smile. At that moment, her face was full of tears, and she seemed to have a lump in her throat, so she couldn't make a sound. She just nodded to him with her head downcast, then ran past him. She was in such a hurry that she stumbled, her body imbalanced, and fell to the ground. Gu Yusheng lay in bed with his back against the headboard, but when he saw that, he immediately got up without thinking. When he was about to jump out of the bed, he saw Lu Banqing reach out to support her. With a sigh of relief, Gu Yusheng stopped his actions and pulled the quilt over to cover his body. Then he heard Qin Zhi'ai say in a soft voice, "Thank you." She didn't express her thanks to me even when I picked her up in a downpour. Now that Lu Banqing supported her, she said thanks to him. Gu Yusheng frowned and looked towards the door. Qin Zhi'ai kept her head down. Lu Bansheng held her arms and asked gently, "Are you hurt?"